Immortal Cultivation begins with time management. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1026. Don't be a human being. In the ancient times when Utingman was prominent, the architectural style was completely different from that of modern times. Whether it was a row house, a courtyard of a wealthy family, or a county government hall of an official, the tops were all designed with pointed roofs, rather than the common style today. Why are they all pointed roofs? Suman asked in confusion. Did people in the past think it looked good? It should be for the purpose of waterproofing. Chen Yonzhou carefully looked at the drainage ditch in front of the house, and then looked at the layers of seawater outside the sky barrier above his head. In fact, a certain premonition in his heart became more and more obvious. The design of this Utingman cave sky has too many similarities with the Jing'an temple. There is an independent cave sky dome, and outside is layers of seawater. It is hard not to think of it as resisting the chaotic sky river. There is no body, Chen Yonzhou said suddenly. Indeed. Suman Jian echoed. If it is the corpse of a mortal, it will decay after hundreds of thousands of years. But there is no skeleton of a monk, which shows that this cave was not abandoned after a disaster, but the monks and civilians were moved away in a planned and organized manner. In other words, there is a high probability that there will be no secret treasures or scriptures left in this cave. It finally concluded, with some teasing in its tone, as if it wanted to see the joke of the sword master. Not necessarily, Chen Yonzhou said suddenly. He came to the market near the city and saw a misty, light black upright light circle in the middle of the road ahead, emitting a strange and ominous atmosphere. Not long after, outside the secret realm, in the deep sea, Shili showed some surprise that Zhu Yingyan followed him here, but her expression was so light that Zhu Yingyan suspected that she was pretending. Maybe she had already calculated that she would come. Dongyu, Zhu Yingyan said patiently, I came here this time too. As soon as she opened her mouth, Zisu was a little unhappy. Didn't you say you would help me find someone first? But when he saw Dongyu, he directly put forward his request. Was he planning to pull her over to do something else first? I already know your intention. Shili signaled Zhu Yingyan not to say more, and just sighed lightly. It just so happens that I want to find my husband Luoyan. After I finish my work here, it won't be too late to deal with your business. And mine. Zisu emphasized, help me find someone first, and then deal with Qining's business. Zhu Yingyan didn't say anything. Of course, she knew Jing Xiao's temper, so she didn't confront her head-on. Oh, I found it, Shili suddenly said. Zisu and Zhu Yingyan stepped forward at the same time. The latter remained calm, while the former was impatient. I saw that on the rock wall of the Rift Valley. Shili had used some magic to break the illusionary covering the surface, revealing the cave inside. Is this the entrance to the Utingman cave heaven? Zisu frowned and said. Zhu Yingyan immediately memorized the 3 words Utingman and searched in her mind, but did not find the answer. Who knows? Shili still maintained the mysterious style that made senior sister very unhappy. She quickly cast a divination and then stepped inside. When entering the cave, her fingers flexed a few times imperceptibly, and then disappeared into the cave. Zisu hurriedly followed, and Zhu Yingyan hesitated for a moment, only to hear Fen Lan reminding in the sea of consciousness. When she entered just now, she tampered with this cave entrance. Is it a trap? Zhu Yingyan frowned and asked. She should be a newcomer to this secret realm, and it is unlikely that she set a trap. Fen Lan guessed, but she may have discovered some mechanism of the entrance and secretly adjusted the mechanism without telling you. Since she hid it from us, it may not be a good thing. Zhu Yingyan sighed, but I don't have a choice now, right? After saying this, she cheered up and stepped into the cave carefully. Back to the previous time, Chen Yonzhou found a black light door in the middle of the road in the market area of the city, which led to some other space. In the world of cultivation, teleportation arrays are very rare and high level, and most of them are in planar form, easy to be engraved on the ground and run for a long time. But this kind of upright, elliptical teleportation door that seems to lure people in is the first time Chen Yonzhou has seen it in so many years. It doesn't look like the work of the human race, he said slowly. It has a bit of the style of the heavenly demon. Suman Jian also commented. The heavenly demon also knows the formation, Chen Yonzhou asked in surprise. Yes, Suman Jian said. Sword Master, you don't think that they are just wild beasts living in the Chaos River, do you? In fact, the outer demons not only have their own tribes, but also have palaces to live in, and they also study various spells and magical powers, which are similar to the cultivators in the cultivation world. However, because they are too powerful, and there are no powerful enemies outside the domain that can threaten the demons, most of the demons act based on their instincts and magical powers. In that case, Chen Yonzhu pondered and said, will there be any danger in passing through this locked gate? There must be danger. Su Mingjian smiled. After all, it's going to an unknown space. Apart from anything else, what should I do if I can't get out after entering? But these risks are insignificant to the Swordmaster. After all, you have the Tianu Divine Shuttle, right? If something goes wrong, just break through the space barrier and come back. Not bad. Chen Yonzhu laughed and stepped directly into the light gate. There was no common feeling of dizziness, only the surrounding scene suddenly changed. He had come to another world. Chen Yonzhu turned his sight and found that he was still in the city. The surrounding market buildings were exactly the same as those outside the light gate. The only difference was that the world inside the light gate was not well lit and was extremely dim, so he had to cast the universal clear sound small light spell to illuminate the dim scene around him. However, as soon as this light spell was released, screams were heard from all around, as if 3 or 4 people screamed at the same time. Chen Yonzhu was shocked and wondered when there were so many people around him. He quickly put his hands together and used all his strength to stimulate the 5 elements of divine light. He first protected himself tightly, and then began to erupt the thunder. His true essence was already majestic and powerful. Just by slightly stimulating his breath, a huge thunder dragon appeared from the air. As long as its body swung at will, it could flatten all the surrounding buildings. At this moment, another shadow shot from a distance, shouting, "Stop! Dearest friend, please spare me." The shadow looked like a human figure, but there were no facial features on the face. Only the position of the original mouth was slowly vibrating, making a low and terrifying sound. Chen Yonzhu's mind moved slightly, fixed the Tagsao thunder in the air, and said coldly, "I dare not call you dearest friend if you approach me quietly without notifying me." "That's not the case," the shadow hurriedly explained. "They just haven't seen a stranger for a long time, and they are just curious." Chen Yonzhu looked down and saw several hunched shadows, covering their faces with their skinny arms, and retreating backwards in panic, wailing, as if the Universal King in small light technique was causing them pain. "Are you from Yutingmen?" he asked thoughtfully. "To be precise, we are the monks of Yuting sect," the shadow said with a wry smile. "As for why it became like this, that's another story. If you are willing to believe, let's go in and talk in detail." He waved his arm, and the door of the house next to him opened automatically, revealing the dark room inside. Chen Yonzhu was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to ask a Jin to scan, but then he realized that he didn't have a Jin now, so he could only think for a moment and nodded. "Okay. Anyway, if there is really a trap, just activate the Suming sword and kill him 7 times in and 7 out." Seeing that the other party was so straightforward, the shadow was also slightly stunned, and then took the lead to went to the door. Chen Yonzhu climbed up the steps and heard a voice in the darkness. "Please don't use magic, fellow Taoist must have noticed that ordinary light will cause great harm to us." "Why is that?" Chen Yonzhu asked puzzledly, and looking at all the Taoists, "Where is the slightest bit of human flesh and blood? It's a bit like ghost cultivators. In fact, it's worse than ghost cultivators." The voice sighed and said, "Ghost cultivators have no physical body, only souls. Therefore, when their cultivation level is low, they cannot withstand the penetration of sunlight and can only avoid the daytime. But we are not giving up our physical body. We are just trying to transform our physical body into another form, but failed halfway." "Transform into another form?" Chen Yonzhu asked puzzled. "Yes," the shadow said. "I wonder if you know about ascension. I see that your divine light is restrained, so I think you have already formed a fetus. I guess you have also heard this saying. If you can't become a Chaos Dailao Jinxian, there is no hope of ascending to the fairy land, right?" "Indeed, I have heard of it." Chen Yonzhu nodded and said, "This world is too far away from the fairy land, and there are many difficulties and obstacles on the way to ascension. If you can't become a Chaos Dailao Jinxian, you really don't have much confidence." He was still vigilant at this time, and refused to reveal too much information. He just continued to talk according to the information given by the other party. The shadow heard his caution and said openly, "There are many difficulties and obstacles on the way to ascension, but in fact, there are only 2 points. One is the erosion of the Chaos River, which requires constant consumption of true essence to resist. The other is the large number of demons from outside the domain, and we need to guard against their sneak attacks and killings. These two dangers, in fact, only one is combined, that is, how to deal with the demons. As long as the demons are dealt with, just find a planet to hide in, breathe in and out to refine the ki, and the true essence will be generated. What is there to be afraid of? That's right. Chen Yonzhu nodded and said. Although he had not ascended to heaven, he had fought with many demons in the universe in the secret realm of Kaiba Chuan Yuan, and only then did he know what human sea tactics and the end of the road meant. Not to mention, there is also the immortal and indestructible Hihode's demon. No matter you use the 5 elements divine light, the Tears hand pressure, or the thunder method to blast and kill, and beat the opponent into powder, the opponent will reassemble his body after a while. What can you do? True essence is limited, but the demons are infinite, so there is nothing we can do. Because of this, all the sects in our cultivation world, once they have developed to their peak and have almost no rivals, will most likely start to study how to make the immortals in the sect, regardless of their rank, be able to safely ascend to the immortal world. The shadow continued. Indeed. Chen Yonzhu naturally understood. There is no need to reach the realm of invincibility. As long as the sect has a certain scale and prospects, and the immortals of the sect intend to ascend, can the whole sect help? Just look at the Kaiba Chuan Yuan secret realm this time. Whether it is the 3 pure ones or the 6 paths, didn't they send a large number of Yuning elders to explore and find clues to the Great Bright Palace for the immortals of the sect? The more mainstream method is to try to make up for the basic source of Tao. The shadow continued to explain, after all, whether it is Danji or Bing, ordinary people always have various reasons and cannot achieve perfection and leave some flaws. After the immortals ascend to the immortal state, these flaws will become huge flaws, making it difficult for the immortals to become the body of Chaos Deluo. In theory, as long as the defects of the basic source of Tao are completely made up, even if they are not as good as the Chaos Deluo Jinxian, I'm afraid it is almost the same. It's easy to say, but don't forget that your entire cultivation is derived from your Tao foundation. To repair the Tao foundation itself, it's like grabbing your own hair and lifting yourself up out of thin air. How easy is it? It's better to turn back time. Indeed. Chen Yonzhu thought to himself. At least with the existence of Kunlun Mirror, turning back time is feasible, but as for the repair of the basic source of Tao, there are currently only rumors that there are clues in the secret realm of the Great Light Palace, and it has not been confirmed. So? Chen Yonzhu urged, so you chose to find another way? In our time. Shadow continued, in addition to the mainstream repair of the origin, there are many other methods. For example, build a flying magic weapon that can resist the erosion of the Chaos River, and carry the immortals inside to the fairyland without having to fight with the demons. Another example is practicing secret methods that can hide from the eyes and ears of the demons and allow oneself to pass through the Chaos River without being discovered. Anyway, basically everything you can think of has been tried in our time. And our Yuting sect, because of its profound research on various secret arts, a senior proposed a method. At this point, the other party's voice trembled faintly, and a little regret and unwillingness could be heard from it. What method? Chen Yonzhu asked directly without caring about the other party's emotions. Transform the body into the body of a demon. What? Chen Yonzhu couldn't believe his ears. It means exactly what it says. The shadow replied, if you can transform human cultivators into celestial demons, there will be no worries about running out of true essence. This is totally different, isn't it? Chen Yonzhu complained, you've already turned into a celestial demon, why are you still going to the fairyland? Won't you be beaten out by the fairies? In fact, according to the predecessor's idea, the transformation into a celestial demon is not irreversible. The voice said helplessly, become a celestial demon, cross the Chaos Sky River, arrive at the fairyland, and then change back, so that it will be solved once and for all. As a result, something went wrong along the way. As you saw, we became a state where we are neither human nor ghost. Chapter 1027. Mud and Blood. I'm not a human anymore sounds like a very cool premise, which is to evolve from humans to a higher level of existence. But evolving into a demon, let's not talk about whether it is a higher level of existence. How can you fail to evolve? As if sensing Chen Yonzhu's sneer, the shadow helplessly explained. The decision to transform all the nascent soul elders and golden core crewmen into the form of heavenly demons was made by the core leaders of the sect, and we did not have the right to refuse. Later, the transformation failed, and most of the leaders were killed on the spot. Those who survived by chance turned into this strange shadow, and could never leave this place for the rest of their lives. Chen Gyonzhu thought for a moment and asked, "In that case, what about the Foundation establishment disciples and civilians? Where did they go?" "I was just about to explain to you." The shadow gave a bitter laugh. "To become a heavenly demon, not only will the physical form be permanently changed, but the nature of the soul will also undergo fundamental changes. Some of my fellow disciples have undergone a deeper transformation, and even their minds have been assimilated by the heavenly demon instinct, so they began to devour civilians in the cave." When the other party said this, although he hadn't said the rest of the words yet, Chen Gyonzhu was so smart that he immediately guessed his intention. The reason why he invited him in to discuss was nothing more than to use his power to eliminate those evil monks who had turned into heavenly demons. On the other side, Shili quietly moved the Duo formula the moment she entered the secret realm, switching the entrance to the secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was designed to be extremely secretive, and it would be difficult to detect from a distance, which shows that the shooting gate has extremely high requirements for confidentiality. Therefore, she spent some extra time and finally confirmed that there was indeed a ban on the entrance to the secret realm. Just activate the ban to teleport the entrant to another place. As for where, I don't know. I can only say that compared with the original place, it is definitely not a good place. As Shiluli, who is most aware of the situation at present, she clearly knows where her strengths and weaknesses are. Zisu and Zhu Yinglyan are both powerful fighters. Although I have to rely on their strength, I can't let them find Luoyan unscathed, otherwise once a fight breaks out, it will be very disadvantageous to me. First create some tests and difficulties for them to consume their strength. Of course, if the two of them were to be defeated here because of their own intervention, it would seem that they could not borrow strength, but in the long run, it would be considered as eliminating a great enemy, and the result would not be too bad. Thinking of this, Shili could not help but feel happy. The gloom and pain of being teased and deceived by her husband finally dissipated a little. After entering the secret realm, she found that there was a huge city built here, and her estimation of the shooting gate in her heart also increased a lot. This place should be in addition to the monks of the sect. There are also many civilians related to the sect living here, so there is such a huge city. But why does the shooting gate also accommodate civilians? Thinking of this, Shili threw out a copper coin and made a hexagram. There was no response. There was obviously some kind of restriction in the cave here that suppressed the magic calculation, making it impossible for her to predict the future. So Shili did not hesitate, and quickly chose a house and hid in it. Zisu and Zhu Yinglyan, who entered the secret realm with her at the same time, appeared in a dark environment. There were muddy blue bricks all around, and the stone floor underfoot was uneven, with shallow puddles everywhere. Zisu tilted her head to take a look, and when she saw that it was Zhu Yinglyan who came, she showed a disappointed look. "Where is Dongyu? Have you seen her?" "She ran away a long time ago," Zhu Yinglyan thought in her heart, but she didn't tell her the truth, just said lightly. "She came in before you." "Yeah." Zisu frowned again and looked around. Although she didn't see anyone, a sense of approaching danger became more and more intense in her sea of consciousness. She slowly pinched out the sword formula, and the Feian sword and the Hanli sword were unsheathed at the same time, suspended in the air in front of her, ready for battle. Seeing that she was facing a great enemy, Zhu Yinglyan couldn't help but pinch out the Taoist formula, and the Ku9 Phoenix Fire was ready to go at any time. After only a few breaths, the prison door in front suddenly opened slowly. From the door, a hand first stretched out, grabbed the edge of the prison door, and then slowly pushed it out. There was neither flesh nor bone on the hand, but some kind of soft, mud-like grey texture, barely outlining the shape of 5 fingers. Then, the body of the man squeezed out from behind that door. It was also muddy skin that exuded a foul smell. Only the holes of the facial features could be barely seen above the neck, which made people want to vomit. "Nueluo," Fenlan suddenly said in Zhu Yinglyan's sea of consciousness. "What?" "A creature corrupted by the demons." Fenlan said in a solemn tone, "It is said that before Nue repaired the sky, the demons could easily come down from the leaves in the sky to prey on the world. Some demons are too lazy to hunt themselves, so they will cast some kind of spell to corrupt the human race or the demon race, transforming them into this kind of rotten body." Before Fenlan finished speaking, Zisu could no longer hold back and took the initiative. The Feian sword shot out quickly, piercing the body of the mud monster. A raging flame suddenly broke out from the wound, and instantly enveloped the opponent's body. The most difficult part of this mud-bearing Luo is that its attack range is extremely large, and it is invulnerable to swords and guns, and difficult to be hurt by water and fire. Fenlan continued. I saw that the burning fireman in front suddenly spurted out a huge mud column. It was hard to tell whether it was a tentacle or something else in the center of the mud column, but it was wrapped in a sticky mud-like unknown substance, which made people dare not touch it at all. Although Nzisu did not have mysophobia, he also kept a distance from such filth, and simply performed the dividing cloud 8 diagram step, moving around the room like lightning, avoiding all the splashing mud and water. Zhu Yinglong spit fire from his mouth and nose, and performed the great bright fire, forming a wide isolation belt around him, burning the mud until it was completely vaporized. Although the two of them dealt with it easily, seeing the mud scattered on the ground and corroding large and small pits on the stone floor, they immediately knew that this thing was absolutely extremely poisonous to the flesh, and even clothes could not be stained with a little bit. Nzisu wanted to attack again, but Zhu Yinglong stopped him. Retreat first. I can still fight. Nzisu said seriously. You can fight. Zhu Yinglong said coldly, but look at your attack, does it have any effect on it? Nzisu looked closely and saw that the flames had gradually extinguished, and the hole pierced by the flying sword was also healing rapidly. What's more troublesome is that this is obviously not caused by any spell, but the effect of the monster's own bloodline or supernatural power. This sword technique is useless, and the Taoist method is useless. Nzisu thought carefully, and it seems that there is no other trick. Senior. Zhu Yinglong and Nzisu quickly retreated to the back, trying to lure the monster away from the prison door, and asked in their hearts, what good way to deal with this mud monster? Seal. Fen Lan replied, seal these mud monsters and leave them somewhere. Zhu Yinglong immediately thought of the ancient human race, especially the Buddhist sect, who liked to deal with the demons in the past, and then seal all the captured demons in a remote place and leave them there. In other words, in the era when powerful people emerged in large numbers, was there no better way to deal with the immortal demons? Her expression sank, and she pinched the Taoist formula in her hand, and then cast the authentic magic of Kunling Chuan Men. The Supreme Chuanji Spirit Talisman. As soon as the Spirit Talisman appeared, the mud monster's movement slowed down. The two took the opportunity to fly around on their swords and quickly escaped from the dungeon from behind it. Outside the dungeon was a dark and damp corridor, with water constantly seeping down from the ceiling. There were also faint moans and roars in his ears, which seemed to come from the cells on both sides. Nzisu was upset and asked Zhu Yinglong, is there no way to suppress the monster directly? No. Zhu Yinglong replied. Most of the races in this world do not have the immortality of the demons. In addition, since Niwei repaired the sky, the number of cases of demons coming to the world to eat people directly has greatly decreased, resulting in the corresponding sealing spells being lost like thunder spells due to the loss of their use, or being put aside. Although the Tiasan Chuanji Lingfa has the ability to seal and suppress, it is ultimately a spell rather than a magic weapon. When the true essence injected by Zhu Yinglong is exhausted, it will naturally lose its effect. I can't kill it, and I can't suppress it. What should I do? What can I do? Nzisu said irritably. Zhu Yinglong ignored her, thinking that it was true that they said that Shushan was a rough man. What could I do when I encountered such a difficult monster? Of course, this senior sister was beautiful, and she was outspoken and straightforward. In the eyes of most men, they would think that this fairy was really easy to deceive. No, she was really cute, which was a normal plus point. But Zhu Yinglong, as a straight woman, didn't like this appearance plus point. Secondly, she had a strict family education since childhood and was very well educated. She didn't like Nzisu's straightforward style, so her impression of her was naturally inferior. Although Nzisu didn't have any scruples when she spoke, she was born with a sword heart after all. She realized that Elder Cunning didn't want to pay attention to her, so she kept silent. The two of them passed through a long corridor and finally returned to the surface. Just as they went out, they saw that the courtyard outside was already surrounded by the kind of mud monsters they had dealt with before. A rough count showed that there were no less than 30 of them. Even though Nzisu was brave and fearless, and Zhu Yinglong was calm and composed, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling at this bad situation. Looking at the Niblu again, they all turned their eyes to this side. The two of them only had time to say the word go before they fled to the left and the right. If the two of them were walking together, with more than 30 Nibluo chasing behind them, the situation would be extremely dangerous. But if they ran separately, the pursuers would naturally be divided into two, and the corresponding pressure would be much less. Let's not talk about the many dangers outside for now, but Chen Yonzhu was in the dark room, listening to the shadows' detailed talk. The other party was not in a hurry to ask for help, but continued to communicate with Chen Yonzhou patiently, trying to win his trust. Since the mutation, we can't see the light, otherwise the human part of our soul will be greatly burned and damaged. Therefore, the predecessors used magic to open up such a small light-proof space, allowing us to survive in it. In addition to us, some survivors of the sect have also found ways to protect themselves. I will tell you in detail later. In short, those fellow disciples who have completely transformed into demons are not afraid of light exposure, and they've also inherited the demon's ferocious nature of cannibalism, but their own spiritual intelligence has been completely annihilated. Among these fellow disciples, the largest number and the lowest rank are called Nibluo, which means rotten people. They are currently the biggest threat to hunting us. The Nibluo has two major characteristics. One is that its body is amorphous. Even if there is only a gap, the opponent can get in, unless it is isolated from the space. These Nibluo have no intelligence and cannot operate the magic circle, so they can't threaten our space, but we can't get out either, so we can only be trapped here. The second is that it is hard to penetrate by swords and guns, and it is invulnerable to water and fire. At this point, Chen Yonzhou couldn't help but say, "What do you mean by hard to penetrate by swords and guns, and it is invulnerable to water and fire? You might as well just say that it is immortal. How can we deal with it?" The room was silent for a moment, and only the shadow on the opposite side asked in a puzzled tone, "It is immortal, but can't it be solved by sealing? Is the sealing technique so easy to do?" Chen Yonzhou was about to refute this remark, but then he thought that in the ancient times when Taoism was prosperous, even thunder magic was everywhere, and the sealing technique might also be a common thing. If he revealed the truth, he would definitely lower the other party's expectations, so Chen Yonzhou sighed and said, "In that case, I can only use the universe in my sleeve." The universe in my sleeve? The other party was shocked at first, and then immediately overjoyed. If fellow Taoist knows this secret method, it would be the best. Just seal that Ebola, and then use the universe in my sleeve to throw it into the nearby subspace, and naturally it will be a permanent solution. Chen Yonzhou thought about it carefully, and thought that if it was so easy, he could help. Let's see if the conditions they give are enough. Seeing the other party mumbling in silence, the shadow naturally understood and said, "We have all been transformed into half-demon bodies, and we don't even have the ability to circulate our true essence, let alone activate the Taoist flying sword. Therefore, the many Taoist secrets left by looting sect are useless to us. Why not pass them on to fellow Taoists?" "I see," Chen Yonzhou said casually, and suddenly asked, "After hundreds of thousands of years, have the original secret scrolls been preserved?" The other party laughed for a while and said, "Of course not. Not preserved, that is to say, they are all remembered in the mind." Although this shadow claimed to be a low-level cultivator of looting sect, he spoke without leaking a drop of water, and did not give Chen Yonzhou any chance to have any bad intentions. Chapter 1028. Weak Shiluli. Chen Yonzhou thought for a while, and finally decided to agree. The reason is very simple. In order to avoid being pursued or hunted by his wives, he has to stay here for a while. The existence of these demonic creatures such as Niwaluo not only threatens the safety of these shadow people, but also poses a threat to him who stays here. When encountering a threat, it is the most reasonable way to solve it. Being lazy or playing ostrich is not appropriate. After all, he has the strength to solve these threats. Just catch the cave in the sleeve, just like the immortal operation when facing the siege of the demon sect. After all the hidden dangers of this cave are eliminated, he can stay comfortably for a few years, and when the time is right, he will go to find that Kunlun mirror. It is best to catch it on the spot when she is repairing the sky, and then ask her what she did to him. Well, why does it seem to be wrong? Chen Yonzhou thought about it, although he vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't notice anything wrong after careful recollection. In the past, it was Arjun who reminded him at such times. But now that Arjun is gone and Suman Jian is a fool, he can only pretend that there is no problem and take it one step at a time. After saying goodbye to the shadow, Chen Yonzhou left the house. His spiritual sense quickly swept around and confirmed that the dark space here was not large. There were only about 20 houses around the center of the market and about 30 shadow people. To be able to open up a cave in the cave, it must be a great power with extremely high attainments in formations, but according to the shadow in the lead, the senior later left the cave and unfortunately died at the hands of the demon monk. Chen Yonzhou expressed doubts about this. After all, after being transformed into a shadow, not only all kinds of Taoist methods, flying swords and other means are all ineffective, but also have the disadvantage of being afraid of light. With so many negative states superimposed on him, why didn't the great power stay in the cave until the end of time and go out for a stroll? This is unreasonable. In any case, although these Nibluo are quite difficult for ordinary monks, he is proficient in various formations and has a cave in his sleeve. He can pretend as many as he wants and has no fear at all. After leaving the darkness from the light gate, Chen Gyonzui returned to the dead city again. The original name of this city in Yutingmen is no longer traceable. Anyway, the shadow people call it Dead City. Looking around, it is indeed dead and silent, without any vitality. There are no plants, no birds or beasts, only ancient buildings destroyed by time, standing quietly around. The first commission of the shadow leader was to ask Chen Gyonzui to first clear out all the mudworms in the market area. There are high walls separating different areas of the dead city, and there are plank roads on them for guards to patrol. Now it is completely desolate. Chen Gyonzui walked around and came up with some motives. Sure enough, a mudworm stumbled out of the house. The appearance of this mudworm is really disgusting. Whether it is its hands, feet, body or head, it is all soft and muddy. If you look closely, there are countless holes on it, which is enough to make anyone with intensive phobia vomit. They are all demons, so why is my wife Jing so beautiful? So she is the type that is evolved successfully, and you're the product of failure, right? It doesn't seem to be the case. Sumin Jian thought, Master Sword Master, didn't you also encounter various demons in the Seven Treasures Chuan Yuan secret realm? It should be that only the top level of demons, that is, the Great Free Demon, are the most beautiful. The lower the level, the uglier they are, and at the bottom, they are all kinds of weird shapes. Chen Gyonzui recalled carefully and found that it was indeed as Sumin Jian said. Not only the demons, but also the human race and the demon race are similar. The cultivators are all handsome and beautiful, while the mortals without cultivation and the little demons without transformation are all kinds of ugly. Niwaluo roared and pounced on him. The poisonous body fluids on his body looked very deterrent, but Chen Gyonzui just waved his hand and put Niwaluo into his sleeve and sealed it directly. Even if this trick is used to attack ordinary cultivators, at least they know how to dodge. It can be seen that this Nibluo really lacks intelligence, so just deal with it casually. Chen Gyonzui continued to stroll around the market, luring all the Nibluo he met and cleaning them up. According to what the Shadow Man said, in addition to them hiding in the dark cave, there may be some shadow people hiding in any dark enclosed space in the buildings around the market, but because of the existence of Nibluo, their chances of survival are not high, so please help Chen Gyonzui to keep an eye on them. Anyway, it's just a piece of cake, so he will deliberately make some noise at the door every time he passes a house. It is not only to lure out the Nibluo inside, but also to consider that if there is a shadow person hiding inside, it can convey the signal to the other party that someone is passing by here. When passing by a house, Chen Gyonzui suddenly heard the sound of fighting coming from inside. There can't be any survivors. When he was about to enter, he saw that the main door of the house was suddenly blown open from the inside. A sturdy Nibluo was washed out from the inside by the rolling torrent. The water kept flowing, and it was still rushing down along the street. Then, Shili poked her head out from the crack of the door, as if to confirm the situation of the Nibluo. At this moment, Chen Gyonzui had the urge to turn around and leave. But he knew that his wife would definitely be suspicious, so he just forced himself to calm down and bowed his hands and said, "Doya?" Shili's heart almost stopped beating when she saw his appearance. This person, although he seemed to have never seen him before, he always felt a sense of familiarity. She subconsciously thought of a fortune-telling, but soon forced herself to hold back the impulse. No, if this person is really the bastard, I will tell the fortune in front of him, even if I cover it with my sleeves, he will definitely be suspicious. Therefore, Shili just pretended not to recognize her at all and bowed in return. Penglai Dongyu, hello, fellow Taoist, may I ask your Taoist name? Oh, Wang Shang greets fellow Taoist Dongyu. Seeing her hands outside, Chen Gyonzui secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile on his face, Wang Shan? Shili pondered the meaning of this Taoist name secretly, but said, Taoist, did you also happen to enter this secret realm? That's not the case. Chen Gyonzui thought to himself, just by chance? Didn't you come here specifically to find me? He lied without any flaws on his face. I came here to explore the whereabouts of the ancient sect Yutim sect and find some useful secret techniques and treasures. I see. Shili nodded and said, I came here by accident. I didn't expect this place to be an ancient sect. Just looking at the city, I thought it was the residence of the human race. Taoist, you are joking. Chen Yonzhua didn't believe her accidentally entered this place at all, but just smiled and said, if it was the residence of the human race, how could it be possible to open up this cave alone? Indeed. Shili knew that he didn't believe her, and didn't continue to add fuel to the fire, and said, Taoist, are you familiar with this place? There are strange monsters everywhere here. Maybe we can travel together and take care of each other. I'm not familiar with this. Chen Yonzhua said calmly. Oh. Shili pretended not to notice his refusal, but hesitated for a long time before speaking again. To be honest, I was born in Pengliu King Temple, and fighting with others is not my forte. If you can lend a helping hand, that would be great. Chen Yonzhua was startled when he heard this, and hesitant in his heart. Intellectually, of course, he should turn around and leave coldly, and ignore any requests from the other party. But emotionally, how outstanding is Shi Xiaoyang's wisdom, how weak is her fighting ability, what if she encounters a mud-whining Luoyu and is swallowed by the other party? Previously, it was in the closed environment inside the building, and the water of the Tianhe River could make the other party have nowhere to hide, and the water pressure could directly crush the other party. In the open space outside, there may not be such an environment that can be used. Chen Yonzhua was still hesitating, and Shili saw that he was hesitant, so he was not in a hurry, just waiting for him to think silently. So, fellow Taoist, are you planning to leave here immediately? Chen Yonzhua suddenly asked. Of course. Shili said decisively, and then seemed to remember something, and smiled. However, it's the same as fellow Taoist. If you can find 1 or 2 secret methods and secret treasures, it won't be too late to go out again. To be honest, although I am not good at fighting, I still have some attainments in the field of magic calculation and formation. Chen Yonzhua heard that she seemed to want to stay, so he pretended to frown and think for a moment, and then said, but fellow Taoist, there seems to be some restrictions in this cave that will suppress the power of magic calculation. Oh, fellow Taoist also knows magic calculation? Shili immediately tried. I don't understand. Chen Yonzhua did not reveal any flaws, it's just that before looking for this secret realm, I checked the relevant ancient books and learned that the sphere of influence of the Yuting sect once occupied most of Shenzhou, so the defensive strength of the sect's resident was also very high. It is not surprising that there is a means of isolating magic calculation exploration. Is that so? Shili thought to himself that it was no wonder that the other party was so confident, but I forgot about it. As long as I am in this secret realm, my magic skills will be useless. I can only use other means to identify whether he has used illusions to cover his appearance. But this bastard's illusions were hidden in Pengliu for hundreds of years and no one could see through them. How can I identify them now? It seems that I have to go with him and try slowly. That was a miscalculation on my part. Shili smiled and said, however, fellow Taoist may not know that the school I studied comes from the Pengliu Tiangong workshop, and I am most proficient in various weapon-making techniques. Since the Yuting sect was once so prominent, I believe it must have many rare and secret treasures of high grade. If fellow Taoist is willing to go with me, I can identify them for free. Chen Yonzhua was silent again. He saw that Shili was not willing to give up and wanted to stay here to find her husband. He was about to find a reason to continue to refuse when he heard the other party say, my fighting skills are weak. Are you afraid that I will be greedy for the treasure and plot against you? That's not the case. Chen Yonzhua waved his hand, it's just a lot of inconveniences, fellow Taoist Wang Shan. Shili asked directly, if I insist on not going out, will you force me? Chapter 1029. The talk is not talked to. It is impossible to use force, of course. How can I force my wife? But if I give in a little, the other party will immediately notice something wrong like Nzesu did. If the two of them have never been similar before, why should I give in to her? Therefore, Chen Yonzhua put on a tough attitude and said, I'm used to being alone and not used to working with others. Goodbye. Wait. Shili hurriedly called him, but Chen Yonzhua ignored him and just walked away. This market area seems small, but it is not small. Various interlaced houses have surrounded many complex and rugged alleys that are easy to hide dirt. Should I fly low on the sword and explore these alleys? Chen Yonzhua was thinking about this, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait, the reason why I had to hide here was because the cave here could block Shili's magic exploration. However, Shili has already found me by other means. Is there any need for me to stay here? Otherwise, let's run away. Such thoughts arose in Chen Yonzhua's mind, but soon extinguished again. It was very simple. Although Shili had found this place, the effect of the shielding spell still existed, so she could not confirm her identity. But if she left this cave, and she literally followed her out, and then counted with her fingers, wouldn't that be the end? At the beginning, even if she hid in the secret realm of the giant tree, she could be found by the other party. Chen Yonzhu had a headache, and his consciousness swept back again, and he found that she literally was following him secretly. Or to be more precise, she tried to be sneaky, but in fact she was completely exposed in his sight. Chen Yonzhu felt more and more helpless, thinking to himself that he couldn't leave, and he couldn't stay. What should he do? On the other side, after Zhu Yingyan got rid of the Miwei behind him, he looked at the unfamiliar environment around him and felt a little irritated for a while. Such a big cave, where can I go to find that cave? After a careful investigation, she determined that she should be on a hill, with lush trees and beautiful flowers everywhere, but there was no bird or insect, and it seemed quiet and dead. Looking down from the hill, there was a huge city below, which was divided into many urban areas by high walls like spider webs. Some urban areas were obvious markets, with wide main roads and large open spaces. Some were lined with residential houses, mostly small and dilapidated. From common sense, these urban areas should be for civilians to survive, so where should monks live? Zhu Yingyan looked behind him. That was the palace on the top of the hill, which was also the highest point of the entire city. Suddenly, a sword-like shot from a distance and then stopped in front of Zhu Yingyan. It was indeed Nzesu, who was in harmony with the sword. Are you still alive? Nzesu said in surprise. Zhu Yingyan immediately sank his face. Can you speak? If you can't speak, can't you shut up? The monster's attack speed is very fast. Seeing her unhappy face, Nzesu explained, I relied on my footwork to shake them off. Of course I also have a secret method. Although his ability to shuttle through fire was no secret in Kunlun Tai King sect, Zhu Yingyan did not want to explain it to the other party. That's good. Nzesu breathed a sigh of relief. At least if we go together, you won't hold me back. Zhu Yingyan's mood became worse and worse, and he questioned. Why should I go with you? Aren't you going to find Dongyu? Nzesu asked. That's right. Zhu Yingyan said perfunctorily. I also want to find Dongyu. Nzesu said as a matter of course, since we have the same goal, why don't we go together? Why should we go together if we have the same goal? Zhu Yingyan said that she couldn't understand her thinking, but she wisely didn't dwell on this topic, and just walked silently towards the bottom of the hill. Why don't you go up? Nzesu asked again. If there are enemies, the enemies above may be more powerful. Zhu Yingyan said casually, Dongyu is born in Penglai and is not good at fighting. I don't think she will run up, she should be hiding in some secret and safe place, waiting for us to find her. That makes sense. Nzesu said in a thoughtful tone, although her expression did not show that she was thinking. The two walked down the mountain road until they stepped into the densely populated urban area again. Zhu Yingyan suddenly asked, by the way, why did the Chin Sword Master suddenly leave the sect? I don't know. Speaking of this, Nzesu also felt annoyed. Seeing her cold attitude, Zhu Yingyan tactfully stopped talking. After a while, Nzesu seemed to be inspired and sighed. The most difficult thing to understand in this world is the human heart. Yes. Zhu Yingyan deeply agreed, even if you are with someone day and night, who can say that you really understand each other completely? This resonated with Nzesu. Thinking of junior brother Ling's determination to avoid seeing him, he felt even more uncomfortable and painful. Next, the two of them continued to talk to each other. But I don't know if it was because of their incompatibility or their bad mood. They would finish talking after just 2 or 3 sentences, and they couldn't communicate at all afterwards. In the opposite direction of the city where the two were, in the market area on the other side of the city, Chen Yonzhu was boredly looking for the Niwei to kill. She followed closely behind him. She recognized that Chen Yonzhu was using a very ancient and rare secret technique, the world in the sleeve. It must be said that this sealing secret technique is extremely effective in restraining the demons. Just throw the sleeves casually and the opponent will be put into the sleeves, without any chance of escape. And in her memory, she has never seen that bastard master this secret technique. She only wanted to ask about the origin of this technique, but this thing is a more important private secret after all, and she knew that the other party would definitely not answer, so she could only guess secretly in her heart. Chen Yonzhu cleared all the monsters in the market and turned back to the market. She followed him to the center of the street, and saw a light black 3-dimensional light gate slowly emerging from the void. What is this? She asked curiously. Chen Yonzhu ignored her and stepped into it. The vision changed rapidly, and the light around him dimmed. Shirley followed him into the small cave, and saw that there were some shadowy figures with twisted limbs and strange shapes all around, and she almost screamed in fright. But seeing that Chen Yonzui ignored these shadows, she did not react, but just followed him silently with her head down, like a docile young wife returning to her husband's home with her husband. Entering a nearby house, it was completely dark inside and nothing could be seen clearly. Shirley was wondering whether he should let out some light, when he heard Chen Yonzui suddenly say, "The Nibluo in this area has been cleared." Great. A hoarse, low voice as if the vocal cords had been rubbed with sandpaper came from the distance. "The Nibluo in other urban areas will surely slowly infiltrate here, but that is all matter for the future. After the market is cleared, I hope fellow Daoist can help us confirm something from the government office." "Government office?" Chen Yonzui asked. "After you go out, just walk along the main road and you will arrive." The shadow said, "The government office used to be a city defense facility responsible for maintaining public order. There are not only mortal constables and police officers, but also deacons in the Jindan period. On average, there is one government office for every 4 urban areas, set up at the intersection of the urban area boundaries. A certain senior is the senior who opened up this cage for us. He said he would go to the government office to get something, but he never came back after he left. Although there is a high probability that he has fallen, I still want to ask you to confirm it for us. Of course, if there are any relics left, please keep them properly." "Well," Chen Yonzui responded and was about to turn around and leave, but he heard Shirley ask, "Are you cultivators from Yutingmen? Have you lived from ancient times to the present?" The shadow did not answer, as if he was guessing the relationship between the two. Shirley wanted to ask again, but Chen Yonzui had already pushed the door out, so she could only hurry up and follow. The two left the dark cave again and returned to the huge city of Yutingmen. Chen Yonzui quickly confirmed the location of the main road, and heard Shirley say, "Their words may not be credible." "Nonsense," Chen Yonzui said lightly, "do I look like a fool who believes everything the other party says? Then why do you still work for him?" Shirley frowned and asked. Chen Yonzui thought to himself, does this young lady really not know, or is she pretending not to know and testing my reaction? After considering the words for a while, he replied, "The secret methods and treasures left by the Yuting sect have to be obtained from the hands of these shadow monks. The reason we work for them is just a stopgap measure. In that case, this shadow seems to be similar to the Nibluo, and is also a product of some kind of demonization." Shirley said in a deep voice, "I have seen it in ancient books in the past. It said that in ancient times before the sky was repaired, there was a so-called demon sect. Unlike the demon sect that enslaves the demons today, this demon sect is based on the worship of the demons. They often abduct people for large-scale living sacrifices in order to create demonized monks. Those whose souls are dead but whose bodies are immortal are called Nibluo, and those whose bodies are withered but whose souls are deep are called Ghost Yanpo. Why does it sound very similar to the Ingidio's refining of corpses and ghosts?" Chen Yonzui said, pretending to be stupid. "The body and the soul are originally two completely different ways of cultivation." Shirley explained to him, "The Ingidio has corpse cultivation and ghost cultivation. The Tianma sect naturally also has two factions, the demonized body and the demonized soul. It's just that no matter which route they take, their strength level is far from that of the real great demon." "I see." Chen Yonzui pretended to be relaxed and asked Shirley, "Then according to your opinion, what should we do next?" Shirley saw that he threw the question back to him, and he did not get discouraged because of the fruitless test. Instead, he thought seriously for a moment and replied, "How about going to the government office first?" Chapter 1030 Why Saved Me? Once upon a time, Chen Yonzui thought that once he took off his mask, it would be like saying goodbye to them forever, and there would be no chance to meet again. However, in just a few months, Zhu Yinlian, Zisu and Shirley met one after another, which made him believe that something must have been done to him, and no matter where he hid, he would be just found by them. Among the three, Zisu was the most resolute, and he would shout and kill when he met him. Zhu Yinlian and Shirley were relatively alert, and they only noticed that something was wrong with him, but they did not have no evidence like Zisu, and they just insisted on his identity based on intuition. But if they get along for a long time, without the Kunlun Mirror's illusion hint, it would be a matter of time before they were discovered. Among them, the biggest threat to Chen Yonzui is Shirley's completely unreasonable arithmetic ability. The results of other people's arithmetic are to ask a question, and then the hexagram seems to have 4 interpretations of A, B, C, and D, but Shirley's arithmetic ability is the result of the hexagram is obviously A. In other words, most of the problems in this world are like completely solved crossword puzzles to her, without any secrets at all, so much so that even though he had already come here, she still came to his door, which was really scary. On the way to the government office, Chen Yonzhou deliberately walked slowly, and gradually came up with a plan in his mind. First, how to deal with the current situation. At present, it seems that before leaving this secret realm, Shiluli seems to have made up her mind to follow him. Fortunately, the cave here can block the arithmetic, making Lily's biggest means ineffective, otherwise I am afraid that I will be opened in a minute and my identity will be completely exposed. However, the exposure of the identity does not rely solely on arithmetic. As long as she continues to stay by my side, I will reveal my flaws sooner or later. After all, the understanding accumulated from hundreds of years of getting along day and night is not so easy to conceal. I can't stay here for a long time, this is one of them. Of course, it is definitely impossible to leave directly. Once I disappear, Shiluli will definitely realize that I have left, and as long as she leaves the cave, the arithmetic ability will return to normal, and I will be immediately seen through by her disguise. Therefore, we must first think of a way to drag her here. If Kunlun Mirror was here, Chen Yonzhou would immediately ask her to disguise herself and help let Shiluli and even other wives away, but the broken mirror ran away. Today, he also realized that it was not only a Jin who needed him, but he also couldn't do without a Jin's help. Apart from anything else, at least in terms of running away and disguising, it would be impossible for him to be perfect without a Jin. Therefore, the second thing is to go to the East China Sea to find a Jin immediately after leaving this cave. Without a Jin, I would be like Kalo without Gyurojia, like Shushan without the Prime Minister, which is naturally impossible. Whether it was her hand or not, we can slowly figure it out. But the most urgent task is to use a Jin's ability to conceal the perception of the wives. When Chen Yonzhou made up his mind, the two had already arrived at the gate of the government office. The government offices in ancient times were much different from the government offices in modern cities, and they were more like land temples than courts. There were two large vats on both sides of the door, with less than half of the sharp oil left. This was a long-burning lamp from ancient times. In modern times, due to the popularity of lighting instruments, this kind of thing that takes up too much space is basically no longer used. Shiluli looked at the burning candle wick in the center of the oil surface, wondering what he was thinking. Chen Yonzhou walked in without changing his expression, and saw several twisted Nibluo lying on the ground in the dark court, as if worshipping something. In front of them was a huge, weird statue. The statue was neither a Buddha nor an immortal, but a deformed monster with a big belly. Countless tentacles stretched out from its body and inserted into the heads of each Nibluo, as if sucking something. The Nibluo's hollow facial features showed no sadness or joy. Rather than being plundered, it was more like an active offering. After a few breaths, these Nibluo suddenly turned their heads at the same time and looked at Chen Yonzhou and Shiluli in silence. Shiluli stepped back slightly, feeling uneasy. Chen Yonzhou remained calm. He pinched the sword formula with one hand, and the fire dragon roar shot out rapidly, cutting off the tentacles at the same time. The tentacles looked thick, but they were actually fragile. Once burned by the flames of the fire dragon roar, they were immediately cut off cleanly. Shiluli glanced at it like lightning. She was more familiar with sword-making than formations, and soon recognized that the style of the fire dragon roar was not from any current sword-making style, but must be the product of some ancient and lost sword-making craft. The size and weight of the sword body obviously exceeded the values of the popular sword style, which means that the root bone and true essence of the sword rider are far beyond ordinary cultivators, so they use such a heavy flying sword, even heavier than the flying sword of the Shushan sword immortal who pays attention to the root bone. So, this Wang Duo is actually a rare body refining cultivator. She guessed this in her heart, but she didn't know that this was Chen Yonzhou deliberately misleading her. After abandoning Ling Yunpo's personality, Chen Yonzhou no longer has the blessing of natural sword bones. But he had the Qin's sword as his natal sword, which was hidden in his spine. Secondly, in order to play the role of Long Long, he used Jinglong's blood to nourish his blood vessels for many years, and he was proficient in dragon martial arts, so his physical strength was still far beyond that of ordinary human cultivators. Therefore, using the human body to manipulate the dragon's fire dragon flying sword would inevitably make Shiluli have an illusion. He was either a body cultivator or a demon, no matter which case, it had nothing to do with Luo Yan. Shiluli did think so, and even felt a little depressed for a while. Did she really make a mistake? But she soon realized that since that bastard could lurk in Pengliu King Temple for many years and was also doing well in Kunlun and Shushan, wouldn't it be normal for him to master some means to disguise other identities? Not to mention using such a heavy flying sword, even if he tore his shirt open on the spot and revealed the strong muscles of a body cultivator inside, what could it mean? Explain that he is not Luo Yan, because it is impossible for a person to be able to make weapons and array formations and refine the body. But don't you know Kunlun's thunder method and Shushan's sword control technique? Chen Yonzhou didn't know that Shilili had guessed the fact that he had opened multiple accounts, so he just used the fire dragon song to cut the tentacles, and then used the sleeves of Kaiang Kung to collect all the Nuluo and seal them up. Seeing that all his believers had disappeared, the statue was stunned for a moment, and then it shone brightly in anger. It exuded a purple light all over its body, as if it was floating lightly like a ribbon. Chen Yonzhou just took a look and immediately felt his heart and soul rippling, unable to control himself. No. The purple light has hallucinations, so you can't look at it. Chen Yonzhou quickly closed his eyes, and quickly blocked Shilili behind him, completely blocking her sight. Shilili was originally hit by the sight because of her lack of practical experience. Her body was stiff and her consciousness was frozen. But as Chen Yonzhou blocked her sight, she finally came to her senses and hurriedly drove the Gao Chen star sand to condense into a thick wall in front of her, completely blocking her sight. The next second, the star sand shattered again, and the huge demon tentacles penetrated the sand wall and stabbed the top of Shilili's head, but were quickly cut off by the flying sword. But Chen Yonzhou took action in time and blocked this fatal blow for her again. Shilili woke up from a dream, knowing that if she stayed here at this time, she would only become a burden to this bastard, so she quickly flew out of the hall on her sword. The statue seemed to know that Shilili was the weakness, and shot out tentacles to penetrate the wall again, trying to capture the sword light. But how could Chen Yonzhou give it the chance? As soon as Shilili left the field of vision, he pointed his finger silently and shot out a white lightning, which was the Shengxiao thunder that was specially designed to restrain the flesh. The Shengxiao thunder hit the bloated abdomen of the statue, and instantly penetrated it completely, and then exploded directly from the inside out, like a huge time bomb. The lower body of the statue became completely hollow, but soon countless granulations grew out of the torn part, and the wound was quickly sutured up from top to bottom. It seemed that it would be restored to its original state within a few breaths. Looking at Chen Yonzhou, his eyelids were also twitching. It was obviously another immortal demon creation. If it were other cultivators, they would be helpless just facing this immortal attribute, but Chen Yonzhou would not be stumped by such a problem. He shot out 2 more Shengxiao thunders, which directly blew the statue into 3 pieces. Then he used the universe in his sleeves to take away the middle piece. The statue wanted to repeat the same trick and grow the torn body completely again. However, the bloodliner magic power from the demon can ensure that the body can be reassembled even if it is blown into small pieces, but it is another matter if there are no pieces. After the neck and upper body were lost, the gaps between the head and the lower body squirmed for a long time before they were barely glued together again, turning into an even more deformed unknown creature. Chen Yonzhou was disgusted by the sight, so he simply shot out the Qinsuman sword, cut it in one clean cut, and then took away the body with the sleeve of Kaiang Kung, finally resolving the battle. The secret technique of his sleeve of Kaiang Kung was linked to a space specially opened up when he practiced the secret method. He originally intended to use it as a storage bag, but now that a lot of monsters were stuffed in it, it was estimated that it could only be used as a trash can. After solving this strange statue, Chen Yonzhou carefully scanned the interior of the lobby with his divine sense. In the past, things that could be solved with a scan of the Kunlun mirror could only be carefully explored with divine sense, and he found that there were strange stains everywhere on the ground, as if there was some kind of accumulation of debris. Behind the statue, which was originally blocked, was a deep and quiet corridor leading to the backyard. It was hard to see what was in the distance, only a vague outline could be seen. He was about to continue walking forward, when he suddenly saw Shilili outside returning. Seeing that the statue was gone, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and asked Chen Yonzhou with a gloomy look, "Thank you for saving me just now, but why did you save me?" The first half of the sentence was still a polite thank you. But when it came to the second half, she suddenly felt like gritting her teeth. Chapter 1031 The Unforgivable Person. Seeing Shilili gritting her teeth, Chen Yonzhou also sighed in his heart. Why do they all like to take risks and then test their identities by whether they will help others? Using that pure and innocent love between us, won't your heart hurt? Of course, after Nzisu's incident, Chen Yonzhou had already made a corresponding plan. He laughed and exclaimed, "After all, Doya is from Penglai Orthodox sect. If I don't save you, I'm afraid I will have a grudge with Doya." Before he finished speaking, he saw Shilili staring at him and suddenly shedding pearl-sized tears. Chen Yonzhu was slightly startled and continued to use the excuses he had prepared, but no matter how he explained, Shi Li did not refute, but bit her lower lip, stared at him with red eyes, and tears kept falling. This is really too foul, because women's tears are the best attack on men, especially when you know why these tears fall. Of course, scumbags are immune to this attack. Chen Yonzhu had undoubtedly not yet cultivated to the state of scumbag perfection, so he was soon overwhelmed by endless self-blame and self-blame. After a long silence, he sighed and said, "Doya, you are crying like this. It seems that I didn't just save you, but it seems that I bullied you. You are bullying me." Shi Li gritted her teeth and said, "What an unreasonable lady Luli." This sentence is quite unruly in the first version. Chen Yonzhu stabilized his mind, his expression turned cold, and he said slowly, "If Doya is unstable in his Taoism, it is recommended that you find a place to sit quietly and consolidate your state of mind. I have something else to do, so I'm sorry I can't accompany you." He turned and walked deep into the government office, while Shi Li wiped away her tears and continued to chase after him. "I want to see how long you can pretend to be stupid." If Anzisu was here, she wouldn't care about anything and would just draw her sword and chop the bastard to death. But Miss Lily is a reasonable person after all. She wants Chen Yonzhu to admit that he is Luoyan, and then settle accounts with him for betraying the sect, running away from home, and keeping a concubine. There is a priority. Chen Yonzhu entered the government office and soon found the residence of the guard. This residence has 3 bedrooms and a living room, and there is also a beautiful courtyard with a pond, which is very easy to recognize. After checking every room, he didn't find any useful clues. Chen Yonzhu was thinking hard about where the senior of Yuting sect had gone, and he heard Shi Li behind him coldly say, "Maybe he committed suicide because of guilt for abandoning his wife and children." "No, I'm doing business." "What are you doing here?" Chen Yonzhu didn't dare to refute, but pretended not to understand and didn't care about you, and continued to walk around the courtyard for a few more times. Looking at the design of the rooms in the east, south, west and north, it is in line with the 5 elements. The east is wood, so the rooms in the east are bedrooms, and there are many wooden furniture. The west is gold, so the rooms in the west have flying swords. The north is water, so the pond courtyard is in the north. The south is fire, so the rooms in the south have alchemy furnaces. Although these designs do not constitute any formations, they fully reflect the designer's obsessive-compulsive disorder and perfectionism. That's right. In this case, since the center is earth, there should be something in the center that represents the earth element. But Chen Yonzhu looked carefully and found that the rooms in the west, south, and east and the courtyard in the north were just an empty open-air spacious corridor connecting the courtyard and the rooms. "It must be a tunnel," Shi Li suddenly said. "Tunnel?" Chen Yonzhu thought carefully and there seemed to be no other possibility. He stared at the ground under his feet, wondering where the trigger switch of the tunnel would be, only to hear Shi Li say again, "Why, the 5 elements divine light can't be released. Do you want me to step aside for a while and come back after you use the Taoist magic?" "Taoist friend." Chen Yonzhu couldn't stand it anymore. "Can you stop saying these inexplicable words? What is the 5 elements divine light? Why don't I understand?" "Here." Shi Li just sneered, "You swore in front of my father's tomb that you would be loyal to me for the rest of your life, but now you have swallowed all those vows and put them in that toilet. Aren't you afraid that breaking the oath will anger the heavenly being, and a thunderbolt will be sent down to kill you when you pass the tribulation?" Chen Yonzhu subconsciously wanted to refute, "When the hell did I swear in front of my master's tomb?" but he quickly reacted. Cunning. Really cunning. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have almost fallen into your trap. Fellow Taoist. He showed a helpless expression, spread his hands and said, "I am flattered by your favor. But I have made up my mind. I want nothing else in this life but immortality, freedom and great ease. Therefore, I can only let you down. Eternal life, freedom and great ease." Shi Li said coldly, "I don't think it's possible. Do you know? Shushan Jingxiao is here with a sword in hand. When she finds you here, that will be the day when you, a bastard, surrender." Chen Yonzhu was suddenly shocked. "What, senior sister-in is here too? Stop pretending," Shi Li said sarcastically. "Why don't you continue to perform that? Doya, I don't know what you are talking about. Who is Shushan Jingxiao?" Ahem. Chen Yonzhu knew that he had accidentally revealed a trace of fear just now, which was keenly captured by Miss Luli, and he quickly made amends and said that Shushan Jingxiao is also a lunatic. "Last time I met him in that jungle of southern Xinjiang, I don't know why he identified me as a cultivator of the Eastern Emperor, and he insisted on drawing his sword to kill me. He used the theory of 9 false and 1 true here. Except for identifying me as a cultivator of the Eastern Empire, the rest of the content was all true, which also explained why he was frightened just now, not to mention that his expression, tone and reaction were extremely natural, without any pause or hesitation, and naturally there was no flaw. But he didn't know that Shillelagh had already used magic to calculate the result, and calculated that he and the Chainsaw Master of Shushan were the same person. Hearing him admit that he was being hunted by Shushan Jingzhao, she believed even more in her judgment that this man is her husband. Moreover, he could lie to her in front of her, her own wife, with gritted teeth. She could not help but burst into tears. Her tears rolled down like a fallen pearl curtain, and she sobbed intermittently. Even though Chen Yonzui was reluctant, he had been tricked just now, so how could he dare to hesitate again? He just showed an embarrassment and confusion, and persuaded. "Why are you crying like this, fellow Taoist? I'm really confused. Let's put it this way, are you looking for your Taoist partner? What's his name, what's his Taoist name, what sect he comes from, and what are his characteristics? You might as well tell me, and I will ask relatives and friends to help you find him. How about it? That dead guy in my family is named Luo Menjian." Shillelagh was originally full of sorrow, but seeing that Chen Yonzui was still pretending, she suddenly became furious and said viciously, "His Taoist name is Jinun, but I don't know his real name. He was born in Yuking Penglai Temple, but where he had worshipped before that is unknown. His characteristics are that he is unforgivable and has committed heinous crimes. I hope he will be struck by thunder from heaven and burned by fire from the earth. He is hated by both humans and gods. One day he can only escape back to Yuking Temple and kneel down crying and begging me to take him in and shelter him." She said this with gritted teeth, which frightened Chen Yonzui secretly. "Why is it so? Why is it so? What have I done to make you treat me as an enemy? Master Sword Master." Qin Suming Jian reminded in a low voice, the meaning of her last half sentence should be that she hopes you can turn back from your mistakes and go home to reunite with her as soon as possible. Nonsense, if you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them indiscriminately. Chen Yonzui complained, "What does it mean to turn back from your mistakes?" And she just said that she hopes I'll escape back and beg her, but she didn't say that she would agree. Suming, you would fall for such a simple trap. If He Jin was here, he would never say such stupid words. Suming Jian laughed and thought to himself, then you should find Kunlun Mirror as your life. Seeing that Chen Yonzui was speechless, Shillelagh finally calmed down and suppressed his anger, just staring at him coldly. Stare. From the current evidence, it is not 100% certain that this Taoist Wang Shan has been nailed to Luo Yan's identity panel. But with her unique female intuition, she could already believe that the man in front of her was Luo Yan in disguise. Otherwise, if it was another strange man, how could he tolerate her unreasonable behavior? How could he stand up to help her when she was in crisis? It was Luo Yan, it was Luo Yan. Shillelagh became more and more angry as she thought about it. She also thought about how she had pressed him to ask, but the other party had been pretending to be ignorant. She suddenly wanted to just draw her sword and kill this unfaithful man to see if he would use the 5 elements divine light to hit her. Then she realized that with her weak strength, even if she tried her best, she probably couldn't force him to show his trump card, and she was a little discouraged and desperate. Chen Yonzui also walked around silently with his wife's angry eyes that seemed to want to kill. Under the floor, he pulled out the fire dragon and then chopped it hard on the stone slab. With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere, and the stone slab did not move at all, without even a crack. Hearing Shillelagh's chuckle behind him, Chen Yonzui immediately turned around and saw the young lady trying hard to hold back her laughter, glancing at him provocatively. He couldn't complain and turned his gaze back again. He had already confirmed 2 things in his heart. First, there must be a secret passage under this floor. After all, ordinary stone slabs can't withstand the cutting of flying swords. This stone slab is obviously specially treated. Second, special treatment means that it is highly unlikely to destroy the stone slab violently. Either find the right way to open it, or use the 5 elements divine light or Tianu divine shuttle to skip class, but the latter cannot be exposed to Shillelagh, which belongs to Luo Yan's unique ability and magic weapon. Do I really have to ask her to step aside for a moment? Just say that you have a secret method that cannot be easily leaked. That's already confessing yourself, okay? Seeing that Chen Yonzui was at a loss, Shillelagh continued to watch coldly, thinking to himself, this stone slab is definitely protected by a ban. It is impossible for you to break it violently from the outside unless you use the 5 elements divine light. I'll see what you do. Thinking of this, she felt a spontaneous sense of revenge, as well as some nervousness and anxiety about seeing the truth. On the other side, Mzisu and Zhu Yinglyan walked in silence. When they met a lonely Wailu on the road, they attacked together, first smashing the opponent into pieces. This would slow down the opponent's regeneration speed as much as possible, and then quickly left before the opponent recovered. How long would it take to find it if you are looking for it aimlessly like this? Mzisu became irritated. Zhu Yinglyan did not say anything, thinking to himself, if you have a good idea, then use it. What's the point of getting angry when you don't have any idea? I'm not the chainsaw master, I won't fall for your little temper. But Mzisu naturally didn't mean to blame her, he just slashed at the building next to him with his flying sword as if to vent his anger. Strange. Zhu Yinglyan suddenly said, have you noticed that there seem to be very few mud bluffs in this city? No. Mzisu said with a cold face, we killed 2 and we came in just now. She insisted on chopping the opponent into pieces killing, and Zhu Yinglyan didn't care about this statement, just said, along the way, every time I pass a city, I will count the number of mud bluffs I encounter and their distribution locations. At present, unless affected by some special circumstances, most mud bluffs will intentionally keep a distance from their own kind, which leads to a very even distribution of mud bluffs in each city. But only in this city, the mud bluffs are particularly scattered. Seeing that Mzisu was getting impatient, Zhu Yinglyan went straight to the point. In other words, there is something around here that attracted the nearby mud bluffs away, or killed them. So what? Mzisu asked puzzled. No so. Zhu Yinglyan said helplessly, I'm just discussing with you to see what you think, forget it, just ignore what I said. Chapter 1032. Fight and wait lully, according to the 5 elements law. Chen Yonzhua pondered, does it mean that I need to use the earth-moving Taoist method to open this place? It's very likely. Shiluli said with a chuckle, why don't you take out your Wang Time Kun sword and activate the mountain-moving Taoist method on it to try? I don't know the earth-moving Taoist method. Chen Yonzhua sighed. So you don't deny that you have the Wang Time Kun sword, right? Shiluli pressed on step by step. Why do you insist that I am your husband? Chen Yonzhua pretended to be puzzled. Why did your husband pretend to be just passing by? Shiluli asked him back. Do you have any evidence? Chen Yonzhua finally got angry. No need to have any. Shiluli stared at Chen Yonzhua's eyes and said with gritted teeth, Luo Yan, you bastard. How long do you want to pretend? This woman was unyielding, and Chen Yonzhua had no way to deal with her, so he could only lower his head and continue to study the ground. He remembered that last time he and senior sister were in the abyss of the giant tree secret realm, there was a mechanism that required the use of the dividing cloud vacuum step to walk out a corresponding trajectory on the ground in order to open the space under the ground. But the design of that mechanism was to try to pass on the dividing cloud vacuum step. And the underground secret room here was to prevent the prying and invasion of malicious outsiders, so it was almost impossible to intentionally leave any clues or reminders on the ground. Denoya. Chen Yonzhua suddenly asked, do you feel strange? If the Shadow Man wants us to find his predecessor, and his predecessor is in this underground secret room, why didn't the Shadow Man reveal the opening mechanism of this secret room to us in advance? What's the matter? Shiluli snorted, it's obvious that he doesn't trust you. But if he doesn't tell us, then we will most likely not be able to open this underground secret room, and we won't be able to find the remains of their predecessors. Chen Yonzhua said. Shiluli was silent for a moment, then said, what if this is exactly what they want? You mean? Chen Yonzhua immediately changed his mind after she reminded him. If the other party's purpose is not to find the so-called remains of the predecessor, but to confirm whether the underground secret room here is open, if I don't find the remains of the predecessor and go back empty-handed, the other party will naturally know that the secret room has not been opened. But if the secret room has been opened by someone, then there is a huge hole in the ground in the backyard of the government office here, which I must have seen during my search. As long as I go in, I can find the remains of the predecessor, which proves that the secret room has been opened by someone. As for the person who may have opened the secret room, it's not difficult to guess. The Shadow Man had said before that they relied on the light-proof space opened by the predecessor to survive until now. But it is definitely impossible to rule out other cultivators of Yutingmen who survived by other means and came here in advance to open the secret room and take away the things inside. So, they are not concerned about the remains of the predecessors, but what they really care about is the things in the secret room. Chen Yonzhua concluded, this thing must be very valuable, so much so that they used the remains of the predecessors as a cover, fearing that I would secretly intend to force the secret room open. Shili was so smart that she immediately reasoned with him after hearing these few words. What treasure is in the secret room? She pondered for a moment, then suddenly reacted and sneered, you have a sharp mind, why don't you pretend to be a fool? Can a fool live in the world of cultivation and cultivate to the nascent soul realm? Chen Yonzhua glanced at her speechlessly. Shili was stunned for a moment before realizing that she was despised, and immediately squeezed her hand bones until they cracked. Otherwise, regardless of whether he is Luoyan or not, find an opportunity to sneak attack and chop him off. Such a despicable man, it would probably be a good idea to kill him. Her eyes wandered over Chen Yonzhua's back, and the latter felt hairy when she looked at him, and couldn't help but follow her gaze. Then she suddenly noticed that the gaps between the stone slabs on the ground were too large, and it didn't seem to be formed naturally. Generally speaking, considering thermal expansion and contraction, most stonemasons who build the ground of the sect will leave some gaps between the stone slabs to prevent them from expanding and cracking each other when the temperature is high. But this gap cannot be too large, otherwise, with the abundant spiritual energy in most sect garrisons, grass will soon grow from it. The saying that grass grows in the sect is not a good saying. Only those sects that have been exterminated will have grass growing in their garrisons. Therefore, stonemasons will definitely not leave such a large gap. Even if someone fights and cracks the floor, they have to repair it in time. Chen Yonzhua squatted on the ground, took out a small dagger, and pried between the gaps in the floor, and soon attracted Shili's attention. After all, she majored in sword forging. Her eyes quickly swept over the dagger and thought to herself, dagger. With this length, it must be a flying sword that is good at hiding and assassination. In his eyes, it is impossible for a flying sword other than the top one to catch his eye, so what kind of flying sword is this? Could it be a flying knife that can kill immortals? Chen Yonzhua fiddled with it for a long time, and suddenly felt a force in his hand, and he was also happy. Got it. This stone slab can be pried up. He was about to roll up his sleeves, but he heard Shili said angrily, how many treasures do you have that you hide from me? What? Chen Yonzhua asked in confusion. Where did you get that flying sword from? Shili asked coldly, as if she was a wife who had found out her husband's private money. Oh. Chen Yonzhua handed the dagger to her. This is used by herdsmen on the grassland to cut meat. Shili took the dagger, looked at it carefully, looked left and right, and didn't see any light at all. This can't really be just an ordinary dagger. No, since he was able to bring it with him, there must be something special about it. She studied the dagger carefully over there, wishing she could move the dragon and tiger tractor from Yu King Penglai Temple and examine it from beginning to end on the spot. Chen Yonzhua grabbed the edge of the stone slab with both hands and lifted it up with force. Shili frowned and looked, and saw that there was solid ground below, and there was no entrance at all. So it was a mistake. She asked in surprise, there is no secret room below? No. Chen Yonzhua turned the stone slab over, on the back. Shili looked carefully and was speechless. It turned out that on the back of the stone slab, there were densely engraved complex circuits, which were obviously part of a formation. Since the formation was not complete, there was no energy flowing in it, and the monks would not deliberately scan the shape of the inscriptions on the back of the stone slab, which meant that if they wanted to notice the mark on the back of the stone slab, they could only turn it over to see it clearly. But who would turn these stone slabs over for no reason? The cultivator who could think of hiding the formation in this way really understood the blind spots and loopholes in people's minds. Chen Yonzhua spent more effort to pry up all the square stone slabs, then turned them over and placed them on the ground, and began to carefully examine the patterns on them. Shili stood by and watched, just as carefully observing Chen Yonzhua's expression, trying to analyze his understanding and attainments of the formation. The formation is not something that ordinary cultivators can learn easily. Not only must you learn to make formation tools first, but you must also be familiar with the meaning of various rooms and circuits, and finally you need a lot of hands-on practice and practice. For casual cultivators without the support of a sect, even if they're lucky enough to obtain some formation books, it is already the limit to research a few simple formations of three-legged cats, want to start from scratch and analyze and restore a set of ancient formations that have never been seen before. Absolutely impossible. Let's see how you deal with it, Shili thought coldly, staring at Chen Yonzhua without blinking, and vowed that he would not give him any advice next. Chen Yonzhua looked at this slab, and then turned around in front of that slab, as if he was studying the rooms and structure on it. Then, he moved two of the slabs together and tried to splice them together. Shirley took a closer look and almost fainted with anger. Is this playing a jigsaw puzzle? Even if you don't understand the formation at all, as long as you find two edges that can just fit together in the circuit structure, and then splice the corresponding two slabs together, so you can try to repair it even if you don't understand the formation, right? Yes, he had expected this a long time ago and made sufficient preparations. He was here to laugh at me. Chen Yonzhu was concentrating on thinking. After all, it was relatively simple to repair it by looking at the formation structure, but it was a bit difficult to play a jigsaw puzzle. The square stone bricks that were about a foot long often had more than 20 to 30 intersections on one edge. How difficult would it be to splice them together according to the distribution of these points on the edge? After working like this for a long time, Shirley finally couldn't stand it anymore and went over to help him complete the pieces of stone. She finally understood that this bastard had given up even the most basic dignity in order to pretend that he was not Luo Yan. If I didn't help, he would fight until the end of time. Of course, if there was really enough time, Shirley would find a place to sit nearby, get some food, and enjoy his performance. But Zhu Yingyan and Zissou would find this place at any time. If she couldn't expose the true face of this bastard in time, force him to repent and go with her, when those two people arrived here, Shirley would not have the confidence to compete with them for her husband. Otherwise, after entering the secret room, find an opportunity to knock him out, and then wrap him up in star sand and take him away. Such a sinister idea grew violently in her heart like a vine. These stone slabs were spliced together, revealing the original appearance of the formation. It was indeed an obvious teleportation formation. Although it had traces of ancient formations, many structures were still easy to identify. The only question now is whether to activate this teleportation formation. After all, not all teleportation formations led to another safe existence. Some formations will deliberately make tricks, such as teleporting halfway and then letting you fail, or teleporting one way and not being able to return, and then the other side is a desperate situation, etc. Formation masters can get a glimpse of clues from the structure, but ordinary cultivators can only choose whether to gamble their lives. If Chen Guangguo decisively chooses to teleport, it means that he can confirm that there is no problem with the formation, which means that he understands formations. Chapter 1033. The far-reaching aim. The other end of the teleportation array led to a secret underground room. In the airtight room, the eternal lamp flickered dimly. If a mortal accidentally entered here, he would immediately suffocate and fall to the ground and die. As a cultivator, Chen Yonzhu naturally did not have to worry about lack of oxygen, but just looked around carefully. If Arjun was still here, a scan would be enough to solve the problem, but now he had to check the traps himself. Although most cultivators do this when exploring secret realms, it was difficult to go from extravagant to frugal after all, which often made Chen Yonzhu sigh. Before he could sigh for long, Shirley appeared beside him. Why teleport here directly? She asked as soon as she entered the secret room. What if the teleportation array has been tampered with? How do you know there is no problem with the teleportation array? If the teleportation array has been tampered with, Chen Yonzhu explained patiently, then there is no need to turn over each stone slab in a chaotic order. Shirley choked at first, then quickly said, what if it is double insurance? There is a disguise in the front and a trap in the back. If a double insurance is needed, usually a trap is set in the front and a disguise in the back. Chen Yonzhu continued to explain to her as if teaching a child. Visitors who can see through the disguise usually already know that the owner of the secret room here has sinister intentions, so the trap will most likely not work, so we have to set the trap first to catch the enemy off guard. Then what if they take advantage of your psychology, and make the false appear real and the real appear false? Shirley was still stubborn. That's just my bad luck. Chen Yonzhu laughed. After all, I can't understand the formation. What can I do? I can only choose to gamble. Shirley. After another failed attempt, she had lost her temper at this time, and just thought quietly. Although Chen Yonzhu's answer did not have any flaws, this was actually the biggest flaw. What is a gamble? When you explored other ruins before, did you rely on gambling when you encountered uncertain risks? You can win 100 times 1,000 times, as long as you lose once, you are gone. Compared with this person Luo Yan? What she really wants to find out now is why he betrayed the sect. It is probably that Luo Yan took something from the Wangxiang Immortal. But what can make a promising Yuning elder blatantly betray the sect? And it's not just one, at least 3, so is it the same reason for Kumlin and Shushan? Shirley silently looked at Chen Yonzhu's back, thinking that maybe she was not deceived by him, but she had never seen through his deepest inner self. Thinking of this, the bitterness in his heart spread out, gradually turning into a pale and powerless sadness. Chen Yonzhou continued to search the secret room, and he was silently calculating in his heart. If Shilili was to be left here, it would be simple. He could get ahead when he went out and tamper with the teleportation array. But the problem is that once he tampered, Shilili, who was trapped in the secret room, would probably guess immediately that he was Luo Yan. Another question is, how long can she be trapped? If Lily is too bad at the array and is trapped inside and can't get out, that won't work. But if she can't be trapped, it seems useless, and it would be a confession. Alas, why is the enemy his own wife? It's not right to be heavy-handed, nor is it right to let her go. It's really hard to grasp the right measure. Chen Yonzhou came to the depths of the secret room and saw a skeleton lying in the corner. Logically speaking, if a cultivator above the nascent soul stage is isolated from the outside world, his body will not decay so badly. It seems that he used some means before his death to accelerate the necrosis of his body. Looking more carefully, he saw a line of words on the wall. As an elder of the Yuting sect, I can't save the sect from the turmoil, and I can't save my disciples from the water and fire. Now that my body has changed, I don't want to become a monster, so I commit suicide and write my last words to warn future generations. TSK. Chen Yonzhou sneered when he saw this line of words. Saving the sect from the turmoil and saving disciples from the water and fire are all things that are powerless. Your biggest problem is that you didn't notice and run away when the sect decided to go astray. Alas. Shilili also glanced at him and sighed in his heart. As an elder of the same sect, this person can be so stubborn. Looking at someone who suddenly ran away without caring about the sect and his wife, the difference between the two is obvious. Chen Yonzhou thrust out the human sword, picked up the storage bag on the ground, took it in his hand and scanned it with his spiritual sense, and could not help but be moved. Among them, there were several magic weapons, flying swords, and scriptures, all covered with divine light and precious flowers, and they were not ordinary items. There was another bamboo slip with large characters engraved on the back, which was the Purple Mansion Thunder. He quickly took out the bamboo slip and unfolded it, ignoring Shilili beside him, and just read it quickly. This Purple Mansion Thunder is an ancient record, and there are many difficult words in it, which are difficult to understand. However, with the fragments obtained from the Yuan Cave in Shushan, the difficulty of learning is not high. At the end of the scripture, there is a note from the elder of the Yuting sect, which mentions that this Purple Mansion Thunder is specifically used to break the true essence of Taoism and ruin people's cultivation. Even if an immortal is caught off guard by this thunder, there is also the worry of falling. The Great Whole Thunder can make the body empty and quiet, and it is very effective against low-level demons. However, if it encounters a high-level demon that is immortal, the Great Whole Thunder can only destroy the opponent's body, but cannot completely kill it. At this time, if the Purple Palace Thunder is used, it can greatly prolong the time for its resurrection and rebirth, so it is very effective against high-level demons. Seeing this, Chen Yonzhou already understood that this elder at the Yuting sect used the Purple Palace Thunder to commit suicide, so that the body that was transforming into a demon was completely necrotic, so that it could rest here instead of becoming a decayed mutt-fearing Luo. We got the things, let's go. He turned around and told Shilili. Yeah. Shilili responded subconsciously at first, and then suddenly reacted. That let's go was really too long in the past when Luo Yan took her out to play. Didn't he call her like this every time he was about to return to the sect? You, Shilili said in a trembling voice, you really, I really what? Chen Yonzhou asked puzzled. Nothing. Shilili suppressed her emotions, turned around and wiped her tears secretly. Now is not the time to expose him. We need to find out why he betrayed, and also find a way to drive away the two women who came to find him. There is no benefit in breaking up with him at this time. Chen Yonzhou was relieved to see that she did not continue to make things difficult for him. He was still considering whether to trap her in this secret room, but now that he saw that Lady Lily did not make trouble, he temporarily gave up the idea of taking risks. Well, I'll find a way after I go back. Happy holidays everyone. I really don't have time to update today, so I'll take one day off. Please forgive me, and all the best. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Mundo Fanfic Novelers, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelers. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1034. Reunion of the couple. Leaving the government office and crossing the main street of the market, neither of them spoke. Shili was worried. Thinking of the fighting power of Kunling Qing and Shushan Jingzhao, and thinking that once this matter was exposed, she would not be the opponent of the two at all, she became more and more anxious and irritable. Of course, it is known that Qing is arrogant and Jingzhao is upright. If they knew the truth, they might not think of competing for each other's husband at the first time. Maybe they would get angry and chase this bastard back. But is this good or bad? Once upon a time, Shili always wanted to find that bastard husband and ask him why. But now this situation is much more troublesome than the worst result she could have expected. God knows how this bastard played 3 roles at the same time, wandering between the 3 pure ones of the Orthodox religion, and even provoking 3 female fairies at the same time. If it weren't for the fortune-telling results, Shili would not even believe it. Well, in fact, she is still a little skeptical now. How to allocate time to wander between the 3 pure ones at the same time? Each sect can only show up for 1/3 of the time, and that doesn't include travel. How did he do it? Chang Zhen, Kim Hen, Jin Yun, all 3 are well-known newcomers in the Orthodox Church, but they are played by the same person behind the scenes. Why has no one ever discovered the flaw? Shili was full of worries, but Chen Yonzhui was calm. Or to be more precise, since the situation could no longer get worse, he couldn't help but start to play it down. At the end of the long street, in the center of the market, the dark purple light gate was floating steadily. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed strange. On the one hand, the shadow monks said they were afraid that Niuilu would invade and kill them, and on the other hand, they opened this light gate carelessly in the center of the market. Although the explanation was that Niuilu would not pass through the light gate, thinking about it carefully, there was still something wrong. You wait outside. Chen Yonzhui suddenly said, I'll go in. No. Shili refused firmly, I want to go in too. It's up to you. Chen Yonzhui said indifferently. Although he didn't want her to take risks, there was nothing he could do if his wife didn't listen. As the two of them passed through the light gate, Zisu suddenly stopped at the other end of the long street. Junior brother, she murmured, quickly recalling the previous glimpse in her mind. Although she only caught the moment when the other party stepped into the light gate, she was so unmistakable that she couldn't move her eyes away immediately. What? Zhu Yingyan didn't hear clearly, but when she saw Zisu suddenly stop, she followed her gaze and saw the light gate in the middle of the street. What is that? Before she could ask her question, Zisu had already rushed towards the light gate without saying a word, and the man and sword merged into one. However, the other party seemed to have noticed her approach. When Zisu was about to arrive, the light gate suddenly folded towards the center and soon disappeared. Feathering formation. Zhu Yingyan also followed her to the vicinity, only to hear Fen Lan in the sea of consciousness suddenly say, it's been hundreds of thousands of years, I didn't expect to see it here again. What is the feathering formation? Zhu Yingyan asked curiously. It's just a teleportation array. Fen Lan replied, do you think the teleportation array should be designed to be laid flat on the ground, or to stand in the air? Zhu Yingyan thought for a moment and replied, if it is laid flat on the ground, you need to stand in it and activate the array to teleport. But if it is standing in the air, you can just fly in with your sword, which seems to be more convenient. That's right. Fen Lan said, the feathering array refers to this kind of upright teleportation array. It is open at all times, so you only need to fly in to teleport directly without starting. Of course, the life limit and spiritual power consumption are also higher than those of the flat-type array. Now the array seems to be closed. Zhu Yingyan swept his spiritual sense across the open space and said, Senior, is there any way to reopen this teleportation array? And Zisu beside him, after tinkering with the open space in vain for a while, stood beside him with a sullen face and a sword in his arms, as if he was determined to not leave until he comes out. If it is the old array, it is impossible to open it from the outside. Fen Lan replied, but I think this array seems to have not been maintained for a long time. Our Phoenix clan does have a spell that is specifically for this kind of unmaintained teleportation ban. You can try it. Chen Yonzhui and Chilili stepped into the light gate and came to the dark and lightless small world. They found that the leader of the Shadow Man had left the dark hut and was now surrounded by other human-shaped shadows. Denoya. The shadow leader asked hoarsely, excuse me, fellow Daoists, have you found the remains of our predecessor? He looked unusually tall, and his shadow was more solid and darker than the surrounding human figures. No. Chen Yonzhui relieved without changing his face, we eliminated the enemy in the government office, and then searched every corner of it carefully, and did not find any remains. Shili next to him tried very hard to hold back the strange emotions on his face. Why didn't I realize before that this bastard is so good at lying? He could actually talk nonsense without changing his expression. Really? That's a pity. The shadow leader said. Please accept my condolences. Chen Yonzhou said hypocritically, after all, so many years have passed. Maybe someone has already taken it away. Well, when I said it's a pity, I meant you. The shadow leader said lightly, do you really think that you can deceive us all by lying like this? Shili held his breath slightly, and only heard Chen Yonzhou beside him asked in surprise. What do you mean? Pretending to be real. Shili sneered again. It means that we, the demon cultivators, can sense each other's aura. Although the shadow leader's voice was steady, this time for some reason, it gave people a sense of cunning and insidiousness. In addition to the aura of a lot of new aura on your body, there is also a unique aura mixed in it. I think it is the aura of that senior. Chen Yonzhou also fell silent after hearing this. You're not pretending anymore? He looked around the strange surroundings, thinking that if Fa Jing was here, he would definitely be able to scan something, such as oh no, Yuanzhu, this space is blocked. Unfortunately, the surroundings are getting darker and darker, and nothing else can be seen. We can only guess what the other party must have done. I want to make a deal with you, said the shadow leader. The many secrets left by the predecessors are rare and precious, but they are not impossible to share with outsiders. Give these secrets to us, and we will allow you to leave with this knowledge. How about it? Chen Yonzhui almost laughed out loud when he heard it. It seems that the other party has not torn our faces so far, but is just worried that I did not take away the storage bag left by the remains, but only remembered all the secrets in it in my mind by memory, right? In this way, even if they kill us by force, they will not get anything, and they will have to go to the government office again to find the secrets. If they can go by themselves, they will not deliberately deceive and instigate us. Thinking of this, Chen Yonzhui laughed and said, this is a good suggestion, but all the secret techniques left by the predecessor are in my mind. How are you going to distinguish the true from the false? In the mind? The shadow leader asked slowly, are there no scriptures, jade slips or other carriers? Yes. Chen Yonzhui said frankly, I destroyed them all after reading them. This bland tone almost made the shadow leader so angry that he had a cerebral hemorrhage, but he was a demon after all, and controlling his emotions was his body's instinct. He finally suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, destroy, why destroy it? After all, this is a precious secret technique book. Indeed. Chen Yonzhui laughed, if I came from a big sect, I might treasure it and take it back to the sect in exchange for rewards from the higher-ups. It's a pity that I'm just a casual cultivator. What's the use of these books? I'm innocent, but I'm guilty of possessing a treasure. It's better to write it down carefully and then destroy it to avoid being coveted by others. The shadow leader was speechless, and he was judging the truth of the other party's words. Judging from the rational point of view, what the other party said is impossible, but the question is, what evidence can prove that the other party really destroyed those things? Moreover, the secret books of other Yuting sect are fine, but the Purple Palace Thunder Special Conquer Physical Cultivation is an excellent weapon to deal with the Niuedo lineage. No matter how much they pay, they must master it. After a moment's silence, the shadow leader suddenly laughed and said, this cave, as I told you before, was opened up specifically for us by a great senior. Not only can it block out light and avoid the sun, it can also drive endless shadows to swallow up the sky and the earth. If you really write down our many secret techniques and then destroy them, then I can only ask you to explain these secret techniques to me in detail. Along with his threatening words, the surrounding shadows seemed to swarm with ill intentions, and slowly surged towards the two of them like a tide. Shili's face turned pale, and he moved closer to Chen Yonzhui unconsciously. He only heard him sneer and say, ask me to explain clearly? It's okay if you don't say it. If you do, I'm afraid you will die immediately, right? Seeing that he was not fooled, the shadow leader did not hide it, but said indifferently, if you don't say it, and you will tied up and tortured by the shadows, and then forced to confess after suffering extreme pain, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave peacefully. Why bother? Explain the secret technique clearly as soon as possible, and we can give you a quick death and let your souls reincarnate. To put it bluntly, after all, you have solved the Niblu outside for us. If the secret method of our sect really cannot be leaked to outsiders, we would not repay kindness with enmity and plot against you here. We have already torn our faces apart, do you still want to pretend to be innocent? Chen Yonzhui laughed, well, it seems we still have to fight. He pinched his hands together and released the universal clear sound small light spell. Then he violently stirred up his true essence and injected it into the small light ball, causing it to suddenly expand to a diameter of 30 or 40 feet, and the light was as bright as the scorching sun. This was the fighting method he had learned in the Seven Treasures mysterious garden when dealing with the massive number of demons. Stimulating true essence at all costs in exchange for an exaggerated effect 3 or 4 times that of the original spell, which just fits his advantage of strong true essence. When the great light spell was released, not only were the surging shadows around them forced back, but even the shadow monks who were close to them screamed and wailed and kept retreating. Only the shadow leader, who was far away from the beginning and was protected by layers of darkness, did not suffer much damage. He just said indifferently, "Doya, why do you have to struggle so hard? The power of shadow here is derived from the cave restriction, which is truly endless, but Doya's true energy is limited. If you can last through the first day, can you last until the 15th? What an endless one." Chen Yonzhua said coldly, "Isn't this the way the devil deals with ascended monks? Although you attribute the destruction of Yuting sect to the fact that you shouldn't have embarked on the path of transformation into a devil, I think your vicious thoughts are no different from those of the devil. There is nothing we can do about it." The shadow leader said frankly, "If we are given a choice, of course we hope to get rid of our current appearance that is neither human nor ghost. But now the die is cast, what can we do? As for the devil's method, although it is despicable, it can be used after all." Seeing him so frank, Chen Yonzhua knew that the other party's mind could not be shaken by words, and he began to mutter in his heart. Although these shadows seemed to have him in their grasp, they were actually looking at the world from the bottom of a well, not knowing how big the world was, let alone leaving this cave. "I could easily do it with my Tianu divine shuttle, and even take Shillelagh with me to escape." The only problem was, just as he was secretly considering it, he suddenly saw a flame rising from the bottom of the light ball. The flame was so familiar that Chen Yonzhua didn't even think about it, and he immediately extinguished the light ball in a panic. Isn't this the flame shuttle technique of Junior Sisters Yu? How did it appear here? Did she do something to me too, so that she could teleport to my side no matter how far away she was? Just when Chen Yonzhua was suddenly frightened and even a little nervous, he saw the figures of Zhu Yinglyan and Zisu flashing out of the flame. "Why is it so dark?" Zisu came in with his back to Chen Yonzhua and Shillelagh, so he just looked at the sea of shadows in front of him and said subconsciously, "Indeed." Zhu Yinglyan pinched her fingers with one hand and also performed the universal clear sound small light technique. A ball of light bloomed from her fingertips and slowly floated up into the air. Shillelagh watched from behind and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Chen Yonzhua again. His expression was as if he was saying, "How can you two have the same spell?" Chen Yonzhua had no time to pay attention to her. He just reached out to touch the Tianu shuttle in a hurry. What tried to hold Shillelagh back was completely thrown behind his mind. God knows why the other two eyes would find this place. "If you don't run now, when will you?" The small light technique emitted a brilliant light, but it was blocked by the creeping shadows around it, and could only illuminate a range of 3 or 4 feet, and it was still shrinking. "This shadow is a bit strange." Zisu frowned and said, and put his right hand together to make a sword finger. The Taoist magic on the Feian sword was released, and the fire line spread to the surroundings, burning the shadows back continuously. "Doya, be careful, these shadows seem strange." Zhu Yinglyan also pinched the Taoist magic and spit out the bright light fire, which instantly illuminated the surroundings as bright as day. The shadows in the distance retreated in a hurry, and for a while they had no time to take care of Chen Yonzhua and others. There will be more later. Chapter 1035. Zisu kills people with a sword, Shillelagh rescues him. Great bright fire, infinite light and heat. This method was used by Zhu Yinglyan, illuminating almost the entire dark world. Not only were the surrounding tides of shadows suppressed to the outskirts of the market, but even those shadows were forced into a corner where they could not retreat. Zisu pinched the sword formula again and added a few swords to those shadows. The flames on the Feian sword were blazing, and every time it pierced a shadow, the opponent would let out a scream of pain that was not like a human voice. However, Zisu took a closer look and saw that the wound did not cause fatal damage to them. He knew that these monsters were similar to the previous Nibluo, and they all inherited the unique immortality of the demons, so he lost interest in them and just poked and prodded them out of boredom. Zhu Yinglyan sideswept through many shadows, and soon locked onto the last and most focused shadow leader, and said in a deep voice, "Where is this place? Who are you?" "Heavenly demon." The shadow leader did not answer, but hid in the distance without saying a word, and continued to push the shadow tide, obviously determined to fight the opponent. Looking at the shadow tide again, although it was suppressed to a corner by the great light fire, it never completely disappeared, leaving a space for the shadow figure to stay. Zhu Yingyan naturally knew that as long as the great light fire could not completely destroy the opponent, then with the opponent's immortality, sooner or later she would run out of her true energy first. Therefore, she just quickly reminded Nzisu, "We are not here to deal with these monsters, who are you looking for before?" Nzisu suddenly woke up and quickly turned around to look around. As a result, she saw Chen Yonzhu hiding behind Xiaoluli, and had already taken out the Tianqi Divine Shuttle and injected true energy. "Don't run away." Thinking of the other parties leaving without saying goodbye, Senior Sister was also furious and stabbed the other party with all her strength. Xiaoluli was still watching the show, but when she saw that Jing Xiao stacked Chen Yonzhu without hesitation, she subconsciously controlled the Zijihan Yuan sword and blocked it for Chen Yuanzhu. Although the grades of the flying swords were not much different, Xiaoluli was far inferior to the other party in terms of the proficiency of sword control and the root of the sword controller. Therefore, the Zijihan Yuan sword was shaken back and the Feiyan sword was skewed, so it could not stab Chen Yonzhu again. At this opportunity, Zhu Yingyan also looked over. His eyes fell on Chen Yonzhu's face, and he said in surprise, "It's you." As soon as the voice fell, Chen Yonzhu had already activated the Tianqi Divine Shuttle and escaped from this cave. Although Xiaoluli was closest to him, her reaction speed was a bit slow. Although Nzisu reacted very quickly and had seen the other party use this magic shuttle, she was still a distance away. She wanted to rush into the range of the magic shuttle with her sword, but she was too late and missed. So there were only 3 female fairies left in the cave, and a group of shadowy figures forced into a corner by the bright light. "What's going on?" Zhu Yingyan asked first. With her exquisite mind, she certainly noticed something wrong in an instant. First of all, Nzisu's reaction was too intense, as if she had some deep hatred with that person. Secondly, Xiaoluli's rescue was also a subconscious action, which showed that the other party had a close relationship with her. Finally, why did that person look like the man I met near Beacon last time? Not like, it's him. Fen Lan said, "It's the guy you suspected was Qiu Chang's Time last time." "It's weird." Zhu Yingyan frowned and said, "I thought, is Qiu Chang's Time related to them?" Fen Lan asked in surprise. "I have always been at odds with Jing Xiao." Zhu Yingyan replied, "It seems that they have been at odds for a long time. Senior brother has a high level of cultivation, but Jing Xiao is a person who refuses to admit defeat. After being defeated in the Baiyujing competition, he has been brooding over it. As for Dongyu, he also admired senior brother when he was young, and later became a Taoist partner with Penglai Jinun, and his temperament became much more stable." At this point, her voice paused, and then said, "Although this is the case, the relationship between Jing Xiao and him should not be so bad that he wants to kill him. And Dongyu would not take action to save him, so you have some doubts about whether he is Qiu Chang's Iron." Fen Lang concluded. Well, Zhu Yingyan sighed. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was really at a loss now and didn't know what to do. Before continuing to pursue that person, she should ask Jing Xiao and Dongyu to see if she can find out any information. Nzisu was blocked by Xiaoluli's sword, so she failed to stop Chen Yonzhu from running away. She first flew to the place where he disappeared and tried to chase him away. But this Shushan swordsman, who was famous for his swordsmanship, was obviously powerless in the way of space. So she went crazy for a long time before turning her head to glare at Xiaoluli. "Why did you let him go?" Xiaoluli looked calm. "I didn't let him go, but I saw that you wanted to kill someone without saying anything, so I tried to stop you. I didn't want to kill him." Nzisu said angrily, I just wanted to break his hands and feet and take him back to Shushan." In fact, she has not made up her mind so far. Sometimes she wants to die with her junior brother and die once and for all. Sometimes she wants to take him back to Shushan and then plead with her master and grandmaster. 2 completely different ideas collided fiercely in her mind, making Nzisu irritable, conflicted, and painful. After listening to her, Xiaoluli just sneered in his heart. "You want to break his limbs and take him back to Shushan? What a coincidence. I thought so too. But I want to take him back to Penglai Tiangongfang, and there is only one of him, so how should I divide it? If I fight directly, I am no match for this Shushan ruffian. Of course, I can only pretend that I don't understand and let the bastard escape first. Okay, don't argue for now." Zhu Yingyan came over to mediate. "Jing Xiao, why did you kill that man?" That man is my junior brother, and also that Chin sword master of Shushan. Zisu gritted his teeth and said, I came out this time to take him back to Shushan. Chin sword master. Zhu Yingyan was stunned at first, thinking, did he really make a mistake? But she quickly came to her senses and asked, is there any evidence that he is the Chin sword master? I don't think he has ever used the Chin's human sword. Zisu didn't want to talk about it anymore, but said impatiently, anyway, I have my own way to identify it. Send me out first. Zhu Yingyan pretended not to hear it. After all, once she sent them away, Zisu would definitely chase the man again. How could she have the mood to answer her questions? So she turned around and asked Shiluli, "Doyo fellow, did you just do it to save people?" "Yes," Shiluli said calmly. "I think it's more than that." Zhu Yingyan asked faintly. "Then why do you think that cunning fellow should stop me?" Shiluli asked her back. The shadow leader in the distance was still working hard to drive the tide of shadows, but the light and heat of the great light fire were endless, so he could only watch the three women scheming against each other across the sea of fire, and didn't take them seriously at all. There's nothing tonight, and I'll make up for the rest tomorrow. Chapter 1036. Reunion with an old friend. Zhu Yingyan was speechless. If we were to rank compatibility on a 10-point scale, Shushan Jinxao would undoubtedly be 10, while Penglai Dongyu, judging from his response just now, would only be 3 or 2 at best. But if we were to evaluate intelligence, then this fellow Daoist Dongyu would be at least 8, not even on the same level as Shushan Jinxao. If we were to imitate Jinji's horse racing, we would certainly try our best to compete with Dongyu and compete with Jinxao in intelligence, but sometimes there really is no choice. So fellow Daoist Dongyu doesn't know that person? Zhu Yingyan asked tentatively. Not really. Shiluli answered easily. What do you mean? Zhu Yingyan frowned and asked, not really knowing. That depends on what fellow Daoist cunning thinks is considered knowing. Shiluli said with a smile. What are you guys talking about? Zisu said impatiently, how long will we stay here? If fellow Daoist Jinxao is in a hurry to leave, you can do as you please. Zhu Yingyan glanced at her. Zisu suppressed his anger and said coldly, I need to leave here as soon as possible, please help me, fellow Taoist cunning. This Shushan rough man didn't seem to be stupid enough to be useless. Shiluli was thinking this way, and heard Zhu Yingyan ask her again. Fellow Taoist Dongyu, do you need me to help take her out? Then I'll trouble you. Shiluli smiled like a flower. No problem. Zhu Yingyan continued, but I'm very interested in your relationship with that person, can you tell me a little bit first? The implication is that if you don't tell me, I won't take you out. When did Cunning cunning start to care about other people's family affairs? Shiluli covered her mouth and pretended to be surprised. Oh, is it considered a family affair? Zhu Yingyan also asked in surprise, so the relationship between you and that person is considered a private matter of yours? If it is a private matter, you shouldn't ask. Shiluli was still laughing. Why ask again? The two of them were stabbing each other in the face, and Zisu felt that he understood but didn't understand, and said impatiently, are you two done yet? Is there anything you can't say directly? I asked, but some people may not say it. Zhu Yingyan said coldly. I said it, but some people don't believe it. Shiluli said with a smile. Ah. Zisu scratched his head like crazy, and then he let out a long breath as if he had collapsed, staring at Zhu Yingyan and said, I don't care, please send me out first. On the other side, after Chen Yonzhua left the cave, he used the Tianu divine shuttle to teleport again and fled out of the Yuting Gate ruins like a fly. What demons and ancient cities are not scary at all, the scariest thing in the world is women. If there is anything scarier than this, it is the 3 women who come to find him. He is united with his sword and rushes from the South China Sea to the East China Sea Jinlu direction, day and night, for fear that Shiluli will come out and use magic to lock him. Occasionally, when he is in a state of unity with his sword, he takes out the scripture of the Purple Mansion Thunder from his arms and studies it while flying the sword. Although the ancient scripture of the Purple Mansion Thunder is obscure, it is not very difficult to understand it with the fragments in the Fire Yuan Cave of Shu Mountain as annotations. When he entered the territory of the East China Sea, he had already seen this thunder method in detail, and had some understanding of that Taikai thunder of the 9 thunders. He needed to find a place where no one would disturb him, and combine the 9 thunders that he had cultivated so far. But in his current situation, no matter how he thought about it, he knew that it would definitely be impossible to be disturbed by no one. In this way, a Jin's ability to block magic became his only hope. Although this guy is not honest, he must find her. The vast East China Sea is boundless. Without a compass or a needle, and without a jinn to locate it, Chen Yuanzhu had to rely on the stars, the sun, islands, and passing fishermen to barely determine the direction. However, the closer to the Tianzhu, the fewer islands there are, and the less people there are. It is easy to make a mistake by a hair's breadth to determine the direction by relying solely on astronomical phenomena. Chen Yuanzhu was lucky at first, but as he continued to go deeper into the East China Sea and calculated that he should have reached Jinlu 3 days ago, he soon lost his patience. Su Ming, why don't you sing? Chen Yuanzhu complained, if a jinn was here, I would definitely not be in such a predicament. If the swordmaster had bought a compass from the long-distance fleet before leaving, he would not have been in such a predicament. Su Ming naturally refused to take the blame and fought back tit for tat. What compass? Chen Yuanzhu said angrily, I'm a Immortal Cultivator, why should I buy a compass used by ordinary people? Isn't it embarrassing? Then it's not embarrassing for a Immortal Cultivator to get lost in the vast ocean. Su Ming asked back. Stop. Chen Yuanzhu said seriously, don't say any more, Su Ming. Don't let yourself become an evil sort that is not only useless, but also loves to chatter and make sarcastic remarks. Su Ming, as for ideas, I do have them. She suddenly said. Report it to me as soon as possible. Chen Yuanzhu said hurriedly, I can forget about the previous things. It's like this, Master Swordmaster. Su Ming laughed, although it's not accurate enough to locate the sky by looking at the sky, the general directions of east, south, west and north can still be distinguished. Why don't you turn northwest now, return to the coast of Shenzhou, buy a compass, and then recalculate the position of the Sky League, and walk in a straight line, right? Chen Yuanzhu almost vomited blood when he heard this, and said after a while, let's not talk about the cost of your time and energy, let's just say you get the compass. From Shenzhou to the location of the Sky League, it's more than 10,000 miles away. Even a little bit of angle difference on the compass will create a huge gap at the destination. What's the difference from now? But at least it won't be too far away. Su Ming argued, what if we find the Sky League in one go? If you can't find it in one go, run a few more times. If you're lucky, you can always find it, right? Run a few more times, wait for Shilili and the others to find me, and the whole family will look for the Sky League together, right? Chen Yuanzhu laughed in anger, that's enough. It's all because of this leak in the sky. He couldn't help but complain, if the southeast sky pillar was still there, we wouldn't be mistaken for a pillar from afar. Now that the sky pillar is gone, there is only one leak in the sky, how can I find it? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a loud cry from afar. Chen Yuanzhu looked closely and saw a big penguin bird spreading its wings and gliding rapidly into the distance. That big penguin bird, isn't it the one that Qiu Changtian instructed to turn into a penguin bird in the past, and later thought that the East Empire realm was outside the sky, so it kept hitting the leak in the sky? He quickly flew his sword to catch up with the other party, and chased for about half an hour, and the other party's speed really slowed down. Chen Yuanzhu took the opportunity to close the distance and called out, Brother Bird. Brother Bird, please stay. The big penguin bird flapped its wings in the air and stopped, turned its head and said, do you know me? Excuse me, Brother Bird. Chen Yuanzhu kept a distance from it and asked from a distance, excuse me, Brother Bird, do you know the place where you repaired the sky in the past? I know. The golden winged penguin bird shook its head, then what? I'm just going there. Chen Yuanzhu said seriously, if it's on the way, can we go together? The golden winged penguin bird thought for a moment, its head kept turning slightly and then stopped, and after a long while it said, are you going to the Eastern Empire realm too? This sentence almost made Chen Yuanzhu unable to hold back, but he still barely suppressed the urge to laugh, and said nonsense. Yes, it just so happens that I couldn't go together with you. You don't have wings, what are you going to the Eastern Empire realm for? The penguin bird continued to ask. To find relatives. Chen Yuanzhu made up a story, my wife is in the East Empire realm. I see. The penguin bird actually believed it inside, then you really shouldn't, you actually left your wife in the East Empire realm and ignored her. She must miss you so much, have you ever thought about it? Chen Yuanzhu didn't expect to be lectured by this stupid bird, so he could only deal with it. Oh, yes, I just fell into this world because of carelessness. Even if it was accidental, it's still wrong. The penguin bird stretched out its wings and knocked on his head, even if you were careless and didn't leave her on purpose, wouldn't your wife be sad? Look at me, I was accidentally abandoned here when my tribe migrated. I know the pain of missing my tribe members. I think they abandoned you, maybe not accidentally, but because they were afraid that you would lower the average IQ of the tribe, right? After all, Chen Yonzhou needed help from the bird, so he could only say, "It's really wrong, so I'm going back now, right?" "Yes." The penny bird thought for a moment, and then said, "After you go back, you must apologize properly, okay? Are you done, bird?" Chen Yonzhou kept saying yes, and only then did he coax the bird. So the man and the bird walked side by side, and Chen Yonzhou asked again, "How long does it take to get to the Sky Leap from here?" "About 3 days." The penny bird replied. 3 days. Chen Yonzhou calculated the distance at this speed, and couldn't help but feel ashamed. It was actually so far off, if there was no golden wing penny bird, it would be almost impossible to find the Sky Leap by luck. This world is indeed a matter of cause and effect, and it is linked together. Who knew that helping that giant come to turn into a penny would actually help him here later? It's amazing. Thinking like this, Chen Yonzhou flew at the penny bird for 3 days, and indeed arrived at the place where the Sky Leap was in the past. The leak in the sky was like a huge scar, left on the high sky, and also like a dark cloud, which could be clearly seen even from the height near the sea surface below. It was this leak in the sky that would completely break in a few hundred years, causing the sky to lose its function. And if I repaired the sky by myself, I would extend the life of this world. It was hard to say how long it would last. After Mui repaired the sky in the past, she forced the world to continue for hundreds of thousands of years. I hope it will last for about the same amount of time this time. Thinking of this, Chen Yonzhou suddenly heard the big penny bird calling, "A Jing. I brought back a fellow Taoist from the human race. Didn't you say last time that if someone came here, I would tell you in time? I told you to tell me in advance." From below the sea, a figure suddenly broke through the seawater and rushed out in a rage. When she saw Chen Yonzhou's face, her expression suddenly froze. Chapter 1037 Arjing. If Chen Yonzhou came here to mend the sky and saw the penny bird here, his first reaction would be to avoid it and not be discovered. After all, this stupid bird's brain is not very good. Since it can see itself, it can certainly tell others that it saw itself by accident. Obviously, Kumlinjing didn't think so. Although she had watched many years of spy work and felt that she was experienced in this field, watching and practicing are two different things after all. For example, in dealing with the penny bird, Arjing wisely told the stupid bird, "If anyone finds this place, remember to come and remind me first." Then the penny bird naturally brought Chen Yonzhou, who had found this place, to remind Kumlinjing. The moment he saw Chen Yonzhou, Kumlinjing was first stunned, then horrified, then panicked, and then tried to calm down in a panic, and finally showed a hypocritical smile. Chen Yonzhou himself didn't even expect that a person's face could show so many rich expressions in a short time like lightning. Considering that this person's original body is a broken mirror, it is understandable. However, he was a man of profound skill, so his facial expression did not change at all, and he immediately turned into a warm and hearty laugh, flying over and saying, "Ajin, I finally found you. You." Although he had planned to get away with it, he did not expect that the situation would not be as tense as expected. The other party did not mention the fact that he was cheated at all, which made Kumlinjing nervous for a while and stuttered at the beginning. She bit her tongue hard, trying to maintain her smile, and said, "Yuanshui, why are you here? I missed you." Chen Yonzhou said affectionately. Then he saw that Kumlinjing's originally fair and tender little round face suddenly began to turn red. She bit her lower lip slightly and explained, "I came here to refine the heaven repairing stone." "Of course." Chen Yonzhou smiled, "This was originally my responsibility, but you snatched it away and took it up. But Arjin, you want to take these responsibilities for me? Did you ask me?" Kumlinjing stuttered, wondering if he was too arbitrary at the beginning. Yes, he originally considered that he abandoned his trumpet in order to steal the fragments of the heaven repairing stone, and broke with those who loved him deeply, so he wanted to secretly do something to him. He couldn't bear to see him sacrifice everything for the purpose of repairing the sky and eventually become a lonely man. I hope that he can be found by his wife, reconcile with them, and regain the life that should belong to him and deserve him. I am doing this for his own good. Thinking of this, Kumlinjing's original guilty conscience and guilt disappeared, but why didn't he ask his opinion? He took the initiative to get his life back on track, but never asked Chen Yonzhou if he was willing to do so. In other words, he has already made a huge sacrifice, and I am self-righteously going to complete the last step for him. Am I depriving him of the original meaning of these sacrifices? Sorry. she said with some guilt. I just don't want to bother you anymore. The fragments of the heaven repairing stone have been stolen, and someone will definitely focus on Jinlu. You have offended the 3 pure ones of the Orthodox Church and the Hell Road. If they find you, you'll definitely be in danger. I advise you to reconcile with them. After all, they all love you sincerely. If it doesn't work, just put the blame on me. Kumlin Jim took the initiative to offer to take the blame. Chen Yonzhu was not only not moved, but sneered in his heart. So that's it, Jin, the reason why they were able to find me across thousands of mountains and rivers is indeed your doing. No. He said firmly, all sins are caused by me, how can I let you bear the karma? Jin, listen to me, I stole the sky repairing stone, so naturally I have to repair the sky. As for them wanting to settle accounts with me, let them come. If it is just for the sake of saving the world, why should I cherish my life? He said this with emotion, intonation, and righteousness, and he almost believed it himself. Kumlin Jim was moved at first, but later he felt something was wrong. Wait, why does it smell a little familiar, Yuan Shu? Kumlin Jim frowned and asked, you are not saying these nice things to coax me because you need something from me, right? What do you need? Chen Yonzhu frowned in confusion, stretched out his finger and poked Jin's chest. Jin, you are now carrying 6 fragments of the Butian stone. You are guilty of possessing a treasure, and there are countless people coveting it behind your back. If I were to forget my principles for the sake of profit and protect myself, I should stay away from you. What's the point of coming to you to say nice things? Kumlin Jim covered his chest, took a few steps back, turned his head and said shyly, first of all, talk is talk, no body movement is needed. Secondly, although I don't know what you want to do, every time you say sweet words like this, there must be some calculations behind it. Do you think I don't know? Yes, I do have some calculations. Chen Yonzhu laughed. What I am thinking about now is how to prevent my Jingzi from continuing to be stupid and hiding here to secretly refine her Butian stone. His expression turned serious again, and he said seriously, if I am discovered by the immortals of many sects, the worst result is nothing more than death and reincarnation. But as an innate divine weapon, Jin, your fate is to be conquered and refined, or even enslaved for eternity. In order to repair the sky, I am willing to risk my life. But if I lose you, let alone repairing the sky, I will not hesitate even if I am destroyed along with the world. Kumlin Jim was speechless by what he said, and his heart was extremely heavy. He thought to himself that although Yuan Shu's methods of doing things were flexible and changeable, he was such a stubborn person inside. Could he do this for me? Yes, even when he was acting in the East Empire realm, he was sad for a long time when he really left Longhu. In terms of the length of time we have been together and the depth of our feelings, which one of them can compare to me? It is normal that Yuan Shu is worried that he can't let me go, so he took the risk to find this place. Let's not talk about it here for now. Chen Yonzhu looked around, when Yan and Kumlin Jim said, take me to your hiding place first, or do you want to reminisce with me in broad daylight? Yeah, oh. Kumlin Jim was at a loss, so he turned around and took Chen Yonzhu to Dave under the sea. Strangely enough, after turning around and not looking at Chen Yonzhu's face, Kumlin Jim suddenly woke up after being stimulated by the cold water. Wait, this guy, could it be that he couldn't stand those women, so he ran to me for shelter? Thinking about it carefully, it's not impossible. Zhu Yingyan is arrogant, and Zisu has a clear distinction between love and hate, and Jianglin is arrogant. These 3 are the ones who can't tolerate any sand in their eyes. Even the little bird Shi Lily has a strong desire for control. After discovering that the person she loves has defected, she may not forgive him so easily. Of course, with the guy's flexible tongue, it is estimated that it is only a matter of time to deceive them into changing their minds. But if they discover each other's existence, it won't be something that can be dealt with by just talking eloquently. Maybe there will be a bloodbath. Of course, for Kumlin Jin, it doesn't matter who can survive in the end. Anyway, there'll always be a winner who can stay with Yuan Zhu. But now that I think about it carefully, maybe this guy is afraid of bloodshed, so he took the risk to run to me for shelter. Thinking of this, Kumlin Jin finally couldn't help laughing. Jin, what are you laughing at? Chen Yonzhu said in confusion. No. Kumlin Jim quickly restrained his expression, I'm not laughing. You're obviously laughing just now. Chen Yonzhu said suspiciously, bubble is still coming out of the corners of your mouth. No laughing. Kumlin Jim insisted, I just ate too much of noon and burped a few times. As a mirror, you can still eat. Chen Yonzhu insisted. Yuan Shu. Kumlin Jing lifted the hem of her skirt and turned gracefully in the water. I'm now in human form, no different from ordinary humans. It is normal to have appetite, right? Seeing her chubby little face, Chen Yonzui almost believed her lie, and frowned and said, even so, there are not many things in this sea for you to eat, right? There are fish. Kumlin Jing smiled and said, Sister Jim Kai will catch them for me. Of course I will. A voice sounded above his head. Chen Yonzui looked up and saw that the silly bird also dived into the sea, as agile as a huge osprey. Okay. Although he still didn't believe it, he couldn't find any point of doubt, so he could only change the subject dryly. I should be able to help you with refining the heaven-building stone. After all, I'm also a disciple of the weapon-making school. I don't mean to doubt you. Kumlin Jing said softly, but Yuanzhu, the heaven-building stone is different from all the magic weapons you have seen in the past. Every fragment of the heaven-building stone is a natural artifact of sealing and suppression. Since it has the ability to seal, it means that it almost does not accept any interference from external forces. It is extremely difficult to remelt them. Since No Wei has a way to forge the heaven-building stone, it means that it is definitely not unsolvable. Chen Yonzhu calmly said nonsense. Well, in the past, No Wei used heavenly fire for smelting. Kumlin Jing nodded and said, but at the time, the sky was broken, and the stars fell very frequently, so heavenly fire was also easy to get. Now the sky is intact, and heavenly fire is hard to find, so I use earthly fire for smelting instead. At present, it seems feasible, but it is too slow. She took Chen Yonzhu to an underwater volcano and dived into the gap where the hot current was emitting. The golden winged rock stayed outside, fearing the boiling water and not daring to enter, just playing with crabs on the sandbed outside with its claws. I didn't make up for it as promised before, because I was checked in the hospital and found a shadow in my lungs. Chapter 1038 Meeting of the Four Emperors. Following Ah Jing down into the crevice, Chen Yonzhu felt as if he had accidentally entered the fire cave in Mount Chu. There was red-hot magma and fire energy everywhere, flowing through the narrow space along with the air, sometimes penetrating in, sometimes rushing out, like the majestic breathing of the Earth's lungs. This is a natural Earth lung. Kumlin Mirror introduced, well, it may not be so natural, but the scale is almost the same as a natural one. The classics say that the collapse of the southeast sky pillar was due to the battle between the water god Gongong and the fire god Zhurong. The former crashed into the sky pillar because of his defeat and knocked it down. But judging from the existence of this earth-lung fire vein, it is more likely that Zhurong cast some vast magic, which affected the sky pillar when he killed Gongong, right? Indeed. Chen Yonzhu nodded and said, the great witches of the Dira did possess magical powers far exceeding those of contemporary immortals. But the lifespan in this world has reached its limit, which is also one of the reasons. Kumlin Mirror sighed and said, the place where the sky pillar and the sky dome are connected should not be so fragile. In short, the sky pillar collapsed and the sky dome was broken, and Wei had to refine the sky repairing stone. What we have to do is to do what we did before all over again. That's right. Chen Yonzhu echoed absent-mindedly, thinking about what excuse he could use to let Ah Jing cast a magic shield on him. Oh right. Kumlin Mirror suddenly said, I have restored your illusion. Now you don't have to worry about someone finding you through magic. That's great. Chen Yonzhu said seriously, since no one will disturb me, I can't wait to start refining the heaven-fixing stone. Where are those fragments? Just in front. Kumlin Mirror led Chen Yonzhu through the hot wind and finally came to a cave. Below the cave was thick, molten lava. The heat was so amazing that even the light was completely distorted by the heat flow. 6 fragments of the heaven-fixing stone, wrapped in mysterious runes, were spinning at a speed that was sometimes fast and sometimes slow a few inches above the lava. That's it? Chen Yonzhu asked in astonishment. Instead of immersing it directly in the underground fire, it relies on the heat flow above to heat up. How long would it take to heat up? The temperature of the underground fire is too high. Kumlin Jing sighed, you put it above the underground fire, at least you can take it back at any time. If you immerse it in the underground fire, what if it sinks? Can't you tie it with a rope and immerse it? Chen Yonzhu had a wild idea. What kind of rope can withstand the high temperature of the underground fire? Kumlin Jing asked with a smile. As the saying goes, heavenly thunder and earthly fire, since this underground fire can be as famous as thunder tribulation, its power is of course needless to say. Chen Yonzhu couldn't answer, so he argued. I believe you must have a way, Jing. I really don't have a way. Kunlun Jing shook his head. My expertise lies in arithmetic, illusion and space, and I really don't have any idea about dealing with this kind of underground fire. Guanzhu, do you have any good ideas? Can we use some risky means? Chen Guanzhu asked seriously. For example, there may be risks. No. Kunlun Jing smiled and said, even if both of us are in trouble, we can't let the fragments of the booty and stone be lost. Chen Guanzhu. He thought carefully. The problem Kunlun Jing is facing now is a bit similar to nuclear fusion. To melt and fuse the fragments of the booty and stone, it needs to reach a high enough temperature. The underground fire meets this condition, but it is precisely because the ambient temperature is too high that many methods cannot be used. Jin now uses some kind of magic to suspend the fragments of the booty and stone above the underground fire lava. Although the temperature here is not high enough, the heat flow interference is small, and it can be taken out at any time. If it is immersed in the underground fire and stirred by the rolling lava, or even out of control and sinking into the ground, there is no way to fish it out. Chen Guanzhu tried it with the 5 elements divine light and found that although it could repel the underground fire and prevent the booty and stone from being swept away, the heat of the underground fire was too powerful, resulting in a huge consumption of the 5 elements divine light, which was a typical case of quantity overwhelmed by quality. If the smelting process is to be maintained, the required true essence is also extremely huge. Chen Guanzhu does not want to be a valve regulator, so he decisively decided to find another way. Looking at the many magic weapons and flying swords, although there are many magic weapons that can withstand the underground fire, they are not suitable for being used as fire tongs to fix the booty and stone. Thinking about it carefully, I think the only way is to use the formation. How about using the formation? Chen Guanzhu suggested. Formation, Kunlun Mirror thought carefully, since even the chaos in the center of the earth can be sealed, it should be no problem to introduce the underground fire for smelting. Then I'll leave it to you, Guanzhu. She nodded in agreement. Going back a few days, the 3 people who came out of the secret realm of Yutingmen soon fell into some expected internal conflict. Where did he go again? Zisu wanted to continue chasing, but he also realized that he had lost the whereabouts of the other party, and the probability of encountering him in the sea was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. He still had to ask for help from Shilili's magic calculation ability. Shilili pondered in silence, and suddenly heard Zhu Yingyan say, let's not talk about anything else for now. I think fellow Daoist Dongyu seems to know that person. Zisu. She immediately didn't care about anything else, just stared at Shilili in surprise, thinking how could her junior brother know Dongyu? Oh, they met before in the Baiyujing competition, this is not strange. Shilili was not as honest as Zisu. She knew that Zhu Yingyan was not going to continue probing and was going to ask directly, so she smiled and said, I think that the relationship between the person and fellow Daoist Ying seems to be even more complicated. Zhu Yingyan fell silent after hearing that. Of course, she had already seen that the person had a deep connection with Shilili and Zisu. If the person was really Qiu Chang Tian, when did Jing Xiao call for his death, and how did Dongyu help him? She felt a little uneasy, but the truth was too outrageous and difficult to guess, so she asked coldly, fellow Daoist Dongyu, why do you ask about my relationship with that person? I would like to ask fellow Daoist Ying the same question. Shilili said with a smile. Zhu Yingyan looked at her speechlessly, thinking that if she played Tai Kai like this, the topic would not be able to continue. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons for a moment, she said bluntly, I suspect that man is Elder Chan Zheng who left Kunlun Tai King sect. Absolutely impossible. Before Shilili spoke, Zisu spoke first, and said with certainty, that man is Elder King Fen of my Shushan, the master of Qin sword. As a senior sister, how could I be wrong? Is there any evidence? Zhu Yingyan asked with a frown, I have never seen the Qin Suming sword. Zisu was stunned at first, but quickly applied what she learned and asked Zhu Yingyan, I have never seen him use thunder magic. What evidence is there that it is Kunlun Chan Zheng? As for evidence, although there were many suspicious points about that person, Zhu Yingyan did not have any clear evidence to prove that the other party must be Qiu Chang Tian. But she was a very smart person after all, and of course she would not be stumped by such a question, so she just laughed and said, why is there no evidence? Previously in the Hehuang area, I saw him use the secret method with my own eyes, which is the derivative of my Kunlun Nine Heavens Pure Land Realm mantra. If he is not Chan Zheng, who else could it be? This, Zisu was stuck, and after a long while, he argued, the Nine Heavens Pure Land Realm mantra is not only known by Chan Zheng, But who else can know the Pure Land Realm mantra and the Tianyuan sword except my senior brother Chan Zheng? Zhu Yingyan asked back immediately. Zisu finally couldn't answer, and thought in despair. If he used the Tianyuan sword, could it be Chan Zheng? No, it could also be that the sword fell into the hands of my junior brother, but how to explain that he has mastered the Nine Heavens Pure Land Realm mantra? She only watched coldly and had guessed that Zhu Yingyan was lying. If she really had decisive evidence, how could she be so calm at this moment? Seeing me blocking the attack for her husband, her face had already changed. Now she can still hold back and test carefully, but she is just not sure whether the bastard is really Kunlun Chang'an, otherwise, she would not be able to sit still. After thinking for a while, Shili suddenly said, "This is just fellow Daoist Ying's personal opinion, right? If he knows the Nine Heavens King Wei entry mantra and has the Tianyuan sword, then he must be Kunlun Chang'an without a doubt. Fellow Daoist should hurry back to the sect to report at this time. Why waste time with us here?" "That's right." Zisu woke up as if from a dream, and immediately sneered, "Since you have obtained solid evidence, you can go back to Kunlun for help. Why come here to ask for divination? Senior brother did not betray Kunlun, but left the mountain to establish himself. There is no need for my Kunlun Tai King sect to make a big fuss to find him. Zhu Yingyan lead seriously, I personally plan to ask him some questions." But Zisu was stubborn, and no matter how much she said, he refused to believe it, and just said coldly, "If Kunlun Tai King sect is interested in Qin Suman sword, then I advise you to give up the idea, otherwise you'll have a fight with my Shushan sooner or later." Zhu Yingyan was speechless, thinking, I just came to find the whereabouts of my senior brother, how could it be related to the Qin Suman sword? Besides, why are you so sure that the other party is Shushan King Fen, the master of Qin sword? She only watched the two people verbally arguing, and sighed in her heart. If it weren't for the hexagram showing that it was indeed the case, who would have thought that the bastard actually had three identities at the same time? She didn't intend to resolve the misunderstanding, but just watched the two people quarreling, hoping that their relationship would continue to deteriorate, so as to avoid the possibility of joining forces in the future. But not long after, a black wind suddenly came from the sky, and said with a sweet smile, "May I ask the three Taoist friends, have you ever seen my husband?" As soon as she'd finished speaking, whether it was Zhu Yingyan, Zisu or Shiluli, they all stopped talking and put on a posture as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 1039. Go on a honeymoon after the day is repaired. Jianglin used his magic skills and slowly descended on the surface of the South China Sea, sweeping his eyes over the three female fairies. There was a playful look in her eyes, as if a master cultivator was examining a child. However, just by being swept by her eyes, the three of them almost all felt their hair stand on end. Although Jianglin, the deputy sect leader of Fanshindo, did not have much reputation outside, the top leaders of the three pure ones of the Orthodox sect knew about the cultivation strength of this deputy sect leader through secret information channels, and it was even almost the same as that of the mysterious sect leader Wei Dongliu. Sect leader Wei Dongliu's strength fluctuated greatly since he fought in the past. Every time everyone had an estimate of his strength, he would suddenly pull out a trump card at some point, quickly refreshing everyone's perception of him, so that now no one dared to estimate Wei Dongliu's strength, because everyone could not be sure whether he was pretending to be clumsy. However, the deputy sect leader Jianglin was another way. In the limited information records, she rarely fought with others, and she never appeared in the process of the demon cult besieging the Orthodox Church several times. However, the information that did appear contained a lot of obviously bizarre and distorted speculations. For example, the ancestor of the heavenly demon Lo, Zizahir, has been highly suspected of being usurped. Not only has his style of behavior in recent years been very different from usual, but his behavior is seriously biased towards the interests of the mortal Lo. He does not care about other matters, and even did not say a word about the death of the sect master and two senior elders. As a result, the internal forces of the heavenly demon are now extremely divided, and they no longer have the ability to compete with the ghost duo in the past. Considering that Jianglin left the sect and established his own sect, he took office as the deputy sect master of the mortal duo, so a reasonable inference is derived here. Whether the ancestor of Zizahir was replaced or not, this matter must be related to Jianglin, the biggest beneficiary. What kind of strength does it take to be able to manipulate immortals in the palm of your hand? Because of this, even the most fearless Zisu did not dare to attack Jianglin rashly, but just put on a desperate posture. Shili took a half step back, and the copper coin in his sleeve was already in his hand. Zhu Yingyan remained calm, and had already begun to ask Fenlan in his heart. This person is not easy to deal with. Although he could not use magic to detect, Fenlan still instinctively felt the danger. I suggest you retreat first. I'm afraid it's not easy to retreat. Zhu Yinglyan looked at Nzisu with his peripheral vision, wondering if he could let this barbarian rush up and hold on, so that I could take the opportunity to retreat. Then he found that Shillelagh was also staring at Nzisu, and seemed to have the same idea. Nzisu said nothing. Although she was ready for battle, she never shot out her flying sword. This was rare for her who was used to attacking. It can only be said that the natural swordsman seemed to have realized that the probability of winning was very small. Don't be so nervous. Jiangli smiled secretly. Old slave, is this the place? Reply to the sect master. Fatian Yaksha came up and sniffed the air a few times, saying, there is indeed a sect master's breath here, but the smell is very faint. He should not have stayed here for long. He flew to the northeast and left very quickly. It is difficult to track him down. Why not ask these passers-by? Have you ever seen the sect master of Arfanshindo? Jiangli asked with a smile. No one answered her question. Nzisu was purely in a state of stress, staring at the other party as if facing a great enemy, and did not consider communicating with her at all. Zhu Yinglyan thought about it a little more, knowing that the other party still wanted to ask for an answer from this side, so he would not take action easily for the time being, but if he responded, this not for the time being might have to be removed. Shillelagh's face twitched, as if he had thought of some possibility. He shook his sleeves a few times and secretly made a divination, but it was not easy to roll up his sleeves to see. He could only touch the lines on the zither with his fingertips to distinguish the front and back. But Jiangli didn't give her that chance, and just said lightly, since you can't answer, then kill him. The three of them suddenly felt like they were falling into an ice cave. The next second, Jiangli turned into black mist again, flying rapidly towards the East China Sea, and instantly disappeared at the boundary between the sea and the sky. Fishan Yaksha came up fiercely, swept his malicious eyes over the three people, and laughed. Which one should I eat first? As soon as the voice fell, Nzisu couldn't hold back and attacked Fishan Yaksha directly. She was not sure about Jiangli, but she would not hold back against such an ugly zombie. Fei'an's sword stabbed out quickly, heading for Fishan Yaksha's eyebrows. The other party smiled and reached out to grab the flying sword, as if he was not afraid of the sharp sword at all. Seeing this, Nzisu's face was stern, and the sword tactics in his hand changed quickly. Fei'an's sword quickly changed direction and went around, and Hanlai's sword stabbed out again from the front. Double sword attack. Shushan's two-handed sword controlling technique is not as simple as 1+1. Fishan Yaksha was defeated. He was hit by Fei'an's sword in the back, but he was not hurt at all. Hateful little bug, he stretched out his hand to pull out the sword behind him irritably, but Nzisu's operation was faster. Fei'an's sword was the first to break away from his body, leaving only a dark wound, but no blood flowed out. Zhu Yinglyan knew at a glance that this monster was not afraid of the sword injury, and quickly urged the whole body's true essence to spit out the Great Light Fire. The Great Light Fire has the effect of suppressing evil spirits, but it is still a little worse than the Thunder method. The Fishan Yaksha kept retreating in the face of the sea of fire, but he said, "Oh, it's so hot, such a powerful fire method, I'm going to be burned." Although he shouted like this, there was no trace of burnt black on his body, and it was obvious that he was not burned at all. "Retreat now," Shillelagh said. "This flying Yaksha is of a very high rank, and ordinary magic and flying swords can't do anything to it. It's better to retreat and seek help first. The three of us can fight together." Nzisu gritted his teeth and said, unwilling to retreat. "Retreat." Zhu Yinglyan also echoed, "Even my great light flame can't trap it." "Can you rely on your sword magic, Jing Zhao? Can it be more powerful than the fire magic I specialize in?" Nzisu was speechless, knowing that the two people didn't want to stay, and she was not sure to fight the flying Yaksha alone. In the past, she might have attacked aggressively and fought first. But now that her junior brother's whereabouts are unknown, Nzisu has no intention of fighting such a strong enemy unnecessarily, so she nodded and agreed. Seeing that the three people had already retreated, the flying Yaksha frowned and put away his original playful smile. Which Jiangas did to kill them. Although witches would not check afterwards, if they met these people again later, they might have to ask themselves for the sin of poor execution. No one can be spared, they must be killed. Thinking of this, Fishan Yaksha laughed grimly, suddenly opened his bloody mouth, and spit out a large amount of black and green poisonous fog, which drifted away like a curtain along the sea breeze. Below the sky league, there is a sea cave of earth fire. Chen Yonzhou designed carefully and finally made a prototype of a magic circle, which can be poured into the heat of the earth fire to help melt the fragments of the sky repairing stone. Kunlun Mirror watched from the side and made some suggestions from time to time. Although her attainments in formations were not as good as Chen Yonzhou's, she was proficient in the way of space after all, so she occasionally had inspiring words. The two of them maintained a tacit understanding. Chen Yonzhou did not ask her whether she had done anything to him. It must have been done anyway, or why she did it. What does it matter if you know the reason? Kunlun Jing did not mention that he had come to seek shelter because he was desperate. The two are like a couple who had not seen each other for a long time after breaking up. They seemed to be chatting with each other happily, but they avoided certain topics that were not discussed at the same time. Speaking of which, Kunlun Jing suddenly said, "Have you ever thought about what you'll do after repairing the sky?" Chen Yonzhou thought seriously for a while. "I guess I will find a place to live in seclusion and practice peacefully until I reach the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, and then ascend to heaven." Really? Kunlun Jing sighed in his heart. That's right, which cultivator doesn't want to ascend to heaven? Anyway, the leak in the sky has been repaired. Chen Yonzhou stretched his body lazily. The world is no longer in danger of extinction. Just do whatever you want. I still have a lot of life left. Maybe I'll take some time to visit every corner of the Shenzhou continent, and the Eastern Empire realm. I haven't had much fun there either. I'll have to go there if I have a chance. No motivation or goal, just pure sightseeing. Kunlun Jing felt a little guilty after hearing this, thinking that he had indeed put too much burden on him in the past. Sightseeing, isn't that something that any casual cultivator can do easily? After all, for most cultivators, time is something that they don't lack at all. But for Yonzhou, carefree sightseeing is a luxury. Because he is either practicing or handling sect affairs, and he has 5 accounts at the same time, the intensity of his work is beyond the imagination of ordinary people, so naturally he has no time to have fun. Well, yes. She hid her guilt well and nodded, saying, "The biggest worry has been solved, and it's time to have a good rest and relax." Isn't my biggest worry caused by this broken mirror? Chen Yonzhou cursed in his heart, but smiled. "Yes, by the way, Jin, do you have any plans?" "Me?" Kunlun Mirror was a little confused, and said after a while, "I don't know." Her original plan was to return to the underground palace where Kunlun Mirror was placed in the past and return to sleep. After all, the mission of repairing the sky has been completed, and there is nothing else to do. It is too boring to stay awake. But later, she asked Chen Yonzhou to collect the fragments of the body, and now it has transformed into the form of the human race, but she feels that it is a waste of time to sleep like this. Otherwise, I will also go to travel. Such a thought came from the bottom of my heart, and then it quickly scared Kunlun Mirror. Wait, I'm just a mirror. Why do I want to travel? And if you think about this idea carefully, doesn't it seem that I want to play with Yonzhou? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is not impossible. Although Chen Yonzhou has a low moral bottom line and his way of dealing with emotions is amazing, and he will occasionally make some shocking remarks that hurt feelings, if you don't have the extravagant hope of cultivating feelings with him, he is still qualified as a friend. Besides, after the repair of the sky, I will have no more requests from him, but he still needs my shielding technique and the moon in the mirror. Then, the initiative of this relationship is in my hands, right? What are you laughing at? Chen Yonzhou asked suspiciously. Did I laugh? Kunlun Jing quickly restrained the expression on her face and acted innocent. Your mouth corners were raised just now. Chen Yonzhou reminded her, your face is almost deformed. Kunlun Jing quickly took out a small mirror from her arms, raised the corners of her mouth in front of the mirror, revealing a standard 8 teeth and a beautiful smile. Is it like this? She asked. Raise the corners of your mouth a little higher. Chen Yonzhou began to talk nonsense. How about this? Kunlun Jing tried to raise the corners of his mouth. Raise it a little more. How about this? Kunlun Jing grinned hard, and the flesh on his face was almost squeezed into a lump. Almost. Chen Yonzhou said nonsense. Do you think your face is deformed? You are talking nonsense. Kunlun Jing put away the portable mirror and snorted. I don't remember grinning like this. So you don't deny that you are laughing just now? Chen Yonzhou said quickly. Can you tell me what you are laughing at? Kunlun Jing secretly said that it was not good, and he actually tricked her. Cough. She pretended to cough to buy time to think, and then replied, I think the plan to repair the sky will be completed in your and my hands, and I am happy and overjoyed, so I smiled. I see. Chen Guanzhou certainly didn't believe it, because her smile was too proud and asked for a beating. But there was really no obvious flaw in this statement, so he nodded, changed the subject, and said, "Then you can think about what to do after the sky repair is completed." "Guanzhou, what do you think I can do?" Kumlinjing asked cheerfully. Well, Chen Guanzhou thought for a moment. For him, of course, he hoped that Ah Jin could stay by his side. After all, whether it was her scanning, shielding, or illusion, these abilities were quite useful. But it is well known that the being needed that women want is definitely not to be needed from a utilitarian perspective, but to answer from an emotional perspective, which is the correct answer. At the same time, because Kumlinjing and himself have been together for many years, they are too familiar with each other. If he overacts, Ah Jin will definitely see through it. Therefore, he considered carefully for a moment, and slowly said, "I think if you don't have any other plans, Ah Jin, you can go with me. After all, as a peerless artifact, if you go out alone, I'm worried that you will be deceived." Hilly. Kumlinjing laughed triumphantly. "You are worried that without me, you can't escape the pursuit of your wives, right? This broken mirror, I got carried away and attacked him, right?" Chen Guanzhou was unhappy, but he pretended to be embarrassed and said stubbornly, "It's not like that, it's just for the sake of our past cooperation, I know. Kumlinjing was in a good mood, but turned around and said reservedly, "I need to think about it, that's it. You should repair the sky for me first." Chapter 1040 The Devil is Coming. Jiangli secretly circled over the East China Sea for a few days, and had to admit that her patience was running out. In her spare time, she often read some poems about women's complaints, and carefully experienced the sad emotions of missing her husband. At the time, she thought it was a joke, but now that it really happened to her, she realized how infuriating it was. The flying yaksha was also useless. It was ridiculous that she couldn't detect it when her aura was weak. She simply went straight up to the sky, came to the edge of the celestial barrier, put her hands on her hips and stared outside. The 3 or 2 demons surrounding the outside saw that this great free demon was angry, and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. After a while, a demon finally came here. She was a woman with extremely beautiful looks. She said in a tender voice across the barrier of the sky, "Sister Lin. Great, sister, save me, I can't get in." "If you can't get in, just crash in." Jianglin said impatiently, "If you crash too much, you will always encounter a thin layer, allowing you to crash in by luck." But sister is afraid of pain. The demon wanted to say something coquettishly, but was ignored by Jianglin, who asked her, "Did you see a man come in?" "Man?" "Yes, male." Jianglin described Wei Donliu's appearance and attire. "Have you ever seen a human cultivator like this?" "No." The demon replied. "Are you sure? Look at what my sister said. This vast ocean will not have anyone passing by for 10 days or a month. How can I not remember the people I have seen?" Qianmo laughed. "According to what my sister said, there is no one. But maybe he did some disguise?" "That's true." Jianglin nodded and said, "Clothes can be changed, and appearance can be disguised with illusions. How about this? Describe all the people you have seen in the past 10 days to me." Qianmo was stunned for a moment, and suddenly wanted to slap himself in the face. "Why am I so cheap? Isn't this just asking for trouble?" Under Jianglin's unkind gaze, it can only recall tremblingly. 10 days ago, a fishing boat passed by here, fisherman." Jiangli thought for a moment and shook his head. Wei Dongliu dressed up as a fisherman and sailed across the ocean in a small boat. "It's a bit strange to imagine, isn't it good to fly a sword?" He insisted on taking a boat. What if it was overturned by a big wave? 7 days ago, a group of monks passed by here, 4 men and 3 women. Jianglin sketched out the route of action in his mind, and knew that it should be the monks of the 72 caves of the East China Sea, heading towards the direction of Shenzhou. Of course, the possibility that Wei Donliu's disguise cannot be ruled out, but it is not easy to find 6 people to cooperate with him. He doesn't know that I can ask the outer demon to help investigate, so why bother? 3 days ago, a male monk passed by here on a sword. The demon finally said, and Jianglin immediately pricked up his ears. "Male, alone, and flying a sword, it seems to fit the characteristics of my husband. What does that person look like?" Jiangmo Envy asked quickly. "It's not very clear." The demon shook his head honestly. "The man's sword speed is too fast, but the color of his clothes and his appearance are not very similar to what you described, sister." "Then find this person first." Jiangmo Envy made a decision and said, "Which direction did he fly to?" After asking for the direction, she set off again and flew to the northeast. It's strange. After all, the 72 caves of the East China Sea and the Pengliu King Temple are all located in the almost due north direction. What is the man doing in the northeast? The further east you go from the edge of the East China Sea, the fewer islands there are and the worse the climate is. Moreover, most of the rampant monsters are fierce and violent. It is hard to imagine that someone would go to the edge of the East China Sea for any reason. After asking a few more demons, Jianglin found that the other party's route was also erratic, sometimes going north, sometimes going east. Is it because you were afraid of being followed, so you deliberately take a detour? It is more likely that it is your husband who is so sneaky. Ha, you don't know that outside this sky, there are demons everywhere watching the excitement. As long as you dare to fly openly in the open air, you will never escape my eyes and ears. After tracking for a few days again, Jianglin suddenly found that this direction seems to be the place where the sky leaks. The demons are also very familiar with the place where Niue repaired the sky in the past. After all, the sky barrier near the sky leak is extra fragile, and the probability of thin layers or even loopholes is also greater during operation, so those demons of low rank often like to gather near the sky leak to try their luck. As for the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon, not many people go to wait near the sky leak. After all, it takes too much time to rush back to Shenzhou from the edge of the East China Sea. When she came to the sky leak, she rose again. Sure enough, she saw all kinds of demons dancing outside the sky barrier, as if they were cheering for something. Come on. Don't stop. Yingbao, sister loves you. What a mess. Jiangli was stunned when she saw a golden winged rock below breaking through the clouds and hitting the sky leak fiercely. Then, it turned around and fell down like a kite with a broken string. The sky leak hit by its head and did not even tremble, let alone cracks. If the thing that Niue used to repair the sky was destroyed by such a rough physical attack, the demons would laugh to death. However, the demons outside the sky were all in high spirits. No way, no demon really thought that stupid bird could break the sky leak, right? Jianglin flew up again and got close to the sky. Seeing this great free demon approaching, the low-level demons, whether they knew him or not, all immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Only 3 great free demons were afraid to leave after being swept by Jianglin's eyes, so they had to slowly salute and said timidly, "Hello, Sister Lin." "What are you doing here?" asked Jiang the demon. "Watching the show." "Looking for fun." "Joining in the fun." The 3 demons answered each other, but the answers were the same. "You don't really think? Forget it." Jianglin rubbed his eyebrows irritably. "Have you seen a male human cultivator?" She described Wei Dongliu's appearance, and the 3 demons shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen him. "Then have you seen this cultivator?" Jianglin brought up the characteristics of Chang Yonzhu that she had asked from the previous demon. "It seems so." A demon said uncertainly, "Originally, it flew over on a sword, but then it descended below the clouds, so we didn't notice it." "Can't you watch less of the stupid bird flying into the sky and pay more attention to the suspicious human cultivators passing by, who are the ones who really deserve attention?" Jianglin said with his hands on his hips, dissatisfied. The 3 demons were all confused. What was suspicious about this passing human cultivator? But Sister Lin was too high-ranking and powerful, so she had to take her word for it and couldn't argue back. After Jianglin scolded his sisters, he had no choice but to turn around and fly down. Since the man chose to lower his altitude, it seems that there is an island nearby where he can land. No, there is no land within 100 miles. In other words, he should have dived into the sea. Is there any secret realm under the sea? Think about it carefully. Since he came all the way here, from the perspective of the cultivator, the most likely possibility is that he has discovered some ruins, so he wants to come here to explore and find benefits. Besides, this is where Niue mended the sky. If there are any great relics nearby, or even the cave where Niue lived, and there are treasures in it, it is not impossible. Thinking of this, Jianglin decided to go to the bottom of the sea to investigate. In the underwater cave, near the underground fire, Kumlinjing was chatting with Cheng Yonzhui and asked him what happened later. "So you were almost recognized by junior sisters you?" "Yes." Cheng Yonzhui sighed. Jin, I asked myself on the way to Beacon. I didn't reveal any flaws. Why do you think she would suspect me?" "I understand." Kumlinjing said flawlessly. "I think it must be because of Feng Lan." "You mean the phoenix that fosters her soul in her sea of consciousness?" "Yes." Kumlinjing made up a story. "Is there a possibility that junior sisters you cried every day after losing you, and even fell into the edge of a broken heart?" And in order to prevent her from going astray, Fen Lan deliberately said that she had found a way to confirm that you were most likely Qiu Chang Tian, giving junior sisters you the motivation to continue working hard. It's not impossible, Chen Yuanzhu thought to himself. You are too ridiculous. I was not pretending to be a cultivator at the time, but a mortal, so why did Fen Lan choose me? It's obvious that you did it yourself, and you were talking nonsense here and not admitting it. Of course, now he needed Arjing's shielding and arithmetic ability, so he couldn't turn against this broken mirror, so he could only nod and say, alas, this Fen Lan really doesn't know how to judge people. No, I'm indeed Qiu Chang Tian. It should be said that she was lucky to be able to guess my identity. What's wrong? He suddenly noticed that Kunlin Jing's face had changed slightly. Nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Arjing replied, there is an uninvited guest outside. You stay here and don't move. I will go and deal with the evil guest and come back. After saying that, she quickly left the cave and flew outside. Chen Yuanzhu watched Kunlin Jing leave, feeling a little worried. What uninvited guests? It can't be them. No, with Arjing's arithmetic shielding, they shouldn't come here. But if it's not them, who else could it be? Could it be an orthodox immortal? Let's not talk about Chen Yuanzhu's fear under the sea. Just say that Kunlun Mirror flew out and happened to run into Jiang Munu, who was patrolling on the seabed. Judging from the direction the other party was moving, if Arjing didn't come out to intercept, she would be able to find the entrance to the gap in a few minutes. Jiang Munu saw someone coming out in front of her, and it was a female monk, so she quickly flew over and asked, excuse me, have you seen a male monk? What male monk? Kunlun Mirror made a cold and arrogant gesture, disguising itself as a great recluse. I have been practicing Taoism here for 1,000 years, and I have never seen anyone visit. Really? Jiang Munu didn't seem to doubt it, just smiled and said, in that case, then you are useless and you can die. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Mundo Fanfic Novelers, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelers. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1041. Fortunately I came to find Arjing, the Jing, which turned into black mist and suddenly passed through Kunlin Jing's body, then reappeared behind her, her expression becoming unpredictable. Unlike what was expected, when she passed through the other party, she did not capture any of his spirit, as if the other party's body had no flesh and blood, but was just an empty shell. No, it should be said that it was indeed an empty shell. Jiang Li secretly recalled that a long time ago, roughly before the sky was repaired, in order to deal with the extremely frequent attacks of the demons, the monks had come up with many tricks. For example, they created an empty shell clone to wander in front, and hid the real body somewhere else, and then lured the demon to absorb the spirit, and locked it inside the moment it entered the empty shell. Of course, that method is useful for low-level demons, but it is much worse for the Great Free Demon. First of all, ordinary traps are difficult to work, and secondly, the real body will be found and eaten soon. The only thing that can restrain the Great Freedom Demon is the advanced and rare sealing technique, but Jiang Li can be sure that there are no traps set in this empty shell, and there are no traces of sealing techniques. It is not a person, nor an empty shell, so it is most likely the incarnation of some magic weapon or flying sword. Jiang Li looked at the other party carefully. She looked like a cute little round-faced girl. This is very strange, because the appearance of the magic weapon can be adjusted freely, so most weapon spirits are as perfect as they can be, and few weapon spirits will have features such as a small round face. They don't understand the niche aesthetic of being slightly fat. Have you had enough? Kunlun Mirror asked coldly. As a mirror, it does not have much attack ability itself, but its defense ability has been maxed out long ago. Whether it is space teleportation or mirror flowers and water moons, they can handle most of the damage methods, so it is naturally not inferior to this demon. Jiang Li realized that the other party was a magic weapon in human form. His mind raced, but he did not continue to attack. He just smiled and said, so it's a magic weapon in human form. Where is your master? Is he cultivating in this area? I don't need to explain to you. Kunlun Mirror put on an attitude of keeping people away, hoping that this devil would retreat. How about this? Jiang Li asked again. We don't interfere with each other. Don't stop me from going down to look for people, and I won't attack you. How about it? The cave below is my residence. Kunlun Mirror refused. It's really strange. Jiang Li covered his mouth and smiled falsely. You're a magic weapon in human form. Where is the cave? If it is your master's cave, you are loyal to protect the master and don't let me go in. It's fine, but you don't admit that there is a master. Isn't it strange? I said, this has nothing to do with you. Mira said indifferently. She asked herself that she didn't have the flexible way to deal with things like Chen Yuan's unit, so she simply put on an attitude of indifference. What if I insist on going down? Seeing that she couldn't get any words out of the other party, Jiang Moenvi also turned cold and asked in a deep voice. You can try it. Mira had no expression on her face. The other party was so confident that Jiang Moenvi was a little hesitant, but she was a bold person, so she quickly chose to ignore the Mira and turned into black mist to rush into the gap. Mira remained calm and activated the illusion of mirror flowers and water moons, starting to deceive Jiang Lin's senses. When she helped Wei Donliu disguise himself, Jiang Moenvi had never seen through it, and this time it was naturally successful. Jiang Lin flew down the road in the clouds and mist. There was originally a fork in the road with passages on the left and right, but she went to the right without hesitation, as if she didn't see the road on the left at all. Mira followed the other person slowly, and even found a chance to teleport to Chen Yuan's unit, telling him, she's in, you stay here first, don't come out, I'll use illusion to send her away. Her? Who? How are you going to send her away? Chen Yuanzui asked repeatedly, but Mira didn't mean to answer for him, just teleported away again. This Arjun, for no reason, she said send her away. If it wasn't for the worked illusion in front, Chen Yuanzui really thought she was going to kill her. Mira returned to Jiang Lin's side and continued to follow her, secretly using illusion to manipulate her senses, so that she avoided the route that could lead to Chen Yuanzui. Which Jiang went all the way down, but found that it was a bit too smooth. There were no traps, no restrictions, and the transformed woman followed behind, and didn't even have any intention of stopping, which was very different from the previous vigilance. Could it be that she has already determined that no matter how I search, there will be no results? After searching the entire crevice, Jiang Li was still unable to find any trace of the cave, so she was sure that she had fallen into a trap. She just didn't know whether the other party had used some trick to hide the real cave, or whether she had taken the wrong path and the real cave was somewhere else. In short, it was all Wei Dongliu's fault. Not only did he not return home, but he also hung out with other women, right? Now he's even hiding in someone else's cave and refuses to come out to see me. Thinking of this, Jiang Li silently made a note of her husband in her heart, turned around with a smile on her face, and said to Jing, please tell my husband that I will be back. What do you mean? Jing tried to act surprised and puzzled. Don't pretend. Jiang Li smiled secretly. I saw him pass through the clouds and land here. If he is not in your cave, where else can he hide? Tell him to come up with a reasonable explanation as soon as possible, otherwise when I catch him next time, it won't be solved in 1 or 2 times, okay? After saying that, she once again raised the black mist and quickly left here. I have to find a sister who is good at breaking illusions to come here again, although I don't know if there is one. Let's go back to the Demon Palace to ask. Mira scanned and confirmed that the other party had left, and then quietly teleported back to Chen Yuanzui. Solved. She said with a smile, guess who came? Chen Yuanzui quickly went through it in his mind, Xiaoluli? Why is it Xiaoluli? Mira said strangely, didn't I say that her magic was blocked by me? Then could it be Nzesu? Chen Yuanzui remembered her completely unreasonable intuition again. Are you afraid of your senior sister so you guess her? Mira asked again. Could it be Sister Zhu? Chen Yuanzui pondered, does the phoenix in her mind have the ability to break through a magic shield? I've guessed and guessed, but no one guessed right. Jing sighed and said, it's your Miss Jiang. Chen Yuanzui couldn't help but shudder, and after a while he said, how did you solve it? I asked her to search directly. Jing said calmly, she didn't find it, so what else can she do except leave? Chen Yuanzui suddenly realized what he said, and there was an inexplicable lingering fear. Facing Sister Zhu, Sister An and Miss Shi, he could easily play dumb, play tricks and delay time, but the witch Jing was never a reasonable woman. After all, the demons acted violently and didn't care about social etiquette at all. If she suspected you at all, no matter how you argued, she would definitely kill you directly. Fortunately, I came to find Archie in time. Thinking of this, he felt proud and relieved, but then he thought that Madame Jing would not give up and would come back at any time, so he could not help but fall into annoyance and sorrow again. However, Zhu Yinlian, Zesu, and Shilili joined forces to block the attack of the flying yaksha, fighting and retreating all the way. Zhu Yingyan was good at large-scale Taoism, and used fire Taoism to intercept and confront on the front battlefield. Zisu supported from the side with 2 swords. Although the flying yaksha had a copper body and iron arms and was invulnerable to swords and spears, it was effective to just hit it with the sword spine of the flying sword, interrupt the flying yaksha's spell-casting accuracy at the critical moment, or prevent it from continuing to pursue. Shili was not good at fighting, so he could only use the Gao Chen Star San to protect himself. After watching for a while, he saw that the flying yaksha was restrained by the 2 people and lost the initiative, and suddenly he felt unwilling to show weakness. She pinched the dough formula in her hand, summoned the water of the Tinhe River, and with the help of the vast ocean below, increased the water force and rushed towards the flying yaksha. The flying yaksha was sprayed by the water column, but was not surprised but happy. He just rushed to the sea of fire quickly, and with the help of the water of the Tinhe River, the fire scene composed of the great light fire was broken into pieces. Fortunately, Zisu suddenly broke out at the critical moment, and rushed to the flying yaksha with the unity of man and sword, forcibly knocking it back into the depths of the sea of fire. Fellow Daoist Dongyu. Zhu Yingyan endured his anger. If you don't know how to fight, you don't have to fight. If you do this, I will doubt whose side you are on. Shili was bored, embarrassedly put away his magical powers, and silently retreated to a distance to cast a hexagram. The hexagram showed that this battle was extremely dangerous and he would perish if he was not careful. But from the scene, the flying yaksha was clearly suppressed by the 2 people and had no power to fight back. Although Shili admitted that he did not understand fighting, he was not so naive as to think that the 2 were also very powerful, and hurriedly warned, "Be careful. It is showing weakness." Zhu Yingyan and Zisu were suddenly shocked, and saw that the flying yaksha was furious, and instantly rushed out of the sea of fire and ran towards Shili. Although it was afraid of the bright light fire, it was not to the point of not daring to touch it. It just pretended to be afraid of the flames. The purpose was to show weakness and paralyze the opponent, so as to find an opportunity to suddenly kill 3 people. Otherwise, if one person was killed, the remaining 2 knew that they could not defeat the opponent and ran away separately, which would easily make it easy for a fish to slip through the net. Now that Shili called it out, and saw the flying yaksha rushing out of the sea of fire, the 2 knew that they were almost tricked, and hurriedly intercepted the opponent. Zisu once again merged with his sword, and the mighty sword light blasted towards the flying yaksha, but it was resisted head-on with brute force. Zhu Yingyan took the opportunity to display the red feather 9 phoenix fire, spitting out a golden thread that was strong enough to split gold and crack stone, but the flying yaksha took the opportunity to loosen his strength and was pushed out of the attack range of the golden thread by Zisu's sword light, and then quickly changed direction in the air and attacked the unprepared Shili again. Chapter 1042. Someone is playing a big game. Shili saw the flying yaksha rushing towards her, but she was not too panicked. After all, she was the weakest among the 3, and it was natural for her to be attacked first by the breakthrough point. She had already prepared before she reminded him. She took out the storage bag from her waist and took out a magic weapon, which was a small shield shining with silver light. Throwing it forward, the shield suddenly extended and blocked the claws of the flying yaksha, making a loud sound like thunder. Despite the loud sound, the shield was not knocked away, and there was not even the slightest shake, as if it had firmly withstood the blow. Zisu was about to rescue, but when he saw this, he stopped and looked at Zhu Yingyan in surprise. Zhu Yingyan nodded, which made Zisu's mind sink slightly. Although the Penglai monks were weak in fighting, many of their side methods, if used, would be enough to disgust the enemy. Among them, one of the best was Elder Shiding of Tiangong. It is said that in a secret realm before, the master of Kuzu Peak of Shushan Mountain and the elder Shiding of Penglai fought, and the other party threw out the shield to protect his body tightly. No matter how she changed her sword path, she would be stopped by the flying shield. Of course, both parties belonged to the Orthodox religion, and there was no life and death struggle, so she did not use the big move of the unity of man and sword, and did not know whether the shield of the elder Shiding could withstand it, but now it seems that it should be able to withstand it. Zisu recognized the shield, but Zhu Yingyan recognized the bag on Shili's waist. If the judgment is correct, the storage bag is the Tiangong by Bahu bag of the elder Shiding in the past, and later it should have belonged to the elder Jimnoon. At this time, it appeared beside Shili, which means that Jimnoon left the Tiangong by Bahu bag to Shili when he left Penglai. Thinking of this, and realizing that his senior brother did not leave anything for him before leaving, Zhu Yingyan felt a faint displeasure and jealousy. No, senior brother is different from Jinoon, so they can't be compared. She comforted herself in this way, but she couldn't suppress the feeling of suffocation. As for the thought of rescuing Shiluli, it was temporarily stopped after Shiluli took out the shield to protect himself. Shiluli used the shield magic weapon with all his strength to resist the violent attack of the flying night demon. He saw Zhu Yinglyan and Zisu stop their attacks from the corner of his eye. He was angry in his heart, but he shouted loudly, "Quick! Seal it!" Although the flying night demon's body is as strong as gold and iron, and it is not afraid of swords and guns, it is most afraid of sealing spells. Hearing Shiluli call out the word seal, it immediately moved sideways and rushed out a distance to dodge the spells that could come from behind at any time. But there was no sneak attack from behind. It turned its head again and saw that Shiluli had taken out a shuttle-shaped magic weapon, and the true essence was injected into it at full speed. In an instant, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared at the place where the water and the sky met. Seeing Shiluli performing the escape method, Zhu Yinglyan and Zisu did not hesitate. The latter instantly merged with the sword and turned into a sword light and went westward. The former's whole body was instantly covered with flames, and then the flames quickly extinguished and his figure disappeared. Now it was Fishing Yaksha's turn to be dumbfounded. What it feared most was that the three people fled separately in different directions. No matter which one it chased, it would be equivalent to the other two escaping, which was not in line with the order given to it. But now that things have happened, it can only make a difficult choice among the three. In terms of strength, Zhu Yinglyan is the most difficult, followed by Zisu, and Shiluli is the weakest and easiest to kill. But in terms of running speed, Shiluli is the fastest, followed by Zisu, who is the unity of man and sword, and Zhu Yinglyan keeps flashing in the flames. Although his trajectory is also unpredictable, his speed is actually a few points slower than the first two. Fishing Yaksha hesitated for a moment and quickly made a decision. Chase Shiluli. If it chased after Zhu Yinglyan and Zisu, it would take a lot of effort to kill them even if it caught up with them. When it finally harvested the heads and turned back, the other two had already run away. It would be better to chase after Shiluli, catch up and kill her quickly, and then quickly turn to chase the next person. Maybe there is still a chance. So it used its monstrous magic power, and two dark blue wings stretched out from its shoulder blades behind it. With a strong shake, the whole body was like an arrow from a string, chasing in the direction of Shiluli's escape. Fishing Yaksha dared to call this name, so of course its speed was far beyond that of ordinary sword flying. It quickly caught up with Shiluli and attacked her shuttle-shaped magic weapon. Shiluli was driving the magic weapon, and she was not panicked. She just silently took out a magic weapon from the storage bag, and threw it back without even looking at it. Fishing Yaksha subconsciously dodged, and then saw that it was just an ordinary flying knife magic weapon, and was immediately furious. If I had known it was this thing, I would have caught it with my head. What are you hiding from? He closed the distance again, and saw Shiluli throwing out another object. This time, Fishing Yaksha didn't dodge, and was hit by the thing right in the middle of his eyebrows, and his body suddenly stiffened. It was an activated talisman, tightly attached to its forehead, trying to seal the power in its body. This talisman is of a high rank, and it is activated very quickly, and the effect is also very obvious, but Fishing Yaksha is fierce and fierce. How could it be restrained by a talisman, and directly used brute force to break free from the talisman and tore it off fiercely. It was during these few breaths of delay that Shiluli opened up the distance again and ran a long way. Fishing Yaksha finally began to regret it, because although the female monk in front of him was very weak, she had all kinds of magical instruments. What's more disgusting is that the opponent seemed to be able to predict the enemy's moves. If it doesn't dodge or evade, the opponent will use all kinds of messy things to slow down its pursuit. But if it dodged, it would still waste time. The other party threw useless magic weapons such as low-level flying swords, which made Fishing Yaksha more and more irritable and violent. At this time, it was definitely too late to turn around and chase the other two, so Fishing Yaksha could only swallow that bitter fruit silently and chase Shiluli relentlessly. Not long after, a figure suddenly appeared in front. Shiluli looked carefully and found that it was an elder of Penglayu King Temple, whose Taoist name was King Lan. He didn't expect to meet him here. Elder King Lan also saw from a distance that Elder Dongyu was being chased by a zombie-like monster, and subconsciously flew up on his sword and planned to run away. It can be seen that most of the Penglai monks are self-aware. In the case of unknown risks, running away is always the first choice. But Shiluli was not willing to give her this opportunity. She immediately fine-tuned the flying direction of the shuttle and chased in the direction where King Lan fled. She quickly caught up with the other party and called King Lan to stop flying on the sword. King Lan was helpless. After all, her sword speed was too slow. If she didn't get up now, she would be caught up by the zombies behind her. Therefore, she could only cry and say, "Dongyu, you have made me suffer." "How did I know you were here?" Shili asked bluntly. "Don't you know some kind of magic?" King Lun said, "You must have calculated it, otherwise how could you just happen to meet me?" "That's right, then I'll calculate whether I should take you away." Shili pretended to tell fortunes, but King Arm quickly grabbed her arm and said repeatedly, "Good sister, I was wrong, take me back to Penglai. Let me have some pills first, my true essence is running low." Shili said bluntly. This elder King Lun mainly practices pills. Although his other abilities are not very good, the quality of the pills is really good. Shili took a few pills from her and swallowed them, and then threw out a magic weapon to slow down the speed of Fission Yaksha, taking the opportunity to refine the medicinal power. The East China Sea area around here is already the sphere of influence of Penglai, so it is not surprising to meet King Lun. Shili fled for another half an hour, and suddenly saw a figure in front of her. It was Elder Mingxia, who specialized in talismans. She had been handling affairs in Tiangongfang for many years, and was familiar with most of the elders in the temple. Seeing that Elder Mingxia stopped and seemed to want to see what happened, she hurriedly controlled the shuttle-shaped magic weapon to chase after him, and also involved Elder Mingxia. "What is that?" Mingxia looked back and exclaimed, "Flying Night Demon." "Calm down." Shili said calmly, "We need to ask for help." "If we need help, why do you take me with you?" Mingxia also reacted. "Or you can go down now." Shili asked back. So Mingxia stopped talking. If she went down now, she would be killed by the Flying Night Demon Scratch. She could still tell the difference between the pros and cons. Shili led people and the Flying Night Demon to flee and chase, and not long after, she saw a figure in front of her. "That's Elder Yuanfa." King Lun suddenly said excitedly, "Hurry up, Dongyu, don't let her escape." "What do you mean by don't let her escape? I'm not a hostile cultivator." Shili couldn't complain, so he could only fly over and pull the other party on board. In this way, about 7 or 8 people were pulled up, and everyone's reaction was exactly the same. At first they blamed Shili for dragging themselves into the fire pit, and then they firmly expressed their willingness to live and die with the collective, and continued to pull more fellow cultivators they saw along the way. "What are you pulling?" Shili suddenly said, "We have 10 union cultivators here, can't we beat that little Flying Night Demon?" Everyone looked at each other. After a long while, someone hesitated and said, "How about, let's try it. If it doesn't work, just run away. With so many of us, can't we hold back a Flying Night Demon?" Everyone thought this suggestion was reliable, so Shili stopped the magic weapon, and everyone quickly flew their swords and dispersed, and then used various magic weapons and talismans to blast the Flying Night Demon. Fission Yaksha had been in the Fanxingdao resident for many years and had some understanding of the sects in the world of cultivation. He knew that the Penglai King Temple was a weak sect, so he showed a ferocious smile with green face and fangs, and went to meet it fiercely. Not long after, it began to doubt its judgment. Although it didn't know what barrage attack and saturation coverage were, the many attacks that originally could not cause damage to it, after accumulating to a certain scale, actually hindered its actions. Nowadays, whether Fission Yaksha wanted to move forward, backward, or move left and right, there would be countless magic weapons and flying swords hitting it, making it stagger and unstable, and it was difficult to keep its balance. Soon it couldn't hold back its irritability, and it became fierce and let out a deafening roar. This roar was driven by the zombies' innate magical power and had a soul-stirring effect. Therefore, all the cultivators who passed by the sound wave held their heads in pain, and blood flowed from their mouths and noses. Fission Yaksha was about to take advantage of the situation to pursue. The next second, a large amount of tin-head water gushed out from the front, directly washing it out of the crowd. Bastard! When Fission Yaksha struggled out of the water column with brute force, he found that everyone had recovered from the shock of the sound wave. The others were not difficult to deal with, but Penglai Donyu was really tricky. He could always predict the enemy's moves and quickly use some means to destroy and restrain it when it was about to cast spells. Take the roar just now for example. Shili was also shocked by the roar and was stagnant, but the tin-head water was summoned when it was about to roar. It was enough to show that the opponent responded by prediction rather than reaction speed. This place was not far from Penglai Fairy Island. Many Jindans who passed by saw the elders of their sect fighting Fission Yaksha. Although they did not dare to join the battle, it was no problem to go back and get reinforcements. Yaksha felt more and more uneasy as he fought, and then he simply roared again to shock everyone, and then turned around and left without hesitation. If it really provokes the Immortal of Penglai's sect, it thinks it's better to face Jiangli's anger. After driving away this plague god, the elders were also very excited. You know, this flying night demon is not an ordinary zombie. It is extremely close to the great perfection of the nascent soul realm, and it is only one step away from ascending to become a drought demon. Even the Shushan Sword Immortal, the nascent soul elder, who is known for his good fighting, dare not guarantee that he can defeat a flying night demon in a single fight. It is said that our Penglai monks are not good at fighting, but now it seems that it may not be the case. Soon, the head of Kshandu heard the news and rushed over to ask everyone present about the situation. After knowing that it was Shilili who led the other party, he called Shilili to see the Wonksai Immortal and made a separate explanation and report. At the same time, facing the head and the Immortal, Shilili was not panicked. She just said that she was looking for clues about her husband. On the way, she met Jianglin, the deputy leader of Fanshindo, who asked this flying night demon to kill her. There was no lie in this statement, except that the fact that she has found her husband was omitted. The Kshandu sect leader and the Wonksai Immortal did not doubt it either, but thought silently for a moment, and heard the sect leader suddenly say, "The leader of the Mortal Life sect, Wei Dongliu, has also been confirmed missing. It seems." The Wonksai Immortal said slowly, "Someone is playing a big game." Kumlan Changan, Shushanking Fen, and Penglai Jinun all the mainstays of their respective sects and future rising stars, but they all defected and disappeared after stealing the fragments of the Butian stone. Now there is another leader of the Mortal Life sect. In the eyes of the Wonksai Immortal, these people must be from the same organization, and their purpose is to steal the fragments of the Butian stone. Who is the mastermind behind this who can recruit so many talents and let them go undercover in various major sects? Originally, everyone suspected the Heldo, but now it seems unlikely that the Heldo is. After all, as long as the hidden man is allowed to continue to develop and become the head of the three pure ones, and then secretly transfer benefits to the demon sect, the damage he can cause will be far greater than the current rebellious sect. The only explanation is that the organization does not want to fight against the three pure ones, and they have only one purpose from beginning to end: to steal the heaven-fixing stone. Chapter 1043 Gift of Ascension Dough Fruit. After the Butian chief fragment was stolen, the immortals of the three pure ones of the Orthodox sect also communicated with each other. Before, everyone had a tacit understanding of "I know you have it, but if you don't say it, I won't mention it either." Therefore, after the Butian was stolen, the three did not associate it with other people at first. After important figures from the other two sects also left the sect, everyone slowly came to their senses. The situation seems to be a bit similar to my side. After asking carefully, it turned out that the Butian fragment was lost. As a divine artifact for sealing and suppressing, Butian is very useful in this regard, but in other areas it is similar to a stone. In other words, the mastermind behind the scenes wanted to steal the Butian fragment, most likely to save his life in the world-destroying disaster. Here comes the question. Even if you want to protect the entire sect, one fragment is enough. Why did the other party go to great lengths and send 3 genius seeds to mix in 3 sects at the same time, just to get all 3 Butian fragments? One fragment can protect a sect, so more fragments can naturally protect a larger territory. Thinking in this direction, the answer is obvious. The other party is probably trying to emulate Nue, re-refining the heaven-fixing stone, and completely repairing the leak in the sky. This conjecture is also one of the reasons why Cunning, Shushan and Penglai have never conducted a large-scale search for people. If the leak in the sky can be directly repaired, it is equivalent to solving the hidden danger from the root, which is also a good thing. Although it cannot offset the loss of the sect's loss of the heaven-fixing stone fragment, it is at least barely acceptable. The heaven-fixing stone was divided into 6 pieces, and the Orthodox sect got 3 of them, which means that the other party has to find the other 3. Now, from Shiluli, he learned that Wei Dongliu at the Fanshindo had disappeared, and the Wonksai Immortal immediately had a guess. He quickly sent a letter to Kisan and Chanmei to explain the matter. Soon, Kisan wrote back, "Have the other 2 pieces been found?" It's no wonder that the immortal Kisan was nervous. After all, if all 6 pieces were really collected and the leak in the sky was repaired, it would naturally be a permanent solution. But if they fail to gather all of them, the effort will fail, and the world-destroying disaster will come as expected, and then the sect will be doomed. Wonksai Immortal was about to reply when the letter from Chanmei Immortal arrived. If the other party really wants to repair the sky, perhaps you can wait at the place where the sky leaks. Indeed, if you want to repair the sky, you must go to the place where the southeast sky pillar collapsed in the past. If you really want to be more sneaky, you can even ambush around, wait for the other party to finish repairing the sky, and then suddenly show up to capture the other party. Of course, this idea is very damaging. After all, the other party has saved the people, and he must have great merits. Capturing the other party will not do anything. But at least you can find out the other party's identity. Thinking of this, and recalling his past impression of Jin-Noon, Wang Immortal also had some thoughts. He took care of Jin-Noon at the beginning, and he really thought highly of him. Even the fact that he decided to make Dongyu the successor to the head sect was also partly due to this. After all, Elder Jin-Noon is already the master of Tiangong-Fang, and it is impossible for him to be the headmaster. But if Delu becomes the headmaster, the status of Tiangong-Fang will naturally be the leader of Penglai, and it will be unshakable. To this day, although he knows that the other party is an undercover, Wang Immortal still has the urge to find Jin-Noon and ask seriously why every time he thinks of the past. Although it seems to be useless. Thinking of this, Wang Immortal wrote to Kisun again and mentioned the idea of Chanmei Immortal. In the secret realm of Tianmen Palace, Kisun Immortal received a letter, glanced at it, and handed it to Ziwei Headmaster and Zhu Yinlian, asking, "What do you think?" Ziwei Headmaster thought for a while and said, "You can have someone wait near the southeast Haiyan Zoo." The implication is that they must guard, and at least they must find out the identity of the organization. As for whether it is an enemy or a friend, whether to capture or release, we will talk about it later. This was also a mature and prudent statement, so when Kisun Immortal was about to nod, he heard Zhu Yinlian say, "I will guard it myself." Kisun Immortal almost nodded, but subconsciously shook his head when he heard this, and it turned out to be like twisting his neck. Zhu Yinlian and Ziwei sect master looked at him in surprise, and only heard the Immortal say, "Well, how can this be possible? Immortal, are you afraid that I will defect like my senior brother?" Zhu Yinlian said with a smile. Ziwei sect master was a little suffocated. This cunning is good in other aspects, but because of her exquisite mind, she speaks too sharply, often hitting the nail on the head, leaving people speechless. I remember when she just entered the sect, she was often resentful because her cultivation could not catch up with Changzhen. Now it seems that although her temper has changed, it has not changed completely. How could this be? Kisun Immortal said in astonishment, "Qing, don't joke. You are the successor of the headmaster. If you travel outside for a long time, you will definitely be targeted. This is not a joke. Unless the sect leaks the secret, who would know my whereabouts?" Zhu Yinlian insisted, or was the Immortal worried about the headmaster? Ziwei Headmaster frowned and was about to speak, but Zhu Yinlian lowered his skirt and said seriously, "Finding my senior brother is my lifelong obsession, which is related to the Heart of Tao. Please help me, Master Immortal." Qing brought up the Heart of Tao, and Ziwei Headmaster and Kisun Immortal were speechless. After all, for a cultivator, the Heart of Tao is a vital thing and must not be lost. It's like when Shushan wanted to urge Qin Sword Master to form a baby as soon as possible. Ling Yunpo said, "I have an agreement with Qin's human sword, and this oath is related to the Heart of Tao in order not to steal Qiu Chang's limelight," and easily fooled him. After a long while, Ziwei sect master said, "How about letting Qing try?" Kisun Immortal said irritably, "Then give her the chia-splitting light sword." After thinking for a while, Kisun Immortal took out another thing, which was the Heavenly Hollow Natural Spirit chapter that he had given to Qiu Chang's. "Once you can practice this, you will be allowed to go out and walk." "Thank you, Immortal, thank you, Master." Zhu Yinlian looked at the Immortal secret method, but his face did not show joy, but he bowed solemnly. Donghuan realm on the other side of the Earth's crust. After a long siege war, the White Tiger of Shizhou finally gave in and began to send envoys to discuss the ceasefire with the three states of North, East and South. Regarding the specific terms of the ceasefire, the four parties still need to have a longer tug-of-war discussion, but one thing is almost certain. The Kaling clan must give up the throne. The main demand of the Kanglong of Dongzhou is to make the Dragon clan great again. The Dragon Fox has a strong legal claim to the throne, and the Jielong clan lacks the foundation and strength, so it is undoubtedly the best candidate for the new emperor. The Black Turtle of Bizhou agrees with this. They were originally defeated in the internal struggle of the Kaling royal family. Now they can rebound by just changing their support for Qiu Hun to supporting the Dragon Fox. Naturally, there is no reason not to support it. The attitude of the Vermilion Bird of Nanzhou is even more simple and crude. After all, they have been fighting with the Kaling for too long. If this clan continues to steal the throne, they will sooner or later settle accounts with the Feather clan. After they have recovered, they must be completely defeated. The three major princes jointly exerted pressure, and even though the White Tiger and the Kalin were deeply bound, they could no longer hold on. After so many years of war, Zhongzhou itself has been destroyed. After the defense line completely collapsed, would the war spread to Shizhou? The four major princes were very realistic, and the White Tiger of Shizhou was naturally no exception. They quickly reached an agreement on this clause. The Kalin gave up the throne, which was a fact. As for the opinion of the Kalin clan, it was no longer important under such a huge gap in strength. On the day that terms were reached, the Blue Dragon Patriarch found Longyu and told her the news in person. "You don't seem very happy?" he asked with some doubts. "Not unhappy." Longyu smiled politely. "I'm still happy." Although this was polite on the surface, if the Blue Dragon Patriarch couldn't see it, he would have lived in vain for so many years. He just thought about it for a while. Combined with the intelligence he had recently obtained, he guessed what the other party meant, and persuaded. "You should know how your father failed back then. Not only did he fall into the trap of the other side, but he also ruined the entire Jielong clan." Longyu nodded, but did not refute anything. Such silence is nothing more than "I know you are right, but I don't listen," so that the Blue Dragon Patriarch looked at her seriously for a moment, and finally sighed. If Longyu was born in the Blue Dragon clan, he would definitely give a death order directly, not allowing the other party to go to the human world to find Long. But the other party now belongs to Jielong, and is about to take over the throne of the Emperor. Even if Long forcibly controls it from behind, Xuangui and Xu now will not sit idly by. Therefore, Long Patriarch saw her firm attitude and could only temporarily not mention it. After Long Patriarch left, Longhu sat down in the study and looked up at the bright moon outside the window. Of course, she knew how risky it was to go to the human world to find Long. But just like her father back then, there was a reason not to do so. It would be better not to be the Emperor, but to go to the human world. However, she would not make the same mistakes her father made because he was too impatient before leaving the world of cultivation, Shushan. After learning from the immortal Chanmei that Ling Yunpo, who had obtained the fragment of the heaven repairing stone, and the organization behind him would definitely go to the southeast heavenly pillar to repair the sky after refining the heaven repairing stone, Zisu blurted out, "Then why don't we go to the southeast heavenly pillar to guard it?" "That's not what I said." The immortal Chanmei said helplessly, "If the sky is really repaired, and the people of the world are saved, it will be a great merit. Jing Xiao, do you understand?" Back then, after Mui repaired the sky, she ascended directly on the spot. The merit was too great for the heavenly dough to repay. Even erasing her heavenly tribulation was not enough to compensate her. In the end, they could only give her the great perfection dough fruit and send her to the immortal realm as a gift. Hearing this, Zisu was almost struck by lightning. "What, junior brother is going to ascend? It's not King Feng who is going to ascend." Seeing her expression of fear and anxiety, Su Jian added from the side, "He is the mastermind behind the scenes, and his merits must be the greatest. As for King Feng, considering that there are 6 fragments of the Butian stone, he probably got no more than 1/6. Even so, it can't be calculated by common sense." The long-browed immortal frowned and said, "To put it in a low-level way, he has directly reached the great perfection of the nascent soul realm and can ascend at any time. To put it in a high-level way, it is his morality that protects him, and he may not even need to cross the tribulation to ascend. This kind of person who is protected by the way of heaven, let alone our Shushan, any sect in the world with any brains will not offend him." Chapter 1044. Beware of some fairies playing emotional cards regarding the great merit of patching up the sky. Although the various sects did not say it explicitly, they all tended to believe that the organization behind the scenes stole the fragment of the patching stone for this great merit. Otherwise, was it just to save the world? What kind of natural saint would do such a thing? There are many ways to use merit, and this great merit has the precedent in a way, which should be enough to be directly sent to the fairyland by the heavenly way of this world. It should be explained here that ascending to the fairyland and being sent to the fairyland by the gift are completely different things. In the former, even if you were a Chaos Dailao Jinxian, you have to rely on the power of ascension to fly slowly. In the latter, it can be roughly understood that this world that you saved specially mobilized its power to open up a space channel for you, directly skipping the long cosmic journey and possible harassment by the demons, and you can reach the fairyland after sleeping. Of course, the three pure ones of the Orthodox religion were jealous, but they did not think of intercepting halfway. The main reason is that the heavenly wave's ability to distinguish in this regard is too strong. Just like the laws of physics, there is no possibility of deception and tampering. Even if the fragments of the heaven-fixing stone were not stolen, the three pure ones of the Orthodox sect could only get half of the heaven-fixing stone together, which was still far from the real heaven-fixing. If there was really no other way, who would think of making a cover to cover themselves? Using this method of treating the symptoms but not the root cause itself means that the root cause cannot be achieved. Now that someone can collect the fragments of the heaven-fixing stone and take the great merit into their arms, the three pure ones of the Orthodox sect seem to have nothing else to do except watching. Although the sect has begun to rot, the female fairies may not be willing to accept it. Zhu Yinglyan has already carried the chia-splitting light sword and secretly left the Kunlun Mountains, intending to ambush near the Jinlu, waiting for the organization that repairs the sky to appear, so as to find Qiu Chang's iron. Zisu also persuaded the immortal Chanmelain, the head of the sect Su Jian, to detour to the South China Sea and then turn east. The two's trip was top secret. After all, as one of the best monks in the righteous path, if the demon sect knew about it, they would definitely be ambushed and killed at all costs. Among the three pure ones in the righteous sect, only Chilili did not move. She was not in a hurry to find Lu Yan's whereabouts, but kept looking for Wang Xi and Immortal to test the information about the stolen items. Wang Xi and Immortal was annoyed by her and could only tell everything in detail, and also told the conjecture from Chanmele Immortal. It turned out that the bastard wanted to repair the sky. Shilili seemed to understand. Even if it was for the great merit, at least it was for saving the world. In this way, his motive for betraying Penglai did not seem so ugly. Bah! How could it not be ugly? Can abandoning his wife be easily whitewashed? However, with Shilili's thinking ability that was beyond others, he quickly thought of another possibility. Wait! There is no organization behind that bastard. Kumling Qiu Chang Tian, Shushan Ling Yunpo, Penglai Loyan, and even Wei Dongliu and Fanshin Dao, look like pawns of a huge behind-the-scenes mastermind, but in fact, they are the same person. Since they are the same person, the speculation that there is an organization behind them is self-defeating. If there is really a huge organization, how could it send one person to mix with four sects? The behavior and speaking styles of the four different characters must be disguised perfectly, which is much more difficult than sending four spies. In other words, the one who really wants to steal the sky-making stone is actually the bastard. However, the reason why everyone thinks that there is an organization behind it is due to insufficient intelligence. But if they all squat near the Sky League, and then wait for the bastard to repair the sky and be caught on the spot, his identity will probably be exposed. Even if it is not exposed, the bastard has great merits to protect his body, so there is no need to disguise himself, and he may just admit it triumphantly. As the saying goes, husbands cannot be divided anymore, everyone relies on their own abilities. Unfortunately, although they have the intelligence advantage, both Shilili herself and the Penglayu King Temple behind her are the weakest among the several forces. If a saint with great merits does not choose to ascend on the spot, Penglai will most likely fight for it and let the other party stay in the sect. As for stealing the sky-making stone, it is not important. Can you still hold him accountable? Do you know that this is a different time? If you don't want it here, Kunlun Shushan will rush to get it. Until now, Kunlun's statement to Changzhen is establishing a sect on your own, and Shushan's statement to King Fei is going out for training, which shows that they are not willing to completely tear up this remaining connection. This intelligence advantage must be turned into a let-in progress as soon as possible, otherwise when the day of the showdown comes, if there is no first mover advantage, Penglai himself will definitely be the first to be eliminated. Shilili is not a fussy person, otherwise she would not have insisted on becoming a Taoist couple with Lu Yan after the death of Elder Shi Din, and then exchanged it for the sympathy and protection of the Wang Xi and Immortal, and then started from scratch to study sword forging. Her action, will and skills are actually very vigorous. She quickly made a decision and said to the Wang Xi and Immortal, "Immortal, I actually have something." Although there is no clear evidence, the result of the calculation does show this. The Wang Xi and Immortal was silent for a while, and said, "Your statement is just like the legend of strange things. Are you kidding me? I hope it's a joke." Shilili showed a somewhat sad smile, but every word I said was not exaggerated. The Wang Xi and Immortal was silent again, and after a moment, he said, "Could it be that the calculation was wrong?" "No," Shilili said firmly. "Anyway, Chang Zhen, Kim Hen, Jin Yun, are all the same person. This is really too unbelievable. One cunning immortal paused here and added, and the divination is not 100% correct. That's right, Shilly said quickly, but the accuracy depends on the divination skills of the fortune teller himself. The immortal wants to confirm the junior's grasp, right? Well, one cunning immortal pondered for a moment and said, then tell me, what kind of elixir did I take this morning? Shilly quickly made a divination, took a look, and said, simple and unpretentious, spicy and flavorful. It doesn't look like a regular elixir. Could it be Bako pills? The so-called Bako pills are made by kneading licorice and many spicy herbs. It has no medicinal effect on cultivation, but it is rich in taste and is a snack sold to children in mortal pharmacies. One cunning immortal's face suddenly turned red, and he waved his hand and said, you can also calculate this. It's amazing, ahem. He had no pills to refine this morning, and suddenly on a whim, he made some Bako pills to try. This matter was definitely unknown to anyone, and it could only be calculated. To be honest, one cunning immortal originally admired Shilly's ability in divination, and believed that she not only had profound attainments in this area, but also had enough wisdom and experience to combine many scattered clues in reality to improve the accuracy of interpreting the hexagrams, but this divination really surprised him. He made a furnace of Bako pills as a snack this morning. This thing could never be derived from reasoning and analysis. Only divination can produce results out of nothing without any evidence or clues. In this case, then what she said about her calculation that Chan Zhen, Kim Hen, and Jin Yun were actually the same person, is this statement also true? One cunning immortal was really speechless this time. It was not because the news was too shocking, but because he thought about it for a while, and felt that his mind was like a mess, and he wanted to sort it out but had no way to start. How could these three people be the same person? How could the same person appear in three sects at the same time? How could it be possible in terms of time? Kumlan Chenggang has a clear mind, Shushang Feng has a natural sword bone, and Penglai Jinyun has 1,000 understandings after hearing one thing. How could these three talents for cultivation be concentrated in the same person? The three people have different personalities, temperaments, expressions, words, and habits of behavior, otherwise people would have noticed the clues long ago. If it is really one person playing three roles, how did he do it? Chenggang is good at thunder magic, Kim Fei is superb in swordsmanship, and Jinyun is profound in the way of refining weapons. These things require hard work to immerse themselves. Where does he have so much time to do them? So this person has 36 hours a day. One cunning immortal was puzzled, but Shilly quickly reminded him. Immortal, if this is true, then there must be a dispute between us and Kumlan and Shushan. This was like a bolt from the blue, suddenly waking one cunning immortal from his chaotic thoughts. Yes. He originally thought that no matter how the organization repaired the sky, Jinyun would definitely have a share in the final great merit. Although it was not enough to ascend to heaven on the spot, it was enough to become a saint. When the time came, Jinyun would be welcomed back politely, and he would be a mascot in the sect. Penglai could also use his protective morality to increase its own luck, at least to ensure its prosperity for thousands of years. I think Kumlan and Shushan also think so. The three parties should take care of their own affairs and not interfere with each other. But if what Shilly said was true, and there was only one person on the opposite side from beginning to end, then as long as the other party did not ascend on the spot, but chose to stay in this world, Kumlan, Shushan and Penglai would almost inevitably fight each other. Thinking of fighting against Kumlan and Shushan at the same time, one cunning immortal subconsciously became a little timid and said, such a great merit, I guess it will be sent directly to the fairyland like no way. If so, is the immortal willing? Shilly asked in a deep voice. Well, is it useful to be unwilling or not? One cunning immortal said subconsciously, but soon reacted. No matter what the other party's identity is, the elder in front of him was indeed the other party's Taoist partner. Penglai may be willing to withdraw from the competition, but this one is absolutely unwilling to let go of his Taoist partner. So he patiently advised, Dongyu, forget it, I'll call you Luli. Luli, my child, you grew up under my watch. When you were born, your father took you to Penglai to be raised, and I even held you in my arms. If it were any other matter, as long as you asked, it would be easy to deal with. But in this matter, it's not that the sect is unwilling to help you, but that we really can't do anything. Jinyun, let's just call him Jinyun, he really has far-reaching plans, and he deceived all of us from beginning to end. Before trying to obtain the sky-repairing stone, did he reveal any flaws? No. Where is he hiding now? I don't know. Is there any way for the sect to find him? No, right. As far as I'm concerned, he must have already figured out how to repair the sky and how to ascend, and he won't give us any chance to interfere. This is not only because he is meticulous, but also because he is unintentional. Now the overall situation is decided, and we are powerless. Immortal. Shirley said seriously, seeking the heaven-fixing stone and gaining merit by repairing the sky, these are indeed beyond our control. But after repairing the sky, he may not ascend directly. If we can play the emotional card well, we may be able to keep him. You kid, Wonxai Immortal wanted to ask why you are so naive. People have gone to great lengths to steal so many fragments of the heaven-fixing stone, and the great merit by repairing the sky is not just to ascend to heaven on the spot like no way. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seems a bit wrong. Because there is no necessary connection between stealing the heaven-fixing stone and becoming a Taoist couple with Luli. Shirley is the daughter of Elder Shidin, not the daughter of Wonxai Immortal. Becoming a Taoist couple with her is not very helpful in stealing the heaven-fixing stone, so to assert that the person must have other intentions to marry Shirley is not enough. Can't it be because of feelings? After all, the two are not contradictory. Seeing that the Wonxai Immortal's expression was shaken, Shirley immediately struck while the iron was hot and asked again. Immortal, when you ascended to heaven, you could have used the power of ascension to go to the fairyland, but why did you stay in the world? Of course it was because Penglai at the time was really precarious. After being asked by Shirley, the Wonxai Immortal temporarily put aside his thoughts and explained to her in detail. At the time, all the great men of the sect had left this world, and there was no authoritative leader who could convince all factions, so it had reached a stage where division was inevitable. Many relatively unconventional factions of the Taoism were neither accepted by the Shushan sword cultivation school nor in the eyes of the self-proclaimed orthodox Kunlun lineage, so they could only live separately in the East China Sea. After the development was on the right track, the Penglai lineage in the East China Sea began to think about integrating many other branches of the sect descendants in the East China Sea to compete with Kunlun and Shushan. However, due to the system shock caused by the previous split of the sect, the training of the younger generation was seriously interrupted, resulting in most of the Yuning elders in Penglai King Temple at the time being newly promoted, and no one who had reached the great perfection of the feather court stage, let alone any immortals. Wonxai stayed at the time. He and his senior brothers and sisters entered the sect at the end of the sect, and witnessed the final glory of this huge faction, so they always kept thinking about the revival of Penglai. Later, his senior brothers and sisters ascended one after another until only he was left in the world. If he also ascended, there would really be no immortals in Penglai King Temple, and the unification of the East China Sea would be a distant prospect, and there would be no hope for it. With the sect feelings for Penglai King Temple and the nostalgia for the supreme glory of the sect in the past, Wonxai Immortal finally made this difficult decision. After the immortalization, he would not ascend, but stay. Without Wonxai Immortal's decision, Penglai King Temple would never be able to unify the East China Sea and join the ranks of the three pure ones of the Orthodox sect. But for him, it caused him to lose the blessing of the power of ascension, and the possibility of going to the fairyland on his own was almost zero. At this point, Wonxai Immortal also sighed. Although there was a lot of regret in his tone, there was no regret at all. So that's it. Shirley said admiringly, and suddenly said, since the immortal can stay for Penglai, why don't you believe that your husband will stay for me? Wonxai Immortal was speechless for a long time. Chapter 1045. Rectification Operation. In fact, just look at the fact that my husband has betrayed our sect this time. It is different from ordinary spies betraying our sect. Let's not talk about the distant past. Let's just talk about the fact that Lei Kain betrayed our sect in the past. Not only did he steal many clues of the protected formation, he killed Shi Wenshi, the fourth disciple of our Tiangong workshop, but he also led the demon cult to exploit the loopholes in the formation to capture Penglai and abduct countless precious resources. We take all this for granted. This is because the risk of ambushing internal spies is extremely high. Once their identities are exposed, not only will they inevitably die, but even their souls may not be able to be free to reincarnate. Perhaps this is why, when we look at my husband's betrayal, we subconsciously equate him with other traitors, but now Lily dares to ask the immortal. Apart from the fragments of the booty and stone, has my husband ever stolen other rare treasures for cultivation? No. The Wonxai Immortal said slowly. Not only did he not suck blood from the party, he also helped Penglai discover the Li ancient treasure house and find the long-lost Shenandoah. If these were all tricks used by spies to gain trust, then the Wonxiang Immortal even hoped that there would be as many such tricks as possible. There is more. Shilli continued, the Tiangong 100 treasure bag left by my father, as the inheritance of the master of Tiangong workshop, has always belonged to my husband. But on the eve of his leaving the sect, he handed this treasure bag to me. What do you think about this, Immortal? Wonxiang Immortal asked with a smile. Luli, are you trying to say that Jingdun did not deliberately plan to betray, but was just helpless? It was because he felt guilty that he did not take a penny from the sect before he betrayed, and even tried every means to return the Tiangong 100 treasure bag that he had already obtained to Penglai. That's not what I meant. Shilli said frankly, just based on these evidences, it can only be said that my husband has no ill will towards Penglai King Temple, and there is a high probability that he feels guilty, so he has to make compensation. As for why my husband betrayed the sect, whether it was voluntary, and whether there were other forces interfering behind the scenes, Lily doesn't know, so she dare not say anything. You. Wonxiang Immortal sighed, no matter what you say, you still can't let it go, right? Shilli remained silent. Once upon a time, after she knew that her husband had both Qiu Chang's time and Lim Yunpo, and even became a Taoist couple with Zhu Yingyuan and loved Nzesu, she was not only so angry that she couldn't eat or sleep, but she even thought about abandoning this relationship completely. Just think of it as not knowing the person well and falling in love with a dog. When the sadness faded like a tide, the anger was blazing again. She vowed to find that bastard, force him to admit his mistakes and repent and cry bitterly, and finally cut him to the root with a knife, and pay the full price for his sins. But all these illusions, when she found Cheng Yuanzhu, they all disappeared without a trace. She found that Cheng Yuanzhu not only did not admit to cheating on other women, but also did not admit to the Taoist relationship with Xie Luli. He completely abandoned all his disguised identities, and said goodbye and cut off everything in the past with a paranoid, stubborn, and even ruthless attitude. This made Shilli feel an uncontrollable panic. She realized that the premise of being able to stand on the moral high ground and accuse the other party of cheating is that the two parties still have a Taoist relationship. However, if either party wants to unilaterally cut off this relationship and make it completely in name only, then all efforts will no longer make sense. In layman's terms, if there is no love, what's the point of crying and hanging? Shilli's sorrow and anger were all suppressed by this deep fear. She didn't dare to tear her face with Cheng Yuanzhu forcefully, so she could only vent her grievances and pain in vain, trying to influence the other party to repent and even change his ways. From then on, she realized the true feelings deep in her heart. Although he deliberately betrayed the sect, left without saying goodbye, and abandoned me. Although he played other roles at the same time, and even had affairs with many female fairies. Although he now considers himself Wangshan Taoist and wants to make a clean break with his previous identities, but I still, yes. Facing the question of Wonxiang Immortal, Shilli finally lowered his eyelids and closed his eyes. I still can't let him go. Among the many sects, the reaction of Penglai King Temple has been different from Kunlun and Shushan recently. Kunlun Tai King Sect and Shushan Shang King Sect have basically stopped mentioning Chan Zhengjing Feng to the outside world, and there have been no extra actions internally or privately. It's as if these two people didn't exist in the sect from the beginning. It's obvious that they want to deal with it completely coldly. However, Penglai has recently launched some kind of name rectification activity for some unknown reason. The reason why Elder Jinun left is still not mentioned, but the head of Khuandu has spoken in public more than once, saying that Elder Dongyu definitely has no problem with this matter. Such words were obviously aimed at the recent trend in the temple. Since everyone knew that Elder Jinun had stolen a treasure of the Wonxiang Immortal and then blatantly defected from the sect and disappeared, now everyone basically dared not deal with Tiangong Fang. But the statement made by the head of Khuandu seemed to mean a change in the wind. Could it be that the Wonxiang Immortal was no longer angry? Gradually, Tiangong Fang seemed to have regained some of its liveliness. Many monks in the temple who used to be familiar with each other began to visit quietly. Of course, they were cautious in entering and leaving, for fear of being discovered by others. Will this really work? Third Sister Liang asked puzzledly. At least we have to send out a signal first. Shilli replied calmly, if Penglai still maintains hostility towards him, then the subsequent plan will not be able to proceed. I think Sister Shi has already made up her mind. Shi King said obediently, I see that the Immortal and the head are willing to cooperate, so I guess there will be no problem. It's hard to say. Shilli slowly stood up. Liang and Huanshi King looked at her at the same time, waiting for her to explain the subsequent action plan, but she literally just walked slowly to the center of the yard, looked at the slightly curled cloud in the sky, and sighed. Who knows what he is thinking, but the Jing Witch came to the vicinity of the sky, and then used her monstrous magic skills to forcibly break through the sky and rush into the universe. Looking back, the sky barrier had already been restored to its original state, without any damage or holes at all. She continued to transform into black mist, and quickly passed through the chaotic sky river as if nothing, and finally arrived at the magic palace of Hihodiazizartian. This magic palace was built on a rocky planet. As soon as Witch Jing stepped into the room, countless shadows rushed out from behind their pillars, corridors, doors and windows, and transformed into various beauties around her, some cute, some charming, some pure, and some lovely. They all said in unison, "Sister Lian is back. Did Sister bring back anything fun? How about I go to the lower world with Sister? Sister's skills have greatly improved again, can you teach me?" 500 sisters shouted together, as if 500 ducks were quarreling at the same time, so that Jing Lian could not bear it anymore, and suddenly released her magic power, forcing all the witches to the edge of the wall. "Shut up!" she shouted. "No one is allowed to speak." The witches were pressed so hard that they could not move, and could only nod their heads, secretly shocked. This terrifying strength, even the Demon King father of the crowd back then, I'm afraid, is not as strong as him. That's it. Seeing that everyone was silent, Witch Jing said with satisfaction, "I need 2 experts who can break illusions. Pay attention, it's not about casting illusions, it's about breaking illusions, understand?" The sisters nodded again. "What does nodding mean?" Jing Li frowned and asked, "Do you understand, or do you recommend yourself?" The sisters looked at each other. "Speak!" Witch Jing shouted, and everyone seemed to have their mouths zipped open, and raised their hands again and shouted noisily, "I can do it, I can do it. Sister, choose me, believe me. I said, it's about breaking illusions." Witch Jing saw that every sister was raising her hand, and she immediately had a headache again. "Don't let me fish in troubled waters, I want to check them one by one." The witches were not afraid at all, and their raised hands did not shrink at all. "Well," Witch Jing sneered, "I will personally perform the magic and create the illusion. All of you who recommend yourself will go in later. Those who can walk out will pass, and those who can't, will be trapped in there for the rest of their lives." All of them put their hands back at once. For the immortal and indestructible Great Free Heavenly Demon, fighting and killing are not a big deal. What they fear the most is being sealed somewhere, bored to death and unable to get out. That would be a living hell. Witch Jing was also a little surprised when she saw the scene change from everyone responding to no one signing up in an instant. Thinking carefully, she was the strongest among all the witches. The illusion she set up herself was even her sister who had studied the deciphering of illusions. How could she have the confidence to get through it? The result was that no matter whether they had the ability or not, they all said that they couldn't do it. This was the safest way. "Sister." Suddenly, a witch said timidly, "I have indeed learned to break the illusion, but I am not very sure about breaking the illusion designed by Sister. You have learned it?" Jing Li was overjoyed. "It's you, come with me." She quickly turned into black mist, wrapped the sister directly in it, and then rushed out of the magic palace. The remaining sisters looked at each other for a moment, and then followed without hesitation. After all, who doesn't want to have some fun? But this time, Jing the witch was faster. Before leaving the range of his great freedom heaven, she had completely shaken off most of the sisters. "What's your name?" she suddenly asked the sister in her arms. "Wanu." The witch replied. "Oh." Jing Li was not embarrassed at all. After all, there were hundreds of sisters in the magic palace. How could he remember every name? "How did you learn to break the illusion?" she continued to ask tentatively. "That's right." Wanu replied, "I followed my sisters to the lower world before. After eating a monk, I found a book in his bag. I thought it was a secret method of illusion, so I took it back to study. Then when I learned it thoroughly, I found out that it was a secret method to break illusions." Jing Lian. A witch who can even get the secret method wrong. Can this guy really help me break the maze there? No matter what, let's try it first. Chapter 1046. Cooperation and Caution. Zisu ran with a sword on her back, passing through the vast Shenzhou and arriving at the coast of the East China Sea. Behind her was the yin-yang microdust sword lent to her by the long-eyebrowed immortal. By activating the yin-yang microdust array, she could crush everything under the sky. In addition to the yin-yang microdust sword, she also carried another magic weapon, the Quanguan ruler. This thing was once given to Ling Yunpo by the long-eyebrow immortal. Before the latter betrayed the sect, he left it in the Taoist temple of King Luo Peak and did not take it away from Shushan. Now, before Anzisu left, Su Jian personally gave it to Anzisu for protection, which in a sense was also an internal transfer of family property. With the Yin-Yang microdust sword and the Chuan-Guan ruler, Anzisu's own attack and defensive methods have been specialized to the level of being able to protect herself from the hands of the immortal, so she was allowed to come to the East China Sea. After traveling on the sea for several days, they finally reached a distance where they could see the leak in the sky. She took out the Chuan-Guan ruler, separated a halo to cover herself, and then slowly sank into the sea. A few days later, Zhu Yingyuan had also arrived at the coast of the East China Sea. She carried that Shifengguan sword and had huge fire wings on her back. Every time she flapped her wings, her figure would cross a distance of several miles and move rapidly towards the southeast Tianzhu. Soon, Zhu Yingyuan arrived at the Tianzhu area and also found a place to sink to the bottom and lie dormant. The two did not wait on the sea. After all, they came here to ambush people, so they naturally could not be easily exposed. Above the clouds, Shilui had already arrived near the Tianzhu on a building ship magic weapon. Accompanying her were the Chuandu sect master and the Wangxiang immortal. If there is something wrong with the Sky League, notify the sect immediately and don't act rashly. The Chuandu sect master advised her. Yes. Shilui nodded, then jumped out of the building ship and rushed to the sea below. Unlike Zhu Yingyuan and Anzisu, Shilui had already won the full support of Penglai in the matter of redeeming Cheng Yuan's unit, so he could use the power of the sect at will. The three of them lurked near the Tianzhu at the same time, waiting for the mastermind behind that casting of that Butian stone to show up, and then capture him on the spot. However, it is not easy to smelt the Butian stone. During this period, Cheng Yuanzhui and Kunlun Mirror were in the underground cracks and never went out for a moment, so the three of them waited for a long time. Instead of waiting for their husbands, Jingmonu came with her sister. The two of them drove that black mist unique to the demons and arrived above the Tianzhu in an instant, and then quickly fell into the water. This is it. Jingli pointed to the underground fire cracks below and said in a deep voice, I came here before and there was nothing wrong, but I suspect there is an illusion interference inside. What kind of illusion can hide from my sister's ears and eyes? The younger sister asked in surprise. Who knows? Jingmo Envy waved her hand. Anyway, you and I will go down together later. Before she finished speaking, a sword light suddenly shot out from a distance. It was Anzisu who had seen her enemy and could no longer hold back. So you're the heavenly demon? She gritted her teeth and said hatefully. Yes, so? Jingmo Envy asked boredly. Wei Dongliu had been missing for a long time, and it was clear that he had given up his identity as the leader of the Mortal Do sect. Therefore, Jingli no longer planned to continue to play the role of a virtuous wife. After capturing him, she went directly to the Heavenly Demon Palace. The identity of the Heavenly Demon was exposed. Who would care about that? Anzisu did not answer, but just took a posture to prepare for the attack. Humans and demons are incompatible, and the hatred with the Heavenly Demon is even deeper than the sea. In addition, with the Liangyi microdust sword and Chuan-Guan ruler, Anzisu is also full of fighting spirit at this time. Sister, why do you need to take action against such a small character? Why don't I deal with her? Wan Yumo Envy said with a flattering face. Okay, then you do it. Jinglin is also that type who would rather lie down than stand up, and likes to arrange other people to do this and that, so he agreed when he heard it. Wan Yu quickly showed his true form as a demon, turned into a ball of black mist, and pounced on Anzisu. Anzisu was not in a hurry, and activated the Chuan-Guan ruler, splitting a circle of light and wrapping it around the demon on the opposite side, and then controlled the flying sword to attack from another angle. Wan Yu quickly changed his position and dodged the range of the circle of light, but the next second he suddenly stood still, unable to move. It turned out that Anzisu quietly activated the sword method of the Liangyi microdust sword. The Liangyi microdust sword has infinite magical powers. It can shoot out sword energy as thin as silk threads, which can not only split gold and iron, but also bind the enemy like a rope-type magic weapon and seal its strength. The demon on the opposite side only knew how to dodge the Chuan-Guan ruler, but regarded these silk threads as ordinary sword energy, and tried to resist it with his immortal body, but the result was naturally that he was hit and difficult to fight. Wan Yu was tied up tightly by the silk thread. The black mist expanded and she struggled for a while. When she found that she couldn't break free, she immediately turned back and wailed, Sister, save me. Jinglin was speechless, and didn't want to admit this sisterly relationship. You stay inside first," she said unhappily. "I'll deal with this man later and let you out. Let's see what you can do." Zisu responded coldly without fear. The main attack method of the demon is to turn the whole body into black mist and quickly pounce on the victim. Those who can't resist will be robbed of their spirit immediately and die on the spot. This black mist cannot be defended by physical means, and can only be forced back by Taoism. However, the sword immortals of Shushan mostly rely on the Taoist magic sealed on the sword, and its effect is naturally not as good as the Taoist magic they practice. It's okay to fight against other human cultivators, but it's slightly insufficient to fight the demon. Now that Zisu has the Quanguan ruler, this loophole is naturally made up. Just shake the ruler, and it will separate into flowers of light and fly quickly towards Jianglin. Then he activated the Feian sword, and shook out many sword ki that were like smoke, covering the surrounding space completely, and then quickly shrank the range, trapping Jiangmonu in the center. Jiangli secretly avoided the collision of many light flowers, and looked at the smoke and sword ki around him, and felt a little irritated. If it was just sword ki, with the immortal body of the great heavenly demon, he would naturally not be afraid at all. But now the opponent is carrying the Li Armgi microdust sword, and the silk-like, suppressive sword ki is mixed with the ordinary sword ki. It would be too stupid to rush forward directly. She took a deep breath, and the black fog around her body instantly shrank half a foot, and then suddenly exploded in all directions. Whether it was Feian sword ki or the light circle flower, they were all shaken and pushed away by the black fog. Zisu was about to continue towards the attack, but Jiangmonu had approached her in an instant, and the black fog turned into two giant claws, tearing at her from the left and right. It was too late to use the Quanguan ruler to counterattack. She had to retreat with the dividing cloud back a step, but the opponent's black mist form was too fast, almost like a shadow, bullying her. Every time she pulled away, she would get close to her again in a few breaths. The two chased each other like this, and quickly killed each other on the seabed. Jianglin was calm and knew that although the opponent seemed to be at ease with his attack, he actually tried his best every time to defend. As long as he made a mistake, there would be no chance of a comeback. The great freedom demon is immortal and indestructible. It doesn't matter how many times you make mistakes, but how long can you maintain this state? Her mind turned slightly, and the black mist around her spread wider, faintly cutting off Nzisu's retreat. But Nzisu didn't seem to have any intention of escaping. He just waved the Quanguan ruler like a flying sword, hitting many light circles out like they were free. Every time he hit the black mist around Jianglin, he would tear off a small piece of it, and then annihilate it in a dazzling explosion. Underground, Chen Yonzhu was concentrating on manipulating the formation and melting the sky-repairing stone. Suddenly, he asked Arjun, "Did you hear any sound?" "No." Arjun held his chin with both hands and shook his head. "Why do I seem to hear the sound of bang? Bang?" Chen Yonzhu asked suspiciously, "Is there someone outside fighting with swords?" "You must have heard it wrong." Kumlan Mirror said, "If two people are fighting with swords, it should be a clan." Clan. Sound. What you said is like setting off firecrackers. So someone is setting off firecrackers outside. It's all seawater outside, how can there be any firecrackers? Kumlan Mirror said impatiently, "If you don't believe my scan, then go out and see for yourself." Chen Yonzhu laughed, but he was secretly nervous. Although Arjun had been denying it, he never clearly said no one is outside from beginning to end, which means that someone must have found this place again. What about the shielding spell? Although he really didn't trust this broken mirror, Chen Yonzhu thought about it carefully and there was no better way. After all, Lady Lily's calculation ability was too strong, and the others seemed to have turned on the lock. No matter where he ran, he would be found. What else could he do except trust Arjun? But think about it carefully. At least before finding the heaven-fixing stone, he should still be useful to Arjun, and he shouldn't be discarded so easily. Chen Yonzhu was weighing the pros and cons below, while Nzisu and Jianglin were fighting above. The black mist around which Jiang had expanded to a size of 100 feet, covering the sky and the sun. These black mists swallowed like a giant whale sucking water, drowning all the attacks and turning them invisible. They spit out like a giant dragon's breath, corroding everything they passed and disappearing. Nzisu also pushed his true essence to the extreme. The light flowers of the Quanguan ruler rotated densely around, resisting the tide-like invasion of the black mist, and the sword energy threat of the Li Armgi microdust sword turned into a huge net, cutting the black mist in front again and again. The violent riot here naturally attracted the attention of Zhu Yingyuan and Shilili who were far away. Shili recognized that big-breasted and brainless Shushan sword fairy Jing Xiaodaoran and the evil Jing Monu, the deputy leader of the Fanxingdo. The latter's whole body was undulating and shrinking like black mist. No matter how many attacks came, she took them all without any injury. It was obviously a very advanced demon skill, much more powerful than those pseudo-demons who used their bodies to withstand attacks in the Utingman secret realm. Although the former had rich experience in fighting, the great free demon's restraint on the sword control technique was too great, so he could only use the Chuanguan ruler to barely protect himself, and had no strength to counterattack and hurt the opponent. Moreover, the other party used the innate magical power of the demon, which you have to consume your true energy to defend. If you continue like this, you will be exhausted sooner or later. The battle in front was really fierce and difficult to resolve. She held her breath and looked at it. She felt that if it was herself standing there, she would probably be killed by the opponent within a dozen breaths. That Jing Xiao sword immortal, and let's not talk about his temperament, wisdom, or anything like that. His fighting consciousness is really amazing. He could actually hold on for so long. But judging from the current situation, even such a powerful Jing Xiao sword immortal is no match for the great heavenly demon. If we add ourselves and Taoist cunning, can we match him? Shili pondered for a moment, and without drawing a hexagram, he quickly came to the conclusion. He must be rescued. If Jing Xiaodai is here, who will fight against the great heavenly demon in the future? By then, we will just have to wait for the bastard to be sucked dry by the opponent and his vitality will be exhausted. However, there are also appropriate ways to rescue him. I excel in strategizing, but I am not good at fighting with swords and guns. If I show up rashly, I will definitely be used as a breakthrough point by the witch and killed first. Therefore, she only thought for a moment, and soon went in a certain direction, whispering in secret. I see that the great demon did not wander around in search when he came here, but went straight in a certain direction. It is estimated that he did not pass by here by chance, but came with a clear purpose. How do you know I am here? Zhu Yingyan responded in surprise. I know arithmetic. Zhu Yingyan. Arithmetic is really useful, should I learn it too? She continued to whisper in secret towards the source of the sound. You mean, the great demon is also looking for the person who repaired the sky? This is the only explanation. Shili replied, she is our common enemy. Need I say more? Even if there is no such relationship, the demon is also the enemy of all human beings. Zhu Yingyan stared at the battle in the distance, silent. Of course, she could also see that although Nzisu fought bravely, she was restrained too much by the opponent in many aspects, so that there was no possibility of winning at all. If I don't save him now, after Jing Xiaodai is in the battle, I may not be able to defeat the demon alone. Thinking of this, Zhu Yingyan had made up her mind and asked Shili, what do you think? Shili thought, I have hinted so clearly, why are you still testing me? She carefully considered and weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and then said frankly, to be honest, with my level of cultivation, I'm afraid I'm not strong enough to fight this demon. This is the truth, but Zhu Yingyan obviously did not want to leave her back to Shili, who was hiding in the dark for this reason. Although Kumlan and Penglai are the three pure ones of the Orthodox religion, they are of the same blood, but in this wild place far away from Shenzhou, no one can guarantee what will happen. If someone suddenly stabs you from behind during the fierce battle with the demon, fellow Taoist cunning. Shili continued, if you don't trust me, you can keep a distance from the demon and fight it remotely. I will support you with magic and calculation. How about it? Zhu Yingyan listened silently and understood in his heart. She was worried about this fellow Taoist Dongyu, but the other party was too weak, and his concerns in this regard might be greater than hers. If she supported Jing Xiao with long-range means and did not engage in a thrilling close combat with the demon, then even if this Penglai Dongyu had evil intentions and attacked her by surprise, she would not be afraid. Be more specific. Zhu Yingyan said coldly. Make up for yesterday. Chapter 1047. The final settlement. Nzisu and Jing Monu fought for more than 100 rounds, and the fight was quite difficult. It is said that when fighting at the same level, Shushan sword immortals often have an advantage at low levels, but they will be overtaken by Kumlan monks at high levels. At first, she thought it was because Kumlan focused on ki refining and was good at accumulating strength. Now facing this big demon, Nzisu realized that the root of the problem was Shushan himself, too much emphasis on sword control. The characteristics of sword control are fast, accurate and ruthless, and it is extremely useful against enemies with low realms. But if facing high-level enemies, especially when being restrained, the advantages of sword control are weakened a lot. Now facing this demon, relying on the immortal innate magical power, no matter how many swords you stab her with, how many Taoist methods you use to bombard her, she won't bleed at all. How to fight? How to fight? Although she knew that if she continued like this, she would be exhausted by the opponent sooner or later, Zisu still stubbornly insisted on defending and looking for an opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Suddenly, a line of fire shot from a distance, penetrated into the black fog, and instantly exploded into a large area of thunder. Compared with the great lightning fire, the Nine-Dolls thunder and fire technique is characterized by a violent explosion after being hit. Jianglin's black fog was not afraid of being cut by the sword energy, but once it was exploded by the Nine-Dolls thunder and fire, it immediately showed a tendency to be unstable under control. It could only retrieve quickly to get out of the explosion range, and then turned into a pretty human figure, casting murderous intent in the direction of Zhu Yingyan. Zisu was saved from a desperate situation. Knowing that someone was helping him in secret, he was not in a hurry to retreat and run away. Instead, he controlled the Liangyi microdust sword to meet him, and put on a fanatical posture to fight the opponent to the end. Jing, which was about to deal with Zhu Yingyan in the distance, but was pressed step by step by Zisu. For a while, she could only dodge left and right. Now it was not in the form of a huge black fog. If she was caught by the Chuanguan ruler with an aperture, she might capsize in the gutter. She handled Zisu's attack with ease, patiently looking for opportunities to escape from the battle to deal with Zhu Yingyan, but every time there was a loophole in the opponent's offensive, the Taoism from afar would arrive just in time to block Jingwich's escape from the battlefield. Although the great heavenly demon was immortal, it was impossible for him to completely ignore any attack. For a while, he was entangled by the two people together. He was also very angry and turned around and shouted, "How long are you going to wait?" "Oh!" The joyful witch rushed out from the dark. The restraint of the Liangyi microdust sword had long been released as the two people fought away. It was just that she saw her sister fighting calmly and thought she was enjoying the pleasure of playing with her prey, so she had not made a move in the dark. Now that her sister called for help, she immediately rushed out bravely, and then began to hesitate whether to attack Zisu first, or to attack the attacker in the distance. Jingli secretly saw her eyes wandering around Zisu, and he was even more furious, shouting, "Far away! You were just trapped by her sword magic, don't you know how much you are worth? I don't ask you to kill the sneak attacker in the distance, I'll be thankful if you can entangle the opponent without harassing me. Okay." Wan Lu immediately turned around and rushed towards Zhu Yingyan. Zhu Yingyan was as if facing a great enemy. After all, the new one looked like a demon, and was about to take action to resist, but he heard Shilili's voice in secret. "Don't worry, leave it to me. Can you solve it?" Zhu Yingyan was a little skeptical. She really didn't have any confidence in the strength of this fellow Taoist Dongyu, but since the other party said so, she continued to support Zisu's attack, but she was secretly ready to save the situation. When Wan Yu rushed halfway, a formation appeared under his feet in an instant. Before it could react, its figure quickly disappeared. What was that? Although Zhu Yingyan did not ask, she was shocked. If Chen Yonzui appeared here, he would definitely recognize the formation that Shilili had set up in advance. It was the 10,000 miles water veins divine travel formation that he had drawn in front of her in the Sheneng Jie secret realm. During her time in Penglai, she finally found the method of drawing talismans in an ancient book, and learned Chen Yonzui's method to transform it into a formation. Sure enough, she succeeded in one blow and instantly teleported the opponent to an unknown place. Jianglin saw this scene from afar and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Isn't this a teleportation formation? When the teleportation formation is turned on, there will be space fluctuations around it. You didn't even notice the space fluctuations, and you rushed forward carelessly. She was so angry that she suddenly turned around and rushed towards Zisu, emitting a sharp and high roar. This roar was not the magic power of the heavenly demon, but the heavenly demon wonderful sound method that Jianglin had learned in the heavenly demon do before. Zisu quickly shook the Chuanguan ruler and put the light ring around herself. The suppression power of the Chuanguan ruler should not be underestimated. It can even block the fire of the Yuan cave, and the magic sound of the demon is naturally easily blocked by it. But this is exactly what Jingmoni planned. She expected that Zisu would definitely use the light ring of the Chuanguan ruler to trap herself, and while defending against all attacks around her, it was equivalent to blocking her ability to move. She turned into black mist again, first rapidly stretched, and instantly shortened the distance between her and Zhu Yingyan, and then shrank again, and the distance between her and Zisu was immediately widened. In this way, she left the battlefield in a few moves and killed Zhu Yingyan in the distance. Seeing that the other party turned around to chase her, Zhu Yingyan turned around and asked in secret, "What now?" There was no answer. Jingmonu had already rushed across the half-court, and Zhu Yingyan asked again in that direction, "What next?" Still no answer. She immediately knew that something was wrong, and rushed out of her hiding place, and her spiritual sense quickly scanned the surroundings. Still no one was approaching him. Shili had quietly left the place, but he did not attack Zhu Yingyan from behind. Instead, he chose to bypass the battlefield and head towards the direction of the Earthfire crack. When Jingmonu and her sister rushed here, she noticed that there was a relatively low-lying seabed valley in the direction where the other party was heading straight. It must be the hiding place of that bastard. To entangle the big demon, Jing Xiao alone would definitely not be able to do it. Adding cunning would probably be the same, and there would be one more Dongyu. Considering his own poor strength, it would be the same whether he joined or not. Since he could not affect the battle situation, why not let Cunning and Jing Xiao join forces to fight against the demon, and take the opportunity to secretly look for the bastard? As long as he was found, Shili would have the confidence to persuade him to let him stay and help mend the sky. After all, if the bastard mends the sky alone, the merits he gets are enough to allow him to ascend directly on the spot. In this way, what is the difference between myself, who is left alone in this world, and a living widow? But if I can help in the process of repairing the sky and share the corresponding merits, on the one hand, it can reduce the probability of his ascending to heaven on the spot, and on the other hand, it can quickly improve my own cultivation. If it is really impossible and he must ascend to heaven, then I will find a way to ascend with him. When the couple arrives in the fairyland, it will not be too late to settle the accounts with those women. The remaining 2K will be paid tomorrow, in installments. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Mundo Fanfic Novelers, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelers. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1048. Of course I'd forgive him. Arriving at the crack on the seabed, Shili looked down and felt an amazing heat rushing towards her, as if to singe her hair. She hesitated for a moment, then quickly jumped into the crack. The surface of the surrounding rock wall was foamy, which should be caused by the long-term flow of some kind of corrosive seawater. Combined with the unusual temperature around, it can be basically determined that it is underground fire. Underground fire is not common in the East China Sea, and generally appears near the end of the spirit vein. Shili carefully recalled the feng shui around her and felt that it was unlikely to be an ancient immortal cave, and it was more likely to be formed naturally. She carefully probed down, holding the Zheji Yuan sword in her right hand to guard the surroundings, and grabbing the copper plate with her left hand to silently draw a hexagram. According to the hexagram, there seemed to be traces of illusions disturbing the direction nearby, the so-called mountains and waters. If that was all, it would not be difficult to crack. But if the person who released the illusion was in the depths and adjusted the illusion in real time, Shili had no confidence that she could beat the other party. After all, she was not a researcher in this field, and could not compare with the experts who had been immersed in this field for decades or hundreds of years. After just a moment of thought, Shili suddenly closed her eyes. She used her spiritual consciousness to block her senses. At this time, both her vision and hearing were completely out of order. In the silent darkness, Shili held the copper plate in her hand, shook it for a moment, and carefully touched the pattern with her fingertips to distinguish the front and back. She planned to completely abandon her perception and only use the result of the hexagram to determine the direction of travel. No matter how clever the illusion was, it could confuse perception without being discovered, but it couldn't tamper with the result of my hexagram, right? In this way, Shili carefully moved deeper. Near the underground fire in the depths, Kumlan Mirror suddenly made a sound. "What's wrong?" Chen Yonzui asked nervously. "Nothing." Kumlan Mirror stood up. "I'll go out for a while." "Why are you going out?" Chen Yonzui asked suspiciously, thinking that Arjing was not going to run away again. "Oh, the fragment of the Butian stone is still in my hand, so it shouldn't be." "I'm going to the toilet," Kumlan Mirror said without changing his expression. This excuse is really too bad. "Why do you, Amira, need to go to the toilet?" Chen Yonzui knew that she was telling him don't ask too much in disguise, and he didn't say anything, but continued to fine-tune the formation to change the heating rate of the Butian stone. Cumberland Mirror left the depths and walked carefully along the winding corridor, then crossed a vertical shaft and entered the oblique upward cross-cut corridor, just in time to see Shillelagh walking down along the natural corridor. Her state at this time was very strange. Her eyes were closed, and she didn't feel the surrounding rock walls to determine the terrain. She just took a few steps forward slowly, then stopped, clasped her hands and shook them, and then continued to move forward. Use fortune-telling to avoid perception being confused by illusions. Cumberland Mirror only thought about it for a moment and immediately understood what she was doing. She couldn't help but admire her. At least if it were her, she would definitely not be able to think of such a way to crack it. Now that the other party has completely abandoned perception, it is definitely not feasible to use the mirror flower and walk to moon, unless she directly modifies her perception of the hexagram, but Cumberland Mirror has not done too much research on this kind of iron plate divine calculation. If she rashly designs a false result, it is likely that Shillelagh, who is proficient in calculation, will find out that something is wrong. Thinking of this, Cumberland Mirror suddenly had an idea. She quietly walked forward and then grabbed Shillelagh's hand. Shillelagh felt someone touching her wrist. She was startled at first, thinking to herself, could it be that bastard? But soon she realized that something was wrong, because from the touch, the other party's skin was delicate, smooth, and a little warm. It was obviously a woman's hand. She did not open her eyes rashly, but quickly shook her hands again to let the copper plate start the hexagram again. According to the result of the hexagram, the other party was not an illusion. Shillelagh then opened her eyes carefully and saw the other party's appearance clearly. This is a young female monk, wearing a goose yellow dress, with black hair fixed with a hairpin, looking extremely fresh and capable. Her facial features are regular and beautiful. Like most female monks, she has a beautiful appearance without any flaws. It is worth noting that the other party's face seems to have some baby fat, which is a little plumper than the faces of most female monks, making her look youthful and cute. "Hello, fellow Taoist Dongyu," Cumberland Mirror said with a smile. "Do you know me?" Shillelagh frowned and asked, "Fellow Taoist is, just call me Otai." Cumberland Mirror said this, and then took her arm intimately, saying, "Fellow Taoist Dongyu, let's talk here." Shillelagh was hugged by her left arm, and her face looked a little embarrassed as if the nasal cavity was stimulated by citrus juice. She wanted to pull her arm out, but Cumberland Mirror had already seen her pulling her into the stone room next to her, and asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, are you here to look for Guanzhu?" Guanzhu. Shillelagh wanted to deny it, but stopped at the tip of her tongue. After a long pause, she asked, "Is his real name Guanzhu?" "Yes, that's right," Cumberland Mirror said with a smile. "He is refining the heaven-repairing stone?" Shillelagh continued to ask. "Yes," Cumberland Mirror admitted frankly, "he is using the underground fire below us. Of course, most of our current conditions are better than those of Niwei who repaired the sky in the past. The only shortcoming is that we don't have the fire of the stars, so we can only use the underground fire deep underground to smelt it." She explained in detail to Shillelagh the many matters of smelting the heaven-repairing stone. Although the latter was confused, he still forced himself to remember it. After hearing everything, Shillelagh sighed. The method of melting the sky-repairing stone is really complicated and difficult. Even the most complicated magic weapon in the world is not as good as this. "That's natural." Cumberland nodded and said, "After all, the sky-repairing stone is used to repair the sky, and the sky is where the great dough condenses, so it is inevitable that it is complicated and difficult. But compared to melting the sky-repairing stone," Shillelagh paused for a moment and suddenly said, "it is actually the most difficult to collect the scattered pieces of the sky-repairing stone, right?" Cumberland nodded calmly. "Indeed, thanks to Guanzhu." Shillelagh fell silent. It's not that she couldn't hear that the other party and that Guanzhu should have some kind of very close relationship. But considering Zhu Yinlian, Mzesu, Jianglin, etc., it doesn't matter if there is one more person. Anyway, let's settle the accounts together later. What is the name of this Taoist friend? Shillelagh reorganized her thoughts and then asked. "Just call me Yogai." "Fellow Taoist Yogai." Shillelagh tried to make her look sincere. "In fact, I didn't come here this time to obstruct you. When he is about to face a great disaster, he has to mend the sky, not to mention that there are great merits in it. How can I stop him from achieving the dough fruit? But I really don't want him to deliberately avoid me anymore, and even refuse to admit his identity in person." At this point, Shillelagh was in tears, pretending to shed tears secretly. "I thought we knew each other for so many years, but unexpectedly, in his heart, I am the kind of woman who is not worthy of trust." Cumberland couldn't bear it, so he could only smile awkwardly. If it was just about mending the sky, there was nothing wrong with it. Whether it was Shillelagh or other female cultivators, they would never kill their relatives for the sake of the sect, but the problem lies in other female cultivators. If you knew the existence of other junior sisters and senior sisters, could you still say trust here? It's good enough that he didn't stab him to death with a sword. Of course, he was still needed to smelt the heaven repairing stone, so Cumlin Mirror could not discredit him in front of Shillelagh, but comforted Shillelagh. I can't say what he really thinks, but I think some things should be communicated clearly in person. After all, the one you knew in the past was Luo Yan, and you don't know Chen Yunzui now, right? That's true. Shillelagh wiped away her tears, secretly hating in her heart. It turns out that this Yochai girl knows everything. If there is anything more serious than deceiving your wife, it is to tell another woman about the matter while deceiving your wife. The younger value that the latter can create may be more than 10 times that of the former. But she still managed not to get angry, but just made another heavy note in the little book of grudges in her heart. Chen Yuanzhu, right? Okay, wait, I'll finish my business first. Following Cumlin Mirror forward, Shillelagh was a little angry and her legs were shaking at first, but she finally managed to control her emotions and just memorized the route carefully. After passing through deep shafts and winding corridors, they finally arrived at the side of the underground fire abyss. Chen Yunzhu was still fine-tuning the formation, probably because although the heat of this underground fire was not as good as that of the stars, it was also a fierce and brutal type. Sometimes the heat would erupt directly outward and even break through the control threshold of the formation. He was thinking about whether to add an auxiliary formation, when suddenly he saw Cumlin Jin and Shillelagh walking into the cave, talking and laughing, and almost scared Chen Yunzhu to jump into the underground fire. What kind of hell drawing is this? To be honest, even if the two of them took out kitchen knives to chop each other in the next second, Chen Yunzhu would not be surprised, but this harmonious scene of the harem was weird no matter how he looked at it. A Jing. He quickly transmitted his voice, "What are you doing?" Maybe because he was too nervous, even his voice was a little sharp. "Don't worry." Cumlin Jin proudly took the credit. "I have already dealt with your wife. She said she is willing to help us smelt the sky repairing stone." Chen Yuanzhu. Whose wife? Tell me again. But if you think about it carefully, this broken mirror is too pure in some aspects, and probably never thought of any other meanings at all. Before he could say anything, Shillelagh had already walked up to him silently, staring at his appearance. "Doya, what are you looking at?" Chen Yunzhu just opened his mouth, only to see Shillelagh frowning and saying, "Still calling me Doya? Yochai told me, Luo Yan, no, I should call you Yuanzhu, right?" Chen Yunzhu suddenly felt sad in his heart. After all his calculations, he didn't expect Ah Jing to betray him. "My husband, don't be too scared." Shillelagh continued, "Repairing the sky is a great merit. How could I stop you from doing it?" After that, she looked at the fragment of the sky repairing stone in the underground fire and said, "Using the formation to control the heat of the underground fire is a good idea, but don't forget the difference between water and fire. Water is moistening and penetrating everywhere, so it can only be guided and difficult to block. But fire is blazing, the more you try to control it, the more likely it is to be backfired." Chen Yunzhu wanted to find fault, but thinking that this Lady Lily was an expert in sword forging and was many times better than himself who played formation programming in the field of high temperature smelting, he enjoyed it. "To better play the smelting effect, we first need to build a sword furnace." Shillelagh continued. "Build a furnace, right?" Chen Yunzhu asked back, "What material can withstand the temperature of the underground fire? If it can't withstand it, why didn't the rock wall next to the underground fire melt?" Shillelagh asked back. Chen Yunzhu was speechless for a moment. "First, use your formation to guide the earth fire, let the heat focus, and drill a hole in the rock wall next to it." Shillelagh thought for a moment and said, "I will design the specific aperture layout for you." The couple worked together and quickly coordinated to operate. Seeing this, Cumlin Jin behind them also had a kind smile on his face. He thought that he had done the right thing by bringing Shillelagh here. With Chen Yuanzhu, who loves to show off, tinkering with his various formations, it is unknown how long it will take to smelt. Shillelagh's sword furnace is more reliable. Chen Yuanzhu didn't know that Cumlin Jin was still complacent. He just listened to Shillelagh's design while secretly observing her face. Shillelagh had no expression on her face. Although she didn't have any expression, with Luo Yan's past memories, Chen Yuanzhu was more certain that Lily's heart at this time was definitely not as calm as she looked on the surface. Since the death of Elder Shedin, Lady Lily initially turned from extrovert to introvert, but as long as she asked a few more questions, she would always show some emotions on her face. How could you be so stubborn and look as if she was saying get out of here like this? Ahem. Chen Yonzhu pondered for a moment, and finally decided to calm the lady down first, and then slowly said, actually, I have my reasons too. Yeah, I know. Shilli said absent-mindedly, this sword furnace may need to be modified. I just thought about it. If it is placed at a high place, it will always guide the heat, which is not easy to control. It is better to lower the position of the furnace. Luli, are you listening? Chen Yonzhui asked helplessly. I heard it. Shilli waved her hand and said, Yokai has told me everything, you don't need to explain it again. What did she tell you? Chen Yonzhui was a little nervous. Basically, I've said it all. Shilli paused for a moment, then suddenly looked up at her husband, raised her eyebrows and said, however, considering that she might have let something slip, how about you tell me the whole story in detail? Chen Yonzhui was stunned for a long time, and suddenly wanted to slap himself. There are still 2K left, I'll remember, don't worry. Chapter 1049. Kidnapping the husband first is victory. Telling stories is Chen Yonzhui's strong point. Although the upper limit of the force in this world is high, there is no internet after all. People have not experienced the information explosion, so they don't know much about the whole life. For example, Shilli is indeed smart enough, but after all, his experience is here, and sometimes he can be easily fooled. Chen Yonzhu started from when he was still immortal. He said that he was lucky enough to meet the Kunlun mirror and knew that the life of this world was still more than 1,000 years. Therefore, he accidentally embarked on the road to save the world. Wait. Shilli suddenly interrupted him and said, she said that the world is about to be destroyed, so you believe it. What else? Chen Yonzhu spread his hands and said, don't forget, I was just a mortal at the time. Shilli was silent, thinking that it was not surprising. There are so many mortals. If Chen Yonzhu refuses to believe, this fellow Taoist Jiachai can just go find the next one. Anyway, he will always find someone who believes in the end. What happened later? Shilli asked in a low voice. Later, wherever there were fragments of the heaven repairing stone, I would lurk there. Chen Yonzhu sighed and said, there's no other way. After all, she was just a mirror at the time. Wait. Shilli finally realized that something was wrong. You said that fellow Taoist Yokai, she is actually a spirit of a magic weapon incarnated. Chen Yonzhu said. It took about a minute for Shilli to finally digest this fact. It turned out to be an innate spiritual treasure. No, this is also outrageous, okay? A dignified innate spiritual treasure, not following the group of heaven-defying great powers to leave, nor staying in some immortal cave secret realm waiting for people to find it, but running around the world looking for a savior. And if it weren't for your spirit of the weapon, how could my husband have provoked so many female fairies from other sects? Shilli subconsciously blamed the Kunlun mirror for the responsibility, and had a much worse impression of this fellow Taoist Yokai. However, on second thought, if it weren't for the arrangement of the Kunlun mirror, my husband wouldn't have met me. In a sense, this spirit of the weapon can be regarded as the matchmaker for the two. After her father's death, Shilli was really depressed for a long time. Fortunately, her husband was by her side, and she barely got out of the predicament of life. If there was no husband at the time, she didn't even dare to think about such a possibility. Shilli was extremely conflicted at this time, and she didn't know whether the Kunlun mirror was her benefactor or her enemy. Then what happened to you in Kunlun and Shushan? She continued to ask. It's almost the same as in Penglai and here. Chen Yonzhu replied. Speaking of this, Shilli was furious again and said coldly. I heard that Kunlun Chengang and Qing are very loving and are known as a couple of gods. I wonder what's going on. Chen Yonzhu was embarrassed and felt guilty as if he was caught cheating by his wife. He could only stammer. The Zhu family of Tianan intends to propose marriage, and the head of Ziwi's sect is the guarantor. What can I do? I was only at the foundation building stage at the time. Foundation building stage, Shilli was choked for a moment and argued again, can't you refuse at the foundation building stage? You don't have any opinion at all. You marry whoever the master tells you to marry. Don't you consider me at all? Luli, is there a possibility? Chen Yonzhu said cautiously, at the time, we were just ordinary senior and junior sisters. Shilli was speechless again, but the anger in her chest not only did not go out, but became even more intense and difficult to suppress. So you and Qing knew each other first, and I became the latecomer, right? She cast a spell to adjust the fire in the furnace without saying a word. Chen Yonzhua saw her expression and knew that he had stepped on the minefield. He also did not dare to speak, but just worked silently. Shi saw that he did not come to comfort her, and she became more and more angry. After enduring for a quarter of an hour, she felt that she was about to explode. I don't know how long it took before she barely suppressed her anger, and once again made a note of her husband in her little notebook in her heart, and then began to think about the situation again. Although this matter is too disgusting to think about it, it is a fact after all. The Tianan's Yu family is a big family, and the fairy cunning is powerful and beautiful, and she is not inferior to herself in all aspects. If I have to choose one among the crowd, what chance do I have? Thinking of this, a sense of crisis arises from the bottom of my heart. Husband, Shi suddenly asked in a low voice, did you do that with her? Her. Chen Yonzhua hesitated for a moment before he understood what the other party was saying. That's not the case. Taoist practice advocates the preservation of Yuan and Yunbin, whether there is a double cultivation technique or not, so Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, there is still room for maneuver. When my husband was playing Kunlun Chang'an, although he and Qing became Taoist couples, it seems that their relationship is not deep now, so even in the secret realm of Yutingmen, they have never recognized each other. As for the other two, Shushan and Jingxiao is not even a Taoist couple, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The one from Fanxingdao is a demon, how could he be with someone, and there is no need to worry about it. If you want to defeat Kunlun Qing, on the one hand, you must make good use of the first mover advantage now, and on the other hand, should you have a child. As soon as this idea came out, Shi felt it was extremely absurd. After all, there are many cultivators who become Taoist couples, but not many of them choose to have offspring in the end. Basically, they will consider having a child only when their relationship develops to that stage. Now my idea is like those ordinary people in the mortal world, playing the ridiculous trick of mother is honored by son. I'm a cultivator, when did I fall to this point? Shi subconsciously wanted to discard this idea, but the threat of Kunlun Qing was too great. If she didn't do this, what else could she do? Hesitant, she instinctively took out 6 copper coins and cast a hexagram again. Seeing Shi start to cheat, Chen Yonzhua immediately became nervous and asked cautiously, Luli, what are you calculating? Shi did not answer. She was actually calculating whether her husband would value her more if she chose to have offspring. The result of the hexagram was very clear. Her husband was a man who valued love, and the existence of a child could indeed make him lean more towards her in his heart. Wait, this is wrong. Shi suddenly realized something. When did this bastard become a man who valued love? A man who valued love would ambush in the major sects and find a lover in each sect. She subconsciously felt that there was probably something wrong with the calculation, and she wanted to calculate it again, but due to the restriction of 1 hexagram cannot be calculated twice, it was impossible to verify it again. She could only repeatedly check whether there was any problem with her interpretation. No problem. Could it be that the Heavenly Dao's definition of a person who values love is different from that of cultivators like us? Thinking carefully, it seems that there is nothing wrong. If he is a heartless person, he should be like most of the heartless cultivators in Shushan, not making a Taoist partner, not asking about love, and focusing on the path of Taoism. For someone like my husband who makes Taoist partners everywhere and looks for lovers, let alone being affectionate, it is not an exaggeration to describe him as promiscuous. Moreover, judging from his past deeds, whether it was after his father's death, whether he accompanied me to support the Tiangong workshop, or left the Tiangong treasure bag to me before leaving, it shows that my husband is not the kind of person who is only interested in profit and only cares about himself. Thinking of this, Shi suddenly had another thought and said, "Where is the Fanchen seal that the Immortal gave you?" "Here." Chen Yonzhua took out the Fanchen seal from the storage bag. "What's wrong?" "Give it to me." Shi directly reached out to ask for it. No. No. Chen Yonzhua sighed and handed the Fanchen seal to Shi. This magic weapon is powerful, but I have too many powerful attack methods now, and I don't lack them at all. Isn't the 5 Thunders righteousness powerful? It can also overcome evil and exterminate evil spirits. Isn't the 5 elements divine light powerful? It can also restrain all things of the 5 elements. Even if I only pursue physical attacks, the Tias hand pressure of the Wang Chan Kun sword is quite powerful enough, and the range is also large. Single physical attacks like the Fanchen seal are basically useless, so he has always kept it deep in his storage bag. Now it is given to Lady Luli for self-defense, which is considered to be the best use of it. But, I always have a feeling that if I give it to Lily now, she will be hit by this thing in the future. I hope I am just imagining, seeing that he chose to give the fancy seal to me. Lily's heart softened. Sure enough, my husband still has feelings for me. It would be better if he could give it to me alone. Silently crossing out a mark in the little notebook in his heart, Lily explained. Although this thing was given to you by the immortal, it has been a treasure of Penglai for generations. Ever since you betrayed your sect, forget it, just keep it with me. Just take it if you want to use it, madam. Anyway, the thing had been given away, and Chen Yonzui was also very straightforward. It would be best if you can use it for self-defense. If you can't use it, just put it in the room as a decoration. Oh? Shili showed a playful look. So you have a lot of magic weapons. You don't need this one, right? Otherwise, give me a few more. Not many. Chen Yonzui explained immediately. My strength is basically in the 5 elements divine light, so I don't usually use magic weapons, and I rarely collect them. That's right, after all, even the Tiangong treasure bag was given to me. Shili agreed in her heart, but said, don't you still have the Wangchan Kun sword? If you don't need it, give it to me. But Luli, you also have the Zeiji Hong Yuan sword. Chen Yonzui flattered. Besides, my lady's strength is not in swordsmanship. What's the use of this sword? I can hang it on the wall of the room as a decoration. Shili said. Kumlinjin just came back from outside. Hearing the two people bickering like an old couple, she felt a little warm, but also a little nervous. The warmth was that seeing the two people's relationship reconciled, the guilt of letting Chen Yonzui help her repair the sky and causing him to become a lonely person was also slightly alleviated. Nervous, this emotion came inexplicably, and she was a little confused. Thinking that after the repair of the sky was over, Chen Yonzui might follow Shilili back to the East China Sea, Kumlinjin felt an unspeakable sadness. She wanted to remind Chen Yonzui, after the repair of the sky was over, you promised to accompany me to travel all over the famous mountains and rivers and see the vicissitudes of life. As a result, after thinking carefully, I remembered that it was Chen Yonzui who said to travel around. I was still considering whether to go with him at the beginning, so I didn't reach a consensus with him at all. Now that his wife has come, if Chen Yonzui finally decides to put family first, there is no problem. But at the time, where should I go? It's strange to say that I am just a mirror. I was left in the palace by the Queen Mother of the West to guard the palace of Yochai, but why did I take on the important task of repairing the sky later? Oh, I remember. I remember that the Queen Mother finally decided to leave this world. Before leaving, she told people that it was because the lifespan of this world was coming to an end, so she had to go. At the time, I thought, if I could imitate the way to repair the sky, would the Queen Mother not abandon me and stay here alone? As a divine mirror, because of the obsession in my heart, I gradually opened my spiritual wisdom. But if you think about it carefully, it's better to say that it's not so much that I'm obsessed with repairing the sky, but I don't want to be abandoned. Kumlinjin was just thinking about it, and heard Chen Yonzui ask again. Jin, what's the situation outside? Although Shilili next to him did not change her expression, she secretly clenched her hands in her sleeves, and she was also very emotional about her husband's concern for the other women. It's a lively fight. Kumlinjin replied, that demon is too powerful. Kimbi and Jingxiao can't beat him at all. They are suppressed by the demon and can only protect themselves. Hearing that demon is too powerful, Chen Yonzui guessed that Jingwich had come again, and he felt a little uncomfortable for a while. When he heard can only protect themselves, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I don't expect sisters Yu and Sister An to push Jingwich back, I just hope they can entangle each other and don't come to destroy the smelting of the sky-making stone. Otherwise, when they come down, they will face Shilili again, all the contradictions will erupt, and then even if the King of Heaven comes, I'm afraid he won't be able to protect himself. Keep scanning. Chen Yonzui told her, if there is any situation, notify me as soon as possible. Notify you? Shilili suddenly said, if there is really a situation, you know what to do. After all, we can't let them fight anymore. Chen Yonzui replied. I understand. Shilili nodded, then your husband plans to confess to them too? Chen Yonzui remained silent. Kumlinjin told Shilili the whole story because she was neither as arrogant as Zhu Yinlian, nor as willful as Nzesu, nor as domineering as Jinglin. She was the most rational and most able to compromise among all women. But if she confessed to these three, not to mention sisters Yu, Nzesu would probably draw her sword and chop her, and Jinglin would probably eat her alive. Thinking of this, Chen Yonzhu had a headache again. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Shili also said at the right time. From what I can see, if you choose to confess to them, things will definitely get out of control. Indeed. Kunlun Mirror echoed beside him. I think it's better to talk about this kind of thing separately. The implication is that if you let Shili stand by and tell other women I actually have another wife outside, and she is standing in front of you now, how can this not explode? That's not the point. Shili frowned and said, the key is that you have to let them know that the old enemy who was fighting for life and death a moment before actually has the identity of a love rival. This is not something that can make people calm down. Indeed. Kunlun Mirror asked curiously, "Doyo fellow, how did you calm down?" Shili's face choked. "You broken mirror, if you can't speak, can you learn it before interrupting?" Whatever. She ignored Kunlun Mirror's question and insisted, let's try to avoid this from happening. The question is not whether I want to or not, but whether they will. Seeing that both of them were thinking about him, Chen Yonzhu was also somewhat moved, and simply said frankly, once they decide the winner, it's only a matter of time before they come to explore. Then move. Shili finally showed his true colors, move to another place, it's not just this one underground fire. Move. Chen Yonzhu and Kunlun Mirror began to think about this problem seriously. The battle outside was earth-shattering, and it was hard to say how long this balance would last. As long as the winner was decided, there would be a risk of being discovered here immediately, and moving early seemed to be a good strategy. But how to move? Don't you have the 5 elements divine light? Shili said quickly, from here, dig parallel to the underground fire route above, and remember to seal your back every time you move forward a certain distance. Okay. Chen Yonzhu was not a fussy person, and quickly agreed. So the three of them took the fragments of the sky-making stone and began to move their positions. On the seabed, the other 3 people didn't know that someone had kidnapped their husband and ran away, but they were just killing each other in full swing. Which Jing admired and Zissou a little. Although this Shushan rough man seemed stupid, his fighting will was rare in the world. He could fight with her for several hours without showing any flaws. Ordinary cultivators couldn't do it at all. Looking at Zhu Yingyang in the distance, the opponent kept jumping and wandering, never willing to stay in one place for more than 2 breaths, and almost continuously used Taoist methods to restrain her, and cooperated with Zissou in skillful offensive and defensive. When Zissou started to attack, she stopped and recovered her true energy. When Zissou chose to retreat, she took action to restrain him. Since the two did not communicate through secret voice transmission, it can be seen that each other's ability and awareness of reading the battle situation have reached an outstanding level. But for Jing Monu, this meant that it was almost impossible for her to quickly take down the 2 people. If she really wanted to decide life and death, she could only wait until the 2 people had eaten all the elixirs they carried with them. For the immortal demons, fighting a war of attrition is commonplace. For example, those monks who had gone astray on Binyan Island in the South China Sea, thousands of years had passed, and the demons in their bodies were still wasting time with them, right? But Jing Moon was missing her husband so much of this time that she really had no interest in continuing to waste time with the 2 little girls, so she took a chance when the 2 of them were cooperating and suddenly turned into black mist and slipped away. Zissou did not pursue them when he saw this, but quickly adjusted his true essence, and at the same time sent a secret message to Zhu Yingyang. Chase, or not? Zhu Yingyang quickly replied. Last time she said she wanted to find Wei Dongliu, and when I think about it carefully, it should be related to Chang Zhen, Kim Hing and others. Zissou immediately understood. That is to say, as long as she'd followed this demon, she would probably be able to find King Hing's location. So she didn't hesitate, and immediately merged with the sword and rushed after the black fog. Chapter 1050 Life. Jing Lin ignored the 2 little tails behind him, and rushed into the crack of the underground fire with his sister Anu. In fact, after fighting outside for so long, she also had a feeling that the people inside might have escaped long ago. However, the external passage of the underground fire was formed when the underground fire itself erupted and the huge pressure shattered the Earth's crust, so there is usually only one exit. As she continued to go deeper into the ground, she did not encounter any branch roads along the way. Jing Lin felt relieved and asked Wanu, have you found any traces of illusion along the way? No. Wanu shook her head. This made Jing Lin a little uneasy again. After all, excluding the possibility of the empty city plan, if there were no illusion obstacles along the way, it could only mean that the people inside had already run away. Sure enough, until the 2 demons arrived at the deep underground fire, they had not found any human figures. They should have run away. Guan Yu noticed that her sister's face was extremely ugly, and hurriedly said carefully, "Compared with not finding the right place, it is naturally easier to accept coming too late and letting the other party run away, although she has no evidence." Indeed. Zhu Yinglian, who was not far away, suddenly said, "There is a furnace below, which means someone has forged magic tools here. If you hadn't stopped them, how would they have had the chance to escape?" Jingli asked with a cold smile. "Even if we didn't stop them, they would have escaped," Zhu Yinglian said patiently. Zisu didn't say anything, but just looked at the rock wall next to him with a suspicious look. "This stone is wrong," she whispered to Zhu Yinglian. Zhu Yinglian asked curiously, "Why is it wrong?" "There are no pores on the surface," Zisu said. "Look at the rock wall next to it." Zhu Yinglian looked to their side and found some clues. It turned out that this submarine passage was melted by the eruption of the Earth's fire, so the rock wall was mostly uneven and muddy, and the outer layer was loose and porous, which was very distinctive. But the rock wall that Nzisu found was very solid and solid. Although it looked no different from the surrounding rock walls at first glance, a closer look would reveal that there were no pores. Earth escape technique. Zhu Yinglian stood in front of the rock wall, touched it carefully for a moment, and thought, if it is the earth escape technique, it can indeed change the shape of the soil and rocks wherever it passes. Earth escape, right? Jingli and Guan Yu exchanged glances, and the two of them turned into black mist and rushed towards the rock wall, directly penetrated in. What should I do? Seeing that the two heavenly demons were not blocked by the rock wall at all, Zisu was so anxious that she jumped up and down, and drew her sword to chop at the rock wall. After chopping for a while, she turned around and glared at Zhu Yinglian angrily, but did not speak. In the past, she might have criticized them, but after all, she had fought side by side with Zhu Yinglian before, so she barely suppressed her anger. "If you don't tell this matter, do you want to fight with these two heavenly demons again?" Zhu Yinglian asked her in surprise. "I'm not afraid," Zisu said proudly. "I didn't say you were afraid of fighting." Zhu Yinglian had a headache and said patiently, "But there is no point in fighting with them like this, so why are you here?" Zisu was silent for a moment and said, "Since the organization behind King Feng has obtained the fragments of the sky repairing stone from various places, they will definitely come back here to repair the sky." "Yes," Zhu Yinglian said, "I am looking for Chang Zhen, and looking at the demon, it seems that he is looking for Wei Lao Mo. Maybe everyone has the same goal. There is really no need to fight." Zisu did not comment on this. How can people coexist peacefully with the demons? Seeing that the other party stopped talking, Zhu Yinglian also sighed. Dongyu had quietly escaped from the battle before, and now he is nowhere to be seen. Could it be that he left with the people here? Thinking of Dongyu's special attitude towards that person in the secret realm of Yutingmen before, Zhu Yinglian also secretly guessed. Not to mention those who missed the target, time went forward. Chen Yonzhu used the 5 elements divine light to clear the way, and let Shilili and Kunlun Mirror to move forward quickly underground. The soil in front of him melted, and then condensed and formed in the back. Kunlun Mirror kept scanning the direction of the underground fire below, providing guidance for Chen Yonzhu. Shilili used arithmetic to determine the situation in the back. After knowing that the war had ceased there and the two demons had rushed over, he suddenly said, "If we just move like this, they might catch up with us." None of them can do arithmetic, how could they catch up? Chen Yonzhui asked in confusion, and turned to look at the Kunlun mirror, only to see that the Kunlun mirror also had a blank face, and obviously did not do anything. To track someone, you don't necessarily have to use magic. Shilili said lightly, "The 5 elements divine light opens the way, which is no different from Earth escape. Even Earth escape will leave traces, how can the 5 elements divine light be perfect? It was not designed for secrecy." "Then what do you say?" Chen Yonzhu still trusted Lily's mind, so he asked directly. "You can't always use the 5 elements divine light to open the way," Shilili said. "After going forward for a distance, you can first descend into the underground fire, use the 5 elements divine light to protect your body, and then choose another direction to open the way again. Even if the other party has the means to track you, they will definitely not dare to go deep into the underground fire without authorization, so that they can block the pursuers." Chen Yonzhu thought it made sense, so he changed the direction of the 5 elements divine light and took the two of them down to the underground fire. The underground fire was extremely hot and fierce. Even if ordinary cultivators had fire-repelling magic weapons, they would find it difficult to resist such a terrifying heat, but the 5 elements divine light was worthy at being a secret method of the immortals. it just circled around, and not a bit of fire, poison and heat could enter. The only problem is that the light and heat are too strong, the vision is blocked, and the consciousness is not smooth. But with the scanning and positioning of the Cumberland mirror, it doesn't matter. One person and one mirror cooperate tacitly, walking in the ground fire, as if walking on flat ground, which surprised Shillelagh at first, and then came to her senses and became very jealous. I thought that cunning was the enemy, but unexpectedly, the rival was right beside me. Although the Cumberland mirror is only an innate spiritual treasure, according to Shillelagh's knowledge, there are many cases in history where the spirit of the instrument has become emotionally dependent with the original owner after the transformation. After all, if it is not because of love, why do you transform your magic weapon? She did not rush to test it, but just carefully observed the interaction between the two. Combined with the hexagram divination, it can be seen that Chen Yonzui and the Cumberland mirror are indeed close, but they have not reached the point of complete mutual trust, and there seems to be a rift between them. Looking at the words and deeds of the two, they are full of smiles, as if there is no friction at all, which shows that the rift must be very deep. After all, if it was just a small conflict, why bother to cover it up? Even though Shillelagh was very smart, she was confused about their relationship for a while, but this did not hinder her next plan. After changing direction from the underground fire and then traveling through the rock layer for several miles, Shillelagh calculated and confirmed that Jiangling would not be able to find him for a while. The first stage was declared over and the second stage could begin. She followed silently, and suddenly said, "According to my divination, the pursuers behind should have left." "That's good." Cumberland mirror responded casually, only to hear Shillelagh say again, "Next, we have to find a place to continue smelting the sky-making stone. However, we have to be more careful this time, and not be as rough as before." "What do you mean?" Chen Yonzui asked curiously. "It means what it says," Shillelagh said calmly. "Even if it is the same vein of earth fire, the heat at different locations is different. Sometimes the heat of the main vein and the branch vein may differ by dozens of times. If you just find a branch vein, the heat is insufficient and thus affects the smelting efficiency of the sky-making stone. Isn't it inappropriate? Is there such a particularity?" Cumberland mirror looked at Chen Yonzui in surprise. Chen Yonzui didn't understand it very well, but thinking that Lily was a sword-making major after all, he made an expression that he understood it completely and nodded. So Cumberland mirror was convinced and said, "Then you must find the main vein with the highest heat. In this case, I have to trouble Arjing." Shillelagh ordered, "You continue to move forward along this vein. If you encounter a fork, choose a direction first and continue to detect. If the heat gets lower and lower as you continue, it means that the one you chose is a branch vein. Just return to the original route and choose another one. In short, if the heat gets higher and higher, keep moving forward. If it is not, go back." Cumberland mirror concluded. "That's right," Shillelagh said with a smile. "Jin, you are very smart, just scan it like this." Cumberland mirror was stunned for a moment, and suddenly had the urge to burst into tears. Why did I find Chen Yuanzhu, this bastard, as the host? How is Miss Lily worse than him? Although she is not a visitor outside of fate, she is also favored by heaven, isn't she? Then I will go to scan. She turned around with a nasal voice, and then quickly teleported away. This Jin looks a bit strange. Chen Yuanzhu touched his chin and was thinking, only to hear Shillelagh say, "Husband, I'm a little tired, please help me get a one-bedroom and one living room." This conversation is a bit abrupt for other cultivators, but it is natural for Shillelagh. She has to carry cooking seasonings with her when she goes out, and her pursuit of quality of life is evident. Chen Yuanzhu then used the 5 elements divine light to quickly expand the surrounding caves, and further polished out stone beds, stone tables and stone benches for rest. Shillelagh sat down beside the stone bed, touched the edge of the bed under her buttocks, and said, "It's too rough. Just rest." Chen Yuanzhu said casually, "It's not a cave where you live for a long time." "That's right." Shillelagh took out the storage bag, and then took out several layers of thick bedding and spread them on the stone bed. "Luli, what are you doing?" Chen Yuanzhu asked in surprise. "Sleeping," Shillelagh said. "Oh." Chen Yuanzhu watched her take out the candlestick and red candles and light them on the stone table next to her. He couldn't help asking again, "What is this?" "Lighting," Shillelagh said. "You and I are both monks, and we can use magic to illuminate," Chen Yuanzhu said strangely. "I'm lazy," Shillelagh said. "I don't know why, since Arjun left this place, Lady Lily has become very frugal with words. Chen Yonzu sighed, watching Shilili take out a bronze mirror, pull out the hairpin on her head, and let her black hair fall down like a waterfall. This reminded him of Mishi for no reason. She often got up and was too lazy to tie her hair, so she walked around the Tiangong workshop with her hair loose. When Elder Shiding saw her, she was scolded a few times, and then she went back to her room reluctantly to Washington. After Elder Shiding died, she was no longer innocent and carefree. She washed, changed clothes and tied her hair after getting up every day, and she was meticulous. She even helped Luo Yang put on his clothes after that. It can be said that she was very virtuous. Chen Yonzu carefully looked at Shilili's profile and felt that her appearance was not as beautiful and refined as Zhu Yinlian, not as bright and generous as Anzesu, and not as charming as Jianglin. She was even slightly inferior to the exquisite and lovely little fox. But the characteristics of Lady Lily's appearance can be described in one word: soft. At first glance, she is not outstanding, just an ordinary beauty, but if you look closely and look for a long time, you will find that all her facial features are just right, and she is a super attractive type. In other words, she is like a classical lady who has walked out of a painting or calligraphy. Her charm does not lie in her striking appearance, but in the profound charm of her gestures. It is also like a glass of fine wine, which is as clear as spring water at first, but has a very sweet aftertaste. Drink. Shilili raised the golden cup and handed it to him. Ah! Chen Yonzu came back to his senses and saw that she had produced a wine pot and 2 wine glasses from nowhere. The glasses were already filled with amber wine. Why did you suddenly start drinking? You are not sister in disguise, are you? Why do you suddenly want to drink, madam? Chen Yonzu took the cup and dusted carefully. I have nothing to do. Shilili gave a very Anzesu answer. This made Chen Yonzu even more worried, so he tried to ask, how about we play something else? How about Fualin? Shilili seemed to see through his worries and sneered. Are you worried that the wine is poisoned? How could it be? Chen Yonzu subconsciously denied it, then calmed down and said gently, Luli, you didn't like to drink in the past, but suddenly you do this, I'm a little scared. Shilili was silent for a long time, and said, drink this glass of wine first, and I'll tell you. Chen Yonzu nodded, thinking that I have the Sumin sword in my body, so I'm not afraid of the drugs in this wine, so I raised my head and drank it all. Seeing that he finished it in one gulp, Shilili also raised the cup to his mouth and took a sip. Tell the truth. Whether it was because of the alcohol or because she saw that Chen Yonzu had no suspicion of her, her originally cold face relaxed, revealing a bit of tenderness and sadness. Since the day my husband left without saying goodbye, I have been tossing and turning every night and unable to fall asleep. It's fine for a monk to enter a state of meditation, there's no need to sleep, right? Chen Yonzu complained in his heart, but didn't dare to say it. I was thinking, did I do something wrong, husband? Shilili raised her hand holding the cup, hid her eyes behind her hand, and her voice trembled slightly. Don't want me anymore, Luli? Chen Yonzu shouted weakly. If Lady Luli cried bitterly, cried heartbreakingly, or angrily scolded and cursed him viciously at this time, he could think of ways to deal with and comfort her. But it was this seemingly calm posture that made him feel like a knife was piercing his heart, and he didn't dare to look at the deep pain hidden behind Lily's expression. Nothing. Shilili put down the cup, slowly rotated the glass for a moment, and murmured, it's all over. Chen Yonzu saw that her eyes were just slightly red, but there was no trace of tears. It was obvious that she had tried very hard to hold back her tears. He couldn't help but feel more guilty. Shilili filled the 2 glasses of wine again and whispered, husband, do you think it's very strange? For example, monks can obviously enter a state of meditation, but why do they need to sleep and so on? No. Chen Yonzu hurriedly denied, I sleep occasionally. In fact, after getting married to my husband, I often dream of my father at night. Shilili said faintly, and drank the wine in a glass. I used to think that it was my dead father who came to me in a dream, but then I slowly realized, in fact, I wanted to see my father too much. Father, he has protected me too well since my mother passed away. I have always lived in the world he created, and led a happy life without suffering and sorrow. But Father also knows that it is time in the era of great strife, the confrontation between good and evil became more and more cruel, and he was not sure that he could protect me forever, so he found you later. I remember a few times, he also tried to test my attitude and opinion towards you in a roundabout way. How should I put it? I didn't understand anything at the time, but at least I didn't hate you. Father probably saw this, and finally decided to hand over Tiangong Fang and me to you one day in the future, so after getting married, I often went to see my father in my dreams. I wanted to tell him that my husband and I were living well, and asked him not to worry too much. These words were like an extremely sharp knife, stabbing Chen Yonzu, is already bleeding heart again. Yes, Elder Shiding handed his daughter to me, but later I... Why are you putting on such a self-blaming expression, husband? Shilui seemed to be slightly drunk, with a faint blush on her cheeks, and smiled lightly. Have another drink with me. Chen Yonzu raised the glass silently, clinked it with her glass rim, and then drank it all. I don't mean to blame you. Shilui continued, filling his glass with wine again. After all, you wanted to mend the sky first, and promised your father later. If you have to put someone else's responsibility, that's my father's problem. Luli, drink less. Seeing his wife pouring wine and drinking, Chen Yonzu felt very distressed. Actually, after mending the sky, I was planning to, okay. Shilui interrupted him gently, don't rush to comfort me, my husband, have you really thought it through? Will you come back to me after you finish mending the sky? Chen Yonzu was speechless. Yuan Shu. Shilui's eyes were a little dazed. In fact, I have always thought that your meaning to me may not be as simple as a Taoist partner. To put it in a less accurate way, you are like the continuation of my father. She laughed a few more times in self-deprecating manner, put down the wine glass, and said with a sob, don't look at how strong and independent I pretend to be. In fact, I have been taken care of meticulously since I was a child, and I have long been accustomed to relying on the most important person in my life. At first he was my father. After my father passed away, he became you, so after you left, I felt like my backbone was taken away, and like a vine that lost its trunk support. Her hazy eyes were crystal clear, as if a layer of mist appeared, making Chen Yonzu's thousands of words locked in his throat, unable to speak. At some point, Shilui had stood up slightly, and her upper body seemed to lean forward as if powerless, hugged Chen Yonzu's neck, and put her cheek intimately against her husband's face. Husband, she said in a trance, no matter whether you will leave me again in the future, at least, give me a child. Complete. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.